Unmarried young dad, pampered by 7 daughters. Xiao Qiang, an unmarried young man, lay in hibernation for 40 years. When he woke up again, he was blessed with 7 daughters of big bosses. He became a real group favorite. The cold CEO, the queen of singing and filming, the strongest mercenary, the underground boss, the peerless doctor, they are all crazy about doting on their fathers. Chapter 1. I'm not your dad. Woke up in the hibernation chamber and suddenly found out that he was a father. Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded. A plant name popped up in his mind. Grass. The woman in front of him was elegant and graceful. She should be a few years older than him. She looked at him with gentle eyes and called him dad. Xiao Qiang's hands were shaking. How could he, a virgin, have such a big daughter? Do people nowadays really like to take advantage of everything? Perhaps Xiao Qiang's reaction was too shocking. The woman's expression immediately became serious. After snapping her fingers, several white coats came in. What's wrong with my dad? Ms. Zhang, all the examination indicators of the gentleman are normal. Zhang Wuyin frowned slightly. She looked at Xiao Qiang with some worry. Check again, I want to be sure. Yes. Several people answered, and then helped Xiao Qiang out of the hibernation chamber and conducted a series of examinations. Xiao Qiang was full of doubts. He wanted to struggle slightly, but he was weak all over. Dad, what do you want to say? Zhang Wuyin bent down slightly and moved closer. Xiao Qiang was a little nervous, and his words were intermittent. Beautiful, beautiful girl, did you recognize the wrong person? You should be a few years older than me, right? Why do you call me dad? And I don't even have a girlfriend, how can I have another one? Such a beautiful daughter. He didn't say the rest of the words, but Zhang Wuyin understood. She sat next to Xiao Qiang and held his hand. Their voice was so soft that it could squeeze water out. Dad, I am your daughter, my name is Zhang Wuyin, you can call me Yang Yang. She smiled brightly as she said this. Xiao Qiang blushed a little. He pulled his hand out and pulled the corner of his mouth. Beauty, I know I look a little handsome, but you can't lower yourself and say I'm your daughter. Zhang Wuyin's eyes were still gentle. Dad, 40 years ago, you participated in the Zhang Group's fine sperm donation, and I was one of the sperms, and the child was born through artificial assisted reproductive technology. Xiao Qiang was stunned. Wait. 40 years? He was a little excited and pointed to the dormant chamber not far away. I have been dormant for 40 years. Zhang Wuyin smiled and nodded. Well, Dad, strictly speaking, you should have been dormant for 50 years, but you woke up early. 40 years ago, the Zhang Group launched a fine sperm donation activity for research and use by fertility institutions. At that time, Xiao Qiang had just finished the college entrance examination and received a college graduation notice. He also participated in this project because his aunt was seriously ill and hospitalized, and urgently needed hundreds of thousands of surgery fees to save her life. His parents divorced when he was young and each formed a family. Both sides didn't like him. It was his aunt who brought him up. When his aunt was seriously ill, Xiao Qiang went to ask his parents for help, but neither of them was willing to help. He could only work more jobs, but still couldn't make up for the money gap. On the day he received the notice from the Zhang Group, Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. His sperm was the best and the money he earned could be used to treat his aunt. But it also meant that he no longer belonged to himself. When the Zhang Group launched this project, the sperm himself had to sleep in the dormant chamber so that he could provide the most perfect sperm later. And this project is very demanding on body functions. If the body rejects during the dormant process, it is easy to have big problems. So the Zhang Group will ask every qualified person to sign a voluntary letter. Voluntarily give up his life and get all compensation. Aunt is the person he wants to protect most in his life. She must have surgery as soon as possible. Xiao Qiang signed his name for the money. Participating in this project, most of the people's body base had problems during the dormant process, and they all stopped and died of inexplicable illness one by one. Only Xiao Qiang woke up, and his physical index was perfect. After hearing these words, Xiao Qiang's face turned pale. He looked at his hands and felt a little unreal. I am still alive. Zhang Wuyin looked at his gloomy expression and couldn't help but hugged his neck. Dad, don't worry, I will always be with you. With her soft embrace, Xiao Qiang was a little at a loss. He wanted to push her away, but he didn't know where to start. He suddenly thought of his aunt. With his eyes slightly hot, he said, Can I leave the cabin? Zhang Wuyan let him go, of course. Xiao Qiang nodded and said, "Thank you. Dad, you don't have to be polite to me." Zhang Wuyan smiled with her red lips. "What do you want to do? I can also help you achieve your wish." "What do you want to do?" Xiao Qiang was at a loss, and then his eyes gradually became clear. "I had a college admission letter before, but unfortunately I didn't finish. If I have the chance, I want to go to college." "Of course, Dad, if you want to integrate into society, going to college is a good way. I heard that there are many sports in college, such as basketball and football." Xiao Qiang looked forward to it. "That's right, there are more interesting sports. Colleges are different now than before. Can I keep up with this era?" Xiao Qiang's doubts made Zhang Wuyan smile. "Dad, do you know why you can survive and wake up smoothly? Because your body is different. You will find out later that you are a genius, a real genius. There is nothing you can't learn. You don't have to worry about not keeping up with this era." "Really?" Xiao Qiang was surprised. "Really?" Zhang Wuyan said affirmatively. Xiao Qiang looked at the unfamiliar scenery outside the window. "Don't worry about these, I want to see my aunt first." "Okay." Zhang Wuyan agreed well, but it was still 2 weeks later when she walked out of the experimental cabin. The moment Xiao Qiang walked out of the door, his mood was extremely complicated. High-rise buildings, busy traffic, and colorful lights. The cushion under his butt was something he had never experienced before. The luxury car had everything. Zhang Wuyan handed him a glass of whiskey. Xiao Qiang took it, took a sip, and choked and coughed. "What the hell is this?" "Dad, my negligence." Zhang Wuyan immediately patted him on the back. Xiao Qiang waved his hand, saying that he was fine. He didn't expect that after 40 years of sleep, he would be in a strange place. He never thought that he would have a beautiful daughter, and it seemed that his daughter was a big shot. "Miss Zhang, I want to go to the alley to take a look," Xiao Qiang said. The scenery outside the window had nothing to do with the memories in his mind. He was curious and a little disappointed. He wondered if his aunt was still there. Zhang Wuyan didn't miss the sadness in his eyes. "Dad, I'll accompany you. I bought that place a long time ago." Xiao Qiang was stunned. "Bought it?" "Yes, I thought that if Dad wakes up, he will definitely want to go home to see, so I bought the land," Zhang Wuyan said in a relaxed tone. Xiao Qiang looked at her beautiful face, opened his mouth, but said nothing. "A small alley, where my aunt's family of four lived. When my aunt brought me home, my uncle was a little dissatisfied. My aunt had a big fight with him and was determined to keep him. 5 people lived in a small room of 30 to 40 square meters. That was Xiao Qiang's favorite home. The small alley was well protected, but the old facilities were updated. Xiao Qiang found that there were security guards at the door. Aunt's house was on the 6th floor, a loft style, old and without an elevator. He stomped his feet to turn on the lights, and Xiao Qiang walked up skillfully. Standing in front of the familiar small door, Xiao Qiang's excited heart began to be uneasy again. The paint on the door of room 602 was peeling off, revealing a green surface with a red background. He straightened his chest, looked determined, and finally knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is this?" A strange voice came from inside. Chapter 2, I will spend more time with you. Xiao Qiang swallowed nervously, waiting for the door to open, only to be greeted by a stranger's face. The man, probably just awake, had messy hair and a confused look as he scanned Xiao Qiang from head to toe. "What do you want?" he asked. Xiao Qiang stood on his tiptoes to peer inside, but the man blocked the doorway with his body, his impatience clear. "What do you want?" he repeated. "Oh, I'm looking for Shulin. She's my aunt," Xiao Qiang explained, his palms sweating with nervousness. The man casually scratched his neck and replied, "I don't know her. I bought this house 10 years ago on a platform. The previous owner wasn't he named Shu. How about I give you the platform's phone number, and you can ask them yourself?" Xiao Qiang looked embarrassed and took 2 steps back. No need. I may have come to the wrong place. Sorry for wasting your time." The man nodded and, without another word, slammed the door shut with a loud noise that shook Xiao Qiang's heart. This door, it was so familiar, he could have found the marks left on it with his eyes closed. But there was no trace of his aunt. Is she still alive? Xiao Qiang walked downstairs in a daze, accidentally bumping into someone's shoulder. The person yelped, and Xiao Qiang snapped out of it, turning to look. A familiar face made him excited. Xiao Ju, he called out. The elderly man steadied himself and gave Xiao Qiang a cold look. You young folks these days don't even apologize when you bump into someone. Xiao Qiang grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Xiao Ju, it's me, Xiao Qiang. Your close brother. The elderly man adjusted his glasses and leaned in closer. Huh? Xiao Qiang. He squinted at him. You do look like Xiao Qiang, but you're too young. My brother, if he were still around, would be about my age. If he had a son, he'd be about your age. What a pity, he's gone, the old man added with a hint of sadness. Xiao Qiang looked at his young, slender hands and suddenly realized, he wasn't the person they all remembered. No one believed he was still alive. After all, the dormant plan had only a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. Suppressing the lump in his throat, Xiao Qiang nodded. Sorry, old man, I didn't mean to bump into you. I'm a relative of Xiao Qiang. I came to see if I could find his aunt. Do you know where they moved to? They passed away long ago. Xiao Qiang joined that program not long before his aunt died. The elderly man shook his head. Xiao Qiang had a cousin and a cousin sister. Are they okay? They are gone too. Xiao Qiang's aunt had a hereditary disease, and it didn't take long for her to pass away, the old man sighed. Xiao Qiang's heart ached. His aunt and cousins had been so kind to him, but now they were all gone. But I heard Xiao Qiang's cousin had a daughter. If we calculate, she should be around 17 or 18 now. But it's a pity, she would still have the hereditary disease. Xiao Qiang's eyes lit up. His cousin had a child. Is it possible to find her? He asked urgently. I don't know. They moved away a long time ago. I only heard this from someone else. For a moment, Xiao Qiang lost focus. No, I must find her. He murmured. If she was his niece, then since he couldn't save his aunt, his cousin, or his cousins, he had to find this niece and save her, so she wouldn't suffer the same fate. The old man, moved by his grief, patted him on the shoulder. Don't be sad, young man. Life goes through birth, aging, illness, and death. It's something everyone will face. Xiao Qiang held back his sorrow, forcing a smile. Thank you, old man. Please take care of yourself. The elderly man looked at him, staring at his familiar features for a moment, stunned. As Xiao Qiang walked away, the old man seemed to come to his senses, a single tear slipping from his eye as he mumbled something and went back upstairs. Xiao Qiang walked down the stairs, leaned against the wall, and could no longer control his emotions. He cried loudly, releasing all the painful feelings that had been bottled up inside him. His body slowly sank down. His delicate, pale hands clenched around him as Zhang Wuyan held Xiao Qiang tightly in her arms. My aunt is gone. I have no family left. Xiao Qiang sobbed, his tears soaking Zhang Wuyan's shoulder. Zhang Wuyan gently patted his back, speaking softly, You do have family. You have me, Dad. I'll be with you forever. Xiao Qiang's mood lightened a little at her words, but his face turned red as he pulled away from her embrace. Sorry, I got your clothes wet. Dad, don't say that, Zhang Wuyan replied, a little unhappy. Xiao Qiang was still not used to her calling him Dad, but nodded. Seeing that Xiao Qiang's mood was still low, Zhang Wuyan suggested, Dad, it's getting cold. How about I take you to buy some clothes? They arrived at a high-end custom clothing store. Xiao Qiang stood in front of the grand door, his mouth agape. 2 golden lions stood proudly at the entrance. As the revolving door turned, they stepped inside. He looked up and saw portraits of celebrities on the walls. There was a large music fountain at the front desk, and a stage for performances to the left, with soft music in the background. Is this a place that sells clothes? It felt like a villa from a black and white TV show from the past. Xiao Qiang was shocked as Zhang Wuyan led him through the revolving door, nearly missing the exit. He spun around inside. President Zhang. What brings you here today? A man with a small mustache rushed down the stairs and excitedly approached Zhang Wuyan. He winked and bowed dramatically. I've invited President Zhang here several times before, but she always declined. I'm so glad to finally have you here today. Zhang Wuyan responded coldly, which models are best this year? She took the sample book from the manager and handed it to Xiao Qiang to choose from. The manager, Lao Jiao, had long noticed the difference in the way Zhang Wuyan treated Xiao Qiang. He quickly stood in front of Xiao Qiang, smiling. Are you President Zhang's relative? Zhang Wuyan blocked Lao Gao's line of sight, frowning slightly. This is the most important person to me. Please take his measurements. R. Lao Gao seemed to understand, though Xiao Qiang could hear the subtle change in his tone. It seemed like the man had misunderstood the relationship between him and Zhang Wuyan. Xiao Qiang thought of explaining, but couldn't he find the right words? After all, who would believe that President Zhang was his daughter? Seeing Zhang Wuyan's indifferent expression, he figured it wasn't worth clarifying. Which ones do you like? Zhang Wuyan asked as Xiao Qiang kept looking through the book. Xiao Qiang flipped through and found some nice styles, but the prices were exorbitant, starting in the six-figure range. He frowned and quietly whispered, Miss Zhang, this place is too expensive. How about we go to the market and buy something from a stall? It's cheaper, and the quality is good. Zhang Wuyan smiled indulgently. Lao Gao, who stood beside them, was stunned. How dare this person compare stall goods to high-end custom clothes? If it weren't for Zhang Wuyan bringing him in, he would have kicked Xiao Qiang out. Xiao Qiang noticed the looks around him and realized he might have said something wrong. Oh, I haven't chosen anything yet. Maybe we can come back another day. He quickly put down the sample book, trying to find an excuse to leave. Zhang Wuyan handed the book back to Lao Gao. Please customize a set of each style in this book according to his measurements. Lao Gao nodded in satisfaction and began to arrange the measurements for Xiao Qiang. After a while, Xiao Qiang was led away for the fitting. Zhang Wuyan reassured him, Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. As Xiao Qiang entered, he noticed everyone was holding a small television-sized device that recorded the measurements each time. He was curious, wondering if it was a TV. What is this? It's so small. He also observed that the communication tools people used were varied, some even foldable. Xiao Qiang became more interested in the modern world. If Zhang Wuyan really was his daughter, did that mean the other sperm donors had also been used? And who were they? Lost in thought, Xiao Qiang turned and locked eyes with a man dressed in gold and blue, wearing a white shirt with the top buttons undone, his chest exposed. He lifted his chin arrogantly and stared at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang quickly looked away, but the man, after a moment of hesitation, pushed aside the person measuring Xiao Qiang and strode toward him. Chapter 3, Did a Donkey Kick Your Brain? The man's name was Chen Song, a small-time businessman who liked to hang around rich women. He was there to pick up a custom-made suit and, while he was at it, swipe the rich woman's card for another one. Chen Song stepped forward, stretched his neck, and sniffed at Xiao Qiang, then wrinkled his nose in disgust, covering it with his hand. What's that smell? Xiao Qiang had just woken up from cryo-sleep and was wearing clothes from 40 years ago, a faded white shirt, worn-out pants, disposable slippers, and black-framed glasses. He looked like a poor country bumpkin, easy to pick on. There's no smell, Xiao Qiang replied, his nose twitching in confusion. Chen Song was taken aback for a moment, then got even angrier. He pointed at Xiao Qiang and said, Can't you smell the stench on you? How could you let anyone like you into such a high-class place? Get out. Xiao Qiang understood now that the man was targeting him. The disdain in his eyes and the sarcasm in his tone made Xiao Qiang feel unsettled. This place was where Zhang Wuyan had brought him, and he couldn't cause trouble here. So, he held back his irritation and said coldly, I walked in openly. Why should I leave? Chen Song smirked and suddenly pulled out some bills, throwing them at Xiao Qiang's feet with an arrogant attitude. Now, can you leave? Xiao Qiang was furious. Was this guy a complete idiot? Did he not understand anything? He kicked the money back to Chen Song's feet. Did you eat shit for lunch? You're spewing nonsense. Don't think a few dirty bills make you impressive. This place isn't for you to cause trouble. You're a beggar, just like a beggar, acting all high and mighty. I gave you money out of respect, but don't overestimate yourself. I see a lot of college students like you, pretending to be something you're not when you're broke. By the way, you've got some looks, maybe you could get a rich woman to support you. Chen Song shoved his hands in his pockets, stepped on the money, and looked at Xiao Qiang with disdain. Xiao Qiang had seen all sorts of people, but never anyone like this, looking like a man but acting like a dog. He never expected that a simple glance would lead to this man's unreasonable outburst. Anger flared in his eyes. He wasn't going to hold back. He said coldly, you must be been supported by a rich woman, right? You're so experienced, looking all scummy, barking loudly. Also, I was brought here by someone. If you keep biting people, I won't hold back. Hey, not holding back. Chen Song sneered, then suddenly leaned in, slamming his hand on the table. Come on, let me see how you won't hold back. You'll just talk back a few times. What can you do? You were brought here, so that means you were bought, right? Oh, so you think I didn't give enough money? He was about to pull out his wallet when Xiao Qiang shot back. You're the one being supported. If your mouth is so filthy, you should go to the hospital. What is the point of throwing a tantrum here? A tree without its bark is doomed, and a man without shame is invincible. You're the best at it. By the way, did a donkey kick your head when you were a kid? How stupid can you be? You look innocent, but your heart is so filthy. You're dressing like a perverted gentleman. Chen Song's face turned red. He never imagined this person would dare to insult him. His anger surged, and he raised his fist, ready to teach Xiao Qiang a lesson. But Xiao Qiang intercepted his punch, his eyes sharp. What? You can't win with words, so you want to fight? Chen Song tried to move, but Xiao Qiang's grip held his fist motionless. Furious, he raised his other hand, only for it to be stopped as well. Fuming, he cursed, let go. I gave you money out of respect. It's already a mercy that I didn't have you thrown out. The commotion soon drew the attention of others, with both customers and staff murmuring about Xiao Qiang. Their narrow gazes made his ears burn. He had just woken up and wanted to see his aunt, only to find out she was gone. Instead, Zhang Muyan brought him to this fancy place, where he encountered a mad dog biting him for no reason. His mood soured. But he couldn't just stand there and be humiliated. Xiao Qiang locked eyes with the man and didn't release his grip. I want you to apologize. You started this with your rude words. I'll MP you, Chen Song retorted, his high and mighty attitude growing with the onlookers' stares. He kicked at Xiao Qiang's lower body, but just as Xiao Qiang braced for impact, someone stepped on Chen Song's foot with a loud, bone-crushing scream. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Zhang Wuyan appeared beside Xiao Qiang. She stomped hard on Chen Song's toes with her high heels, then swiftly twisted his arms, snapping them with a sharp crack. Oh! Chen Song screamed, his arms dislocated, and his feet still throbbing with pain. Xiao Qiang frowned, hearing the crack. He was about to tell her to let go when he heard Zhang Wuyan anxiously ask, Dad, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Her tone held a trace of guilt. I'm sorry. I should have come in with you. If I had, you wouldn't have met people like this. Xiao Qiang looked at Zhang Wuyan, his heart warm. Apart from his aunt, no one had ever cared for him like this. Zhang Wuyan spun him around a few times, making sure he wasn't hurt before letting out a sigh of relief. His anger slowly faded. After 40 years in sleep, everything had changed. Coming here to buy clothes and getting mocked had hurt, but he didn't want to show it to Zhang Wuyan. However, Chen Song had learned nothing. His face twisted with fury as he shouted, Who the hell are you? How dare you lay hands on me? Don't you want to live? Manager Gao. Manager Gao. Someone has beaten me up, where the hell are you? And you, what are you looking at? Call the cops. Hearing this, Manager Gao quickly scrambled out, sweating nervously. Ms. Zhang, I'm so sorry, we didn't mean for this to happen. I'll handle it immediately. The private custom tailoring shop served only the children of rich families, but occasionally, opportunists like Chen Song would show up with business cards, trying to get clothes. Over time, Manager Gao had become familiar with him. But he never expected Chen Song to provoke someone Zhang Wuyan brought. Chen Song froze. He thought Manager Gao would side with him, but when he saw Gao's respectful behavior toward the woman, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His arrogance deflated, and he took a few steps back, hoping Zhang Wuyan wouldn't notice him. Zhang Wuyan didn't give Manager Gao face. She looked coldly at Chen Song, who was trying to hide, and said sharply, Your legs seem fine. Are you trying to run? Chen Song stiffened, his hands hanging limply. You're abusing me. I'll call the police. They'll definitely arrest you. Zhang Wuyan smiled cruelly, her lips curling. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Her gaze toward him was as cold as a dead object. She snapped her fingers at manager Gao. I want him banned from all high-class places and his connections checked. Manager Gao bowed even lower. Ms. Jean, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And he seems to like talking to the police. Make sure to arrange that, Jean Wuyen added with a sharp glance. Manager Gao shivered and quickly nodded. Understood. I'll make sure it's taken care of. Xiao Qiang hadn't expected Jean Wuyen to handle things so decisively. Will the police take my statement? Jean Wuyen looped her arm through his and smiled gently. No, don't worry. Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. I want to go out for some fresh air. Jean Wuyen nodded, her gaze softening. All right, I'll go with you. We'll take you home afterward. Xiao Qiang didn't expect her to agree so quickly. For a moment, he was stunned, then made a request. I want a bowl of beef noodles first. Jean Wuyen's eyes flickered, and a smile tugged at her lips. Of course. After they left, Chen Song watched Jean Wuyen's retreating figure. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. He remembered manager Gao's respectful attitude toward the woman and how he addressed her. His throat tightened. Ms. Jean. There was only one Ms. Jean in the entire city, decisive, cold, and ruthless, the woman who single-handedly acquired the Meng, Chen, and Lin families overnight. How could he have missed it? Chen Song's pupils contracted in horror, his face pale as he muttered to himself, it's over. I've offended Jean Wuyen. Chapter 4 No one dares to hurt you. The two got in the car and Jean Wuyen prepared to take him home. Xiao Qiang sat opposite her with a serious expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jean Wuyen was observing Xiao Qiang and noticed that he was in a bad mood since he got on the car. His eyes deepened a little. Over the years, apart from going to the hibernation capsule to see Xiao Qiang, she has rarely interacted with other men. She has devoted herself to her career and has a cold and ruthless temperament, so she has no experience in coaxing people. Especially since her father, although actually very old, looked like a teenager and looked ignorant, which made her unsure whether he was angry because of her negligence just now. That. Are you angry, Dad? The two spoke at the same time. Xiao Qiang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'm just very sorry. I acted impulsively just now and made things difficult for you. The man just now was too arrogant, he must have strong backing. As soon as he woke up, such a big conflict arose. What if it becomes a stumbling block for my daughter? The more Xiao Qiang thought about it, the more he felt that he had been a little impulsive just now. But he couldn't bear it. Jean Wuyen smiled when she heard this. Dad, why are you apologizing? You haven't done anything wrong, and you won't embarrass me. You are my father, there is no need to be so reserved. Besides, I am your daughter. Even if the sky falls, I will help you carry it. What does this mean? Xiao Qiang did not respond immediately. To be honest, he still hasn't gotten used to being a father. After waking up from hibernation for 40 years, everything had changed. It was as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Only Jean Wuyen was by his side, giving him the sense of security he desired. Moreover, Jean Wuyen didn't even ask the reason and chose to believe him directly. This touched Xiao Qiang's heart. He had only felt this kind of touching feeling from his aunt. Jean Wuyen is extremely beautiful, the kind of beauty that is breathtaking at first sight and makes people dare not look directly at her. Xiao Qiang raised his head for a moment, then looked away again. He looked out the window and couldn't help but explain, Miss Jean, you should have said something to me. You brought me to such a high-end place, but I acted impulsively. He changed the subject and continued in a steady tone, but I only admit my impulsiveness, not my fault. It was that guy who provoked me first, and the guy had a foul mouth, so I couldn't stand it. After saying that, he glanced at Jean Wuyen and found that the smile was still on the other person's lips. What does this mean? Jean Wuyen stood up and sat next to him, looking at Xiao Qiang with a smile in her eyes. Dad, I told you, you are right, your impulsiveness is still childish. If he dares to hurt you, I will take away half his life. Then she told Xiao Qiang how she felt when she saw him for the first time. The young man lay quietly in the hibernation capsule, with a gentle look between his brows. Jean Wuyen gently stroked him through the glass, hoping that one day she could see her father alive. For this purpose, Jean Wuyen spent a lot of energy and money on the experimental base, just hoping that Xiao Qiang could wake up early. She misses her father so much. After hearing this, Xiao Qiang's eyes were slightly hot. He didn't expect that someone would do this for him. Although the woman in front of him is older than him, she is his daughter. This novel feeling made Xiao Qiang face his own heart for the first time. Being a father seems to be a good thing. Dad, I told you not to call me Miss Zhan. You can call me Wuyan or Yang Yang. This was the only thing that made Zhan Wuyan a little dissatisfied. Yang Yang? This name. Xiao Qiang was a little at a loss for words. He looked into Zhan Wuyan's passionate eyes and finally nodded, okay. Zhan Wuyan curled her lips and sat up straight with satisfaction. By the way, Wuyan, will that man just now really go to the police station? Xiao Qiang felt that the two of them had just exchanged a few words, and it wouldn't require going to the police station, right? Although that person is annoying. Zhan Wuyan snorted coldly, oh, for offending you, it's already a light punishment that he didn't break his hands and feet. Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded. We just had a few words, there's no need to make it so serious. What if he attacks you? And you're a girl, you can't have your face disfigured. For the first time, Zhan Wuyan looked surprised. It turned out that her father was worried about her. This feeling was strange and new, and made her feel very comfortable. Dad, relax, no one dares to retaliate against me. Zhan Wuyan took out a notebook from behind her and asked Xiao Qiang, by the way, Dad, if you want to eat anything else, you can order it here. Xiao Qiang was a little excited. He stretched out a finger and tapped the screen, and was surprised to find that the page had changed. Many pictures of dishes popped up, all of which were things that I was once familiar with but didn't dare to order. After hesitating for a long time, he refused. Forget it, I'll just have a bowl of beef noodles. Zhan Wuyan ordered all the dishes that Xiao Qiang had seen and said to him, Dad, you don't have to be reserved in front of me. You can enjoy whatever you want and whatever you want to do. I will always be your backer and will only support you. Xiao Qiang was shocked and stared at Zhan Wuyan for a long time before nodding, okay. A few minutes later, they arrived at the villa. As soon as Xiao Qiang got out of the car, he was shocked. Looking up, what comes into view is a 5-story Western-style villa, standing tall. The 10 minutes just past was the courtyard outside, with fragrant flowers and lush trees, like a small forest. The door opened, and there were more than a dozen servants standing in 2 rows on the left and right. They bowed in unison and said, Welcome Miss Wuyan home. There is a crystal chandelier several meters high hanging in the hall, and every pearl is polished to a dazzling luster. On the left and right sides are spiral European-style staircases, and below is an elevator that goes directly to the 5th floor. Seeing Xiao Qiang still standing stupidly outside the door, Zhan Wuyan took a step forward and pulled him in. As soon as he came in, the soft touch of the soles of his feet made Xiao Qiang even more shocked. The whole house is covered with luxurious cushions, making people feel like they are in the clouds. Rich man. His daughter is a wealthy person. He never expected that one day he would be able to live in such a luxurious villa thanks to his daughter. Ms. Wuyan, welcome back. While he was still watching in shock, an old man dressed as a butler walked out from another door. Zhan Wuyan introduced Xiao Qiang, this is Uncle Zhu, the supervisor here. You can find him if you need anything. Xiao Qiang came back to his senses and looked at Uncle Zhu with a head full of silver hair. He felt a little touched. If he hadn't been in hibernation, he should be about the same age as this old man, right? It seemed bad to address him presumptuously, but it was not appropriate to address him as a peer either. Xiao Qiang was a little confused about how to address him. Uncle Zhu was also observing him. He had watched Miss Wuyan grow up since she was a child, and this was the first time he saw Miss bring a man home. The relationship between this man and Miss must be unusual. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but smile kindly. Xiao Qiang said awkwardly, Hello, my name is Xiao Qiang. Chapter 5 Our relationship is special. Uncle Zhu's eyes lit up instantly, and he stepped forward and held his hand. Okay, this is a good name, Xiao Qiang. It sounds very steady. This guy is good looking. It would be a great joy if Miss Wuyan really got together with him. Both of them are so good looking, maybe the children they will have in the future will also be handsome or beautiful. Uncle Zhu was more and more satisfied the more he looked at it, and patted the back of Xiao Qiang's hand a few times. Xiao Qiang was a little confused by this enthusiasm. He glanced at Zhan Wuyan. only to find that Zhang Wuyan had already gone aside to answer a phone call. Uncle Zhu took him to the dining room. The 8-meter-long dining table was piled with different dishes, and a bowl of fragrant beef noodles was placed on the first seat. Huge lumps of beef were piled high. "You must be hungry. Sit down and eat." Uncle Zhu pulled him to sit down. Then he stood aside, staring at Xiao Qiang with a smile in his eyes. Xiao Qiang held the chopsticks and didn't know how to start eating. Was Uncle Zhu too enthusiastic? Uncle Zhu saw that he was reserved and urged him, "Eat, don't just stand there without moving your chopsticks. Let me wait for Wuyan to join us." Xiao Qiang put down his chopsticks. Uncle Zhu was even more satisfied. The child had good looks and good upbringing, and he also called the young lady Wuyan. It seemed that the relationship between the two should be unusual. "Our Miss Wuyan is brave and resourceful. Although she looks a little older than you, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. If you think she's a good match, you can try to get a marriage certificate first." What a mess. Why are we still talking about getting a certificate? Xiao Qiang finally understood that Uncle Zhu had misunderstood his relationship with Zhang Wuyan. "No, it's not." He shook his head, and was so scared that he almost said the word biological daughter. "I was also afraid of scaring Uncle Zhu. This matter is so weird, who would believe it?" Uncle Zhu frowned, thinking that he had reservations, and wanted to persuade him. "Do your parents disagree?" "That's no problem, I'll do the work in this regard. As long as you and Miss Wuyan can be happy, I'll be satisfied." "No, I actually have no relatives. Wuyan brought me back just out of sympathy. I will move out once I find a job," Xiao Qiang said with a gloomy expression. Uncle Zhu felt a little regretful, but still didn't want to give up. It was rare to see a young lady bringing a man home, so he had to keep her. "You don't have to move out. I think it's good for you to live together. It can also enhance your relationship." Xiao Qiang didn't expect Uncle Zhu to be so persistent. "My relationship with Wuyan is more complicated than you think, you." He paused, feeling conflicted, thinking about how to organize his words to tell Uncle Zhu that Zhang Wuyan was actually his biological daughter. Before he could think it through, Zhang Wuyan appeared and blocked Uncle Zhu's mouth. "Uncle Zhu, he is my father." Uncle Zhu was shocked, his body even shook, and then he looked at Xiao Qiang with tears in his eyes. Xiao Qiang stood up, looked at Uncle Zhu, and then at Zhang Wuyan. Was this matter just mentioned so lightly? He had been struggling for so long just now, but he didn't expect Zhang Wuyan to come up with any excuses and just speak directly. "You." Uncle Zhu stepped forward and looked at Xiao Qiang carefully. He was so excited that he burst into tears and said, "After decades, you finally showed up." Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. Uncle Zhu realized that he had lost his composure, so he let go of her hand and wiped away his tears. "I'm sorry I got a little excited. I won't disturb you guys from having a meal." As he said this, he bowed and slowly retreated. Xiao Qiang sat down again. Zhang Wuyan sat next to him and took the lead in pouring him a cup of hot milk. "Drink some first, warm your stomach." Xiao Qiang held the bowl with both hands and took a big sip, but his eyes were on the beef noodles in front of him. "Dad, these are all made for you. Just pick whichever dish you want." As she said that, Zhang Wuyan pushed the beef noodles in front of him. "Good." Xiao Qiang picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef. After he put it into his mouth, his pupils trembled. The taste was exactly the same as when he was a child. So satisfying. He slurped another mouthful of noodles. The noodles were wrapped in beef broth and were so delicious that it made his tongue curl. However, perhaps because this stomach has not eaten for more than 40 years, it has developed some resistance. After eating a few bites, Xiao Qiang felt full. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, he felt a little reluctant to leave. "By the way, why was Uncle Zhu so excited when he heard that I was your father? Does he know me?" Xiao Qiang finally put down his chopsticks and turned his eyes away from the dishes. "Ask any questions in your mind." Zhang Wuyan ate 2 bites with him, put down her chopsticks, and answered him. "Uncle Zhu has watched me grow up since I was a child. Since I knew about your existence, the first person I told was him, so you don't have to worry about any complications." Xiao Qiang didn't say anything, he just nodded. Of course, he hoped that as few people as possible would know about this bizarre thing. Zhang Wuyan took Xiao Qiang to the 4th floor and opened the first door. "Dad, this is your room. Just ring the bell if you need anything." There are clean clothes in the bathroom. Xiao Qiang looked at the huge room, a little dazed. It is equipped with a TV, a sofa, and a separate study room. The bed is big enough to sleep 5 or 6 adults. Dad, what kind of mobile phone do you want? Zhang Wuyan suddenly asked him. R. Xiao Qiang came back to his senses and said excitedly, I want a foldable one. That's so cool. When I had not yet participated in the sperm donation program, the most popular mobile phone was the mobile phone. Now, the styles of mobile phones are becoming more and more advanced. Seeing that he was happy, Zhang Wuyan also raised the corner of her mouth. Okay, then you wash up and change clothes first, I'll wait for you downstairs. As she turned to leave, she made a phone call. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qiang, led by the servant, took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor, where a program was playing on a large screen hanging on the wall. There are many colors, not just black and white. Xiao Qiang stared at it motionlessly. He didn't expect that there was such a large color TV in the world, and it could be hung on the wall. Dad. Zhang Wuyan's voice came from behind. Xiao Qiang turned around and saw that she had changed into home clothes and looked less cold. This is the power button. When it's turned on, it has dual SIM dual standby. Zhang Wuyan introduced them to Xiao Qiang one by one. Xiao Qiang listened very carefully. He held the phone with all 5 fingers exerting force, fearing that it would drop and break if he was not careful. Just then, Zhang Wuyan's cell phone rang. It was a video call. Seeing Xiao Qiang still concentrating on studying his phone, she whispered, Dad, you play first. I'll video chat with someone nearby. Yeah, okay. Xiao Qiang, who was in an excited and relaxed state, responded without raising his head. Zhang Wuyan answered the video call and called out, Uncle. What? Uncle. Xiao Qiang suspected that he had heard it wrong and slowly turned his head. He saw Zhang Wuyan with her back to him, holding up her cell phone and chatting with someone. The man on the screen was so familiar that it made his pupils vibrate. Chapter 6 This is your home. After Zhang Wuyan finished the call, she turned around and saw Xiao Qiang looking surprised. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Qiang asked, Is that man your uncle? Isn't he the person in charge of the sperm donation program of the Zhang group? Yes, Dad. At that time, Mom didn't want to get married, nor did she want a family marriage, but she also wanted to leave elite genes to the Zhang family. So, at the suggestion of my uncle, she came up with a sperm donation dormancy plan. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Dad, my mother is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wuyan's words were like a stone falling into the calm lake. What? Zhang Wei is your mother? Xiao Qiang was shocked. He knew Zhang Wei. At that time, Zhang's was already a leading enterprise. Interviews with Zhang Wei often appeared in newspapers and black and white TVs. At that time, the streets in the alley were rebuilt with investment from Zhang Wei, and some of the equipment in their school was also invested by her. Therefore, Zhang Wei's title is very famous. Unexpectedly, after waking up, I found that I had a daughter who was related to Zhang Wei. Seeing the shock on Xiao Qiang's face, Zhang Wuyan asked curiously, Dad, are you familiar with the name Zhang Wei? Yes, I am familiar with her. Her name had already spread throughout the alley at that time. I just didn't expect that I would have anything to do with her in this life. She is so rich, so I got a great advantage. Xiao Qiang said what was in his heart without paying attention. Zhang Wuyan smiled and said, Dad, you are so funny. I am also a rich man, so of course my money is yours. Xiao Qiang smiled. It was great. As soon as he woke up, he became the father of a wealthy man, which was much better than the millionaire before. Seeing Zhang Wuyan's doting smile, Xiao Qiang coughed twice and restrained his smile. Wuyan, I want to meet your mother. Xiao Qiang made a request. He mainly wanted to know why Zhang Wei chose his sperm for hatching. And what is so mysterious about his body? Bending his fingers, Xiao Qiang always felt that his body had become a little different. He couldn't explain exactly how it was different. Zhang Wuyan shook her head and walked over to sit next to him. Dad, my mother passed away 10 years ago due to heart problems. My uncle just called and mainly asked about your physical adaptation. He knew that you had just woken up and certainly couldn't adapt to the outside environment, so he gave me some instructions. Dad, I can do everything else, but as for you wanting to see Mom, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. There was an extra touch of sadness in her tone. Xiao Qiang didn't expect Zhang Wei was gone. He kicked someone in the face, and suddenly there was embarrassment on his face. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know. I was wondering if other sperms would be as good as you. I wanted to ask your mother. Don't let time pass and someone suddenly appears, stands in front of him and calls him Dad. That's really exciting. Dad, this matter is a bit difficult because the people who obtained the sperm at the time all had status and position, and they also had confidentiality agreements and privacy. I don't know anything about these things. Zhang Wuyan explained. There is no progress. Xiao Qiang was actually quite conflicted. On the one hand, he was afraid that someone would pop up and call him Dad again. On the other hand, he was looking forward to seeing the results of his other sperms. When he heard Zhang Wuyan say that there was no progress, his conflict became even stronger, but now was not the time to dwell on this. A youth campus drama was playing on the color TV, and the running shadows on the playground occupied Xiao Qiang's entire eyes. This world is very strange, so strange that he feels like a newborn baby who has to learn step by step how to adapt to the rhythm of this society. There's no rush. I'll learn how to integrate into this society first. Once I've adapted and learned how to do it, I'll go out and find a job. Then I won't have to live with you all the time. It's so troublesome. Zhang Wuyan was a little unhappy when she heard Xiao Qiang say this. Her cold face showed a bit of coquettishness. Dad, I don't like what you said. Xiao Qiang didn't understand. He opened his mouth and looked at Zhang Wuyan. This is your home, you don't need to move out. Zhang Wuyan said to him. Xiao Qiang touched his neck and said, well, I am afraid of causing trouble for you. Although your mother has passed away, this is still the territory of the Zhang family. I have no relatives here, and the most I can do is to provide a sperm. It doesn't seem good to eat and live for free. He spoke more and more quietly afterwards, mainly because Zhang Wuyan's expression became increasingly cold. He was a little lacking in confidence. Zhang Wuyan took a deep breath. You are my father. Before my mother died, she told me that I should live a good life with my father in this life. You should not have so much pressure. Besides, my uncle said that he would come to see you when he is free. He wants to talk to you. Xiao Qiang's eyes twitched. What did your uncle talk to me about? Don't be nervous. Zhang Wuyan patted his back gently. We are considered a family, and it is only natural for him to come to see you, his brother-in-law. As for what we talk about, don't worry, it's just a casual chat. Xiao Qiang actually refused in his heart, but his mouth was still closed. Uncle Ju brought a few people in and pushed a row of hangers with all kinds of neatly wrapped clothes hanging on them. Miss Wuyan, the clothes customized for Grandpa have been delivered. Xiao Qiang's mouth twitched, and he looked at Uncle Ju and pointed at his nose. Grandpa? Uncle Ju smiled and nodded at him. Zhang Wuyan saw his embarrassment and said, from now on, just call him Mr. Xiao. Of course, if he wants everyone to call him by his full name, that's fine too. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Xiao Qiang nodded behind him to show his affirmation. Dad, go try it on and see if it fits you. Zhang Wuyan took out a set and put it in front of him to test. Xiao Qiang couldn't let it go. Okay, I'll try it. A few minutes later, he came out of the fitting room with a serious look on his face. Zhang Wuyan quickly stepped forward and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Did you do it as a concubine? Xiao Qiang shook his head. No. I'm just a little uncomfortable with it. It's too formal. In front of the floor-length fitting mirror, the young man was wearing a deep blue suit with cufflinks made of high-end diamonds. His clothes had smooth lines that showed off his perfect figure, which was tall and straight. The more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt, as if something was not right with him. Zhang Wuyan frowned and waved back, and Uncle Ju immediately asked someone to bring up the second row of mobile hangers. Dad, how about you take a look at these? Following Zhang Wuyan's finger, they were all loose casual wear. Xiao Qiang finally showed a relaxed look on his face. He picked up a set of clothes and put them on immediately. When they came out, their faces were full of satisfaction. Zhang Wuyan's brows relaxed. Wuyan, can you teach me how to use this phone first? Xiao Qiang pointed at the TV and continued, also, can I watch anything I want on this big color TV in the future? Let me tell you, my aunt didn't have a TV at that time, so I had to run to the neighbor's house to watch TV series. Their house was black and white, with snowflakes fluttering, and it looked blurry. He became more and more excited as he spoke. a light appeared in his eyes, and he had an inexplicable liking for color television. Zhang Wuyan curled her lips and placed two black and white remote controls in front of him. Dad, the red button on the black one is the on-off button. Just turn it on when you want to watch something. The middle button is for switching channels, and the white one is for FM mode. If the TV series you want to watch is not broadcast on the channel, you can use the mobile phone app to cast the screen to the TV. What is screen projection? Xiao Qiang blinked. This word was really new. Zhang Wuyan taught him patiently. Xiao Qiang was quick-witted and soon learned how to project the screen. He also mastered various application modes on the mobile phone at a glance. Even how to use numerous apps, Zhang Wuyan only needed to explain it once and he would be able to do it. Zhang Wuyan was surprised at his learning ability and a smile flashed in her eyes. Her father was really amazing. Chapter 7. I want to wait for you to have breakfast together. That night, after Xiao Qiang had his meal and washed up, he lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone. He became more and more energetic the more he played. When I saw other people using mobile phones, I thought that one day I would earn enough money to buy one. Unexpectedly, I would be in hibernation for 40 years, and when I woke up, the world was no longer the world of Big Brother. However, mobile phones are more fun nowadays. He downloaded several games and played them with great pleasure, and watched some TV series. It was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. When the ending song sounded, Xiao Qiang suddenly jumped up. He forgot to answer. Zhang Wuyan proposed to meet her uncle. This feels a bit rude. Xiao Qiang hurriedly put on his slippers and opened the door. The lights in the corridor suddenly lit up, which scared him and he looked up. I remembered what Zhang Wuyan said, this is called a voice-controlled light. Advanced. Xiao Qiang gave a thumbs up and continued walking forward to the third room, which was Zhang Wuyan's study, where she worked at home. Knocked twice politely. A voice came from inside immediately, who? A hint of coldness. Xiao Qiang responded, Wuyan, it's me. Hearing Xiao Qiang's voice, Zhang Wuyan immediately stood up, opened the door, and said in a gentler voice, Dad, why haven't you slept yet? I have something I want to tell you. Come in. Zhang Wuyan stepped aside. Xiao Qiang walked in and they sat on the sofa. He saw the messy folders on the desk and could tell that Zhang Wuyan was actually quite busy. I was just thinking, didn't you say before that your uncle wanted to talk to me? I thought about it and decided it was okay. Zhang Wuyan was stunned for a moment. She had never expected that at 12 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Qiang would talk to her about this matter. She didn't know that this matter was very important to Xiao Qiang. Because the conversation was interrupted during the day, he would respond immediately when he remembered it at night. She lowered her head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Qiang. Dad, I will take care of this matter. Didn't you listen to me? You are not restrained in playing with your phone. Xiao Qiang immediately retorted, how is that possible? I heard it. I fell asleep just now and suddenly remembered this matter, so I came to find you. As he said this, he subconsciously hid his phone behind him. Zhang Wuyan's cold eyes were smiling as she watched his little action but didn't expose it. Dad, go to bed early so you will be in better condition tomorrow, she reminded him. Xiao Qiang was a little nervous, am I not in good condition? He thought about it carefully and found that staying up late was indeed not good for the body. He stood up instantly and said, then I'm going to sleep. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, turned around, looked at Zhang Wuyan, and warned her, don't stay up late. There is always something to do. Young people should pay attention to their health and rest early. Zhang Wuyan listened, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She sent Xiao Qiang to the door and said, okay, I'll listen to Dad. Xiao Qiang nodded with satisfaction and left. When he returned to their house and lay down, he couldn't fall asleep because the bed was too soft. Since he was a child, he has always slept on a bed made of hardwood boards. He is really not used to this cement spring mattress. He glanced at the mobile phone on the bedside and wanted to reach out to play with it again. Zhang Wuyan's instructions emerged in his mind, and he immediately turned his back, closed his eyes, frowned, and counted sheep in his mind. The next day, when Xiao Qiang got up, it was already 10 o'clock. When he went downstairs, the servants greeted him politely wherever he went, Mr. Xiao, good morning. He held his waist and raised his hand to respond awkwardly, morning. Dad, get up. Zhang Wuyan stood downstairs and looked at him with smiling eyes. Xiao Qiang quickened his pace and walked in front of her, sorry, I got up late. It's not late, Mr. Xiao, I've kept your breakfast warm. Uncle Ju directed Xiao Qiang to the dining room to eat. Xiao Qiang looked at him, not used to the term Mr. Xiao. He suggested, Uncle Ju, just call me Xiao Qiang. Uncle Ju readily agreed, okay, Xiao Qiang. Zhang Wuyan glanced at his waist and asked, Dad, is your waist sprained? Xiao Qiang didn't expect Zhang Wuyan to be so observant. He put his hand down and pretended to be relaxed. It's okay, the bed is just too soft, and I'm not used to it yet. Zhang Wuyan blamed herself a little. Dad, it's my fault. I should have thought of this. Uncle Ju, call the Nature Hard mattress and ask them to come over and replace it. Yes. Xiao Qiang was just about to say that he didn't blame her, but then he heard her arranging for someone to change the mattress. In that instant, the soft spot in his heart was touched. His little cotton-padded jacket is really airtight. While having breakfast, Xiao Qiang found that Zhang Wuyan followed him and looked a little surprised. Uncle Ju explained, Miss Wuyan said that she wanted to wait for you to have breakfast together. Xiao Qiang felt bad, so he picked up a fried dough stick for Zhang Wuyan and said, I will definitely get up earlier next time. Zhang Wuyan curled her lips. Dad, you don't have to accommodate me. I usually don't eat breakfast, but now I find that it feels good to have breakfast with you, Dad. Xiao Qiang smiled and buried his head in his meal. After eating, Zhang Wuyan said, there isn't much going on in the company recently. My uncle said I can come back for dinner in the evening, and then you can meet and chat. So soon? Xiao Qiang stood up in surprise, then pointed at the small white spot on the tip of his nose and said, if I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up late last night. I woke up with an extra pimple this morning. How can I face your uncle in this state? He wanted to leave a good impression in front of Wuyan's uncle. At least it's not sloppy. Uncle Ju stood behind Zhang Wuyan and couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Wuyan comforted him, Dad, don't worry about this. She pulled out a gold card from her bag and handed it to him. This is the card of Bahaiyudu. Uncle Ju will take you there to relax. Xiao Qiang took it. The gold card shone in the sunlight, very dazzling. The Jade City of Jade Sea is a place for the wealthy to enjoy themselves during the lockdown, and a place for massage and relaxation. As soon as he reached the door, Xiao Qiang was almost blinded by rows of long legs. Uncle Ju told the manager directly, and the manager diligently arranged VIP services for Xiao Qiang, tidying him up from head to toe. During the essential oil massage, Xiao Qiang kept screaming miserably in the room. Uncle Ju, what happened to my dad? Zhang Wuyan stood up nervously. Uncle Ju explained on the phone, Ms. Wuyan, don't be nervous. Xiao Qiang is just not used to massage for the first time. He felt a little pain when he opened his back. Zhang Wuyan was relieved. Well, let the masseur be gentler. I hung up the phone and continued working from home. When Xiao Qiang returned home, Zhang Wuyan was amazed. She praised him generously. Dad, your new hairstyle is really good. You are more handsome than Panan. This is very pleasing to the ear. Xiao Qiang's nose turned up, and he said, Wu Yang, you are exaggerating. But she stood in front of the mirror, looked left and right, and was very satisfied with her new look. Not to mention, I haven't cut my hair in 40 years. This time, I tinkered with it and I do look quite handsome, mainly because I have good looks too. He felt somewhat proud in his heart, with the corners of his mouth rising all the time. In the evening, Xiao Qiang finally met Zhang Wuyan's uncle, Zhang Xiaojun. He looked almost the same as I remembered, except for the signs of time. His overall temperament was still gentle and elegant. When he saw Xiao Qiang, he stretched out his hand and said, Long time no see. Xiao Qiang was a little excited. It took him a while to hold the other person's hand and he said in a low voice, Long time no see. Thinking back, before he went into hibernation, the person he saw most often at the base was Zhang Xiaojun. He was the project leader and would regularly check their physical reports before hibernation. At that time, when he saw Xiao Qiang's report, his eyes were always unfathomable. At the dinner table, several people chatted. Zhang Xiaojun mainly wanted to know whether Xiao Qiang had any adverse reactions after he was released. Zhang Wuyan told him that reports from several examinations showed that Xiao Qiang's health was unexpectedly good, and even his physical base had reached a breakthrough. Mr. Zhang, what's the difference in my body? Xiao Qiang finally asked about the doubts in his heart. Zhang Xiaojun put down his chopsticks, wiped the corners of his mouth, and showed a familiar smile. Mr. Xiao, you can put your heart at ease. Just know that your genes are the best. What kind of answer is that? Xiao Qiang was a little dissatisfied. Zhang Wuyan comforted him. Dad, Uncle said it's the best, you don't have to worry. He pursed his lips and didn't respond. Zhang Xiaojun signaled to Zhang Wuyan with his eyes. Wuyan, I have something I want to talk to Mr. Xiao alone. Zhang Wuyan looked at Xiao Qiang. He was still a little disappointed, but when he saw her worried look, he smiled comfortingly and said, Go ahead. I'm fine. Good. As soon as Zhang Wuyan left, Zhang Xiaojun kept staring at Xiao Qiang. Chapter 8 Good health is the capital. Do you think that all this is a bit inexplicable? Zhang Xiaojun pointed out directly. Xiao Qiang nodded. Of all the people, why did your Zhang family choose me? Just because I have good genes. He never believed that pie would fall from the sky. Zhang Xiaojun went to the bar, poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed them to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang waved his hand to refuse. He did not force it. While savoring the sperm, he explained, I think Wu Yan has already told you that Zhang Wei is her mother. When I first proposed this sperm donation project, I actually took a big risk and invested financial and human resources just to leave better genes. But I didn't expect that during the experiment, the dormant people had rejection reactions one after another and died one after another. Only you were safe and sound, and your sperm was also frozen very well. So, that's why Wu Yan exists. It's you who ensured that the Zhang family has a successor. After hearing this, Xiao Qiang's original disappointment disappeared, and he suddenly felt that the result didn't matter anymore. The important thing is that he now has a caring and wealthy daughter. What's past is past. People should always look forward, right? After figuring it out, he felt much better. You can stay here with peace of mind and spend more time with Wu Yan. She has been waiting for you as her father for many years. Zhang Xiaojun put down the cup and said to him. Xiao Qiang was stunned for a moment, remembering that he had once mentioned to Zhang Wuyan that he wanted to move out. It seemed that Zhang Xiaojun also knew about this. Before, I thought it was embarrassing to live and eat for free at the Zhang family, so I thought about moving out. What he was thinking about now was that Zhang Wuyan had been so good to him since he woke up, and everyone in the Zhang family was very kind. Furthermore, Xiao Qiang took into account that he knew nothing about this world now, and if he moved out rashly, there might be some minor troubles. Okay, I can stay, but I also have concerns. Xiao Qiang looked at me without any hesitation. Zhang Xiaojun frowned, then asked him, What are you worried about? Xiao Qiang stroked his chin, paced back and forth and said, I've never even held a woman's hand in my life, and I woke up and was happy to be a father. I really don't know how to be a good father. The main thing is that you know that I lacked fatherly love since I was a child, and I really can't grasp the role of a father well. Besides, I have my own ideas and plans to do. I can't just revolve around my daughter. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Xiaojun knew Xiao Qiang's family situation, and the Zhang group had investigated everyone involved in sperm donation. His parents divorced when he was young and he never had a real home. Well, just be yourself. I believe Wu Yan thinks the same. Wu Yan's mother Wei Wei passed away early, and I was very busy. I didn't show her much love, so I felt guilty. She was always cold until the day you woke up, when she finally had a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaojun suddenly stood up and bowed slightly to Xiao Qiang. Thank you on behalf of my sister. Xiao Qiang was flattered and quickly helped the man up. What are you talking about? I am Wu Yan's father, why should I say thank you? Besides, I have a cotton-padded jacket that is airtight, which is envied by many people. And if it weren't for your phone call, I wouldn't have the opportunity to earn this money to treat my aunt's illness. When talking about his aunt, Xiao Qiang felt a little depressed. Zhang Xiaojun stood up straight and said, I'm sorry, I heard about your aunt's matter. If you don't mind, I can be your brother. This is what I wanted. Xiao Qiang quickly took out his mobile phone and skillfully scanned Zhang Xiaojuan's QR code. The two also exchanged phone numbers. Actually, I should thank you for talking to me for so long, otherwise I would still be feeling anxious. Xiao Qiang tapped his chest. Zhang Xiaojun nodded and patted his shoulder. You can come to me if you need anything. As long as I can do it, I will leave first. You don't have to see me off. Good. When Xiao Qiang returned to the hall, he saw Zhang Wuyan standing upstairs. He waved happily and pointed at his cell phone. Zhang Wuyan just nodded and went back to the study. She knew that her father was happy because there was one more contact in his address book. In the past few days, the Jean group has held more meetings. No matter how late Jean Wuyen is, she will go home to rest. This touched Uncle Ju deeply. There were also some servants who had watched Jean Wuyen grow up and their eyes were filled with tears. Whenever Xiao Qiang appears, they all praise him. He said that it was because of his contribution that the Jean family had a breath of life, mainly because Jean Wuyen went home more often. Didn't Wuyen come back often before? Xiao Qiang asked Uncle Ju while leaning over the kitchen bar, biting the straw and drinking coconut milk. Uncle Ju answered him while cooking, yes, Miss Wuyen rarely comes back. After finishing the group's work, she basically rests in the house over at the company. Xiao Qiang nodded and looked at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. He remembered that he had gotten up at 8 o'clock this morning. As a result, Jean Wuyen waited for him to have breakfast together, and then hurried out to the company. Uncle Ju said, Miss Wuyen got up at 5 in the morning to handle official business. He put the bottle down, rolled up his sleeves and walked over to Uncle Ju. Let me help you. Okay. Uncle Ju did not refuse, mainly because Jean Wuyen had told him that Xiao Qiang could do whatever he wanted. Wuyen is too thin. How is her health? Has she had a physical examination? Xiao Qiang asked casually while handling the prawns neatly. Uncle Ju replied, Miss Wuyen's health is fine. She has been doing physical examinations every year. But she is so busy that she almost forgets to eat. Every time we persuade her, she gets no response. It's very frustrating. Xiao Qiang paused and said unhappily, that won't do. The body is the capital of the revolution. Does Wuyen have anything she likes to eat? When he heard the words, don't care about your life, he immediately felt heartbroken. This person always asks him to eat well but ignores his own health. Over here, the kitchen is bustling with activity. Uncle Ju and a few others helped with smiles on their faces. Xiao Qiang, wearing a bib, skillfully prepared each dish. When Jean Wuyen returned home with a cold face, she first smelled a familiar smell on her nose. While she was wearing Bluetooth headphones and talking to the other party in English, Xiao Qiang stood in front of her. He said amiably, Wuyen, you're back, wash your hands and have dinner. She looked stunned, and the noisy sound in the headphones suddenly became quiet. At this moment, it was as if I had returned to the time when Zhang Wei was still alive. Every time I returned home, I would see my mother's smiling face greeting me, but now, it has been my father's face. Home is no longer a cold existence. Instead, the warmth turned Zhang Wuyen's hostility into softness, and her tired heart was comforted. What are you standing there for? Wash your hands and eat. I made your favorite dishes. Come and try them and see how they taste. Xiao Qiang urged her again. Zhang Wuyen came back to her senses, said to the other party that she would discuss it later, and hung up the phone. Then he smiled at Xiao Qiang and said, okay, I'll go right away. At the dining table, dishes were piled in front of Zhang Wuyen. She took the first bite under Xiao Qiang's impatient gaze. How is it? Xiao Qiang asked nervously. Zhang Wuyen answered with certainty, delicious. As he spoke, he put his words into action. For the first time ever, he ate 2 bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup. He even took a few bites of the shrimp, which he usually disliked the most. That was peeled specially for her by Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang was very happy to see that she was satisfied with the food. Uncle Ju and others were even happier, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Xiao Qiang. After eating, Xiao Qiang played with his mobile phone as usual, and found that the WeChat that he had been unable to register before was successfully registered, which means that his identity information can still be used. He ran upstairs happily and knocked on the door of Zhang Wuyen's study. Come in. From the rhythm of the knock on the door, you can tell it's Xiao Qiang without having to guess. Wu Yang? Xiao Qiang called her happily as he entered the door. But he found Zhang Wuyen standing in front of the window talking to someone on the phone. He immediately stopped and shut his mouth. However, this refreshing boy's voice was still caught by the person on the other end of the phone. Zhang Wuyen, what did I hear? A man's voice. Tell me quickly, where did the man come from? And it's a boy's voice. Zhang Wuyen rolled her eyes and told the other party to calm down. Don't guess, I'm hanging up. Then he turned around and asked Xiao Qiang softly, what's wrong, Dad? I didn't know you were on the phone. Sorry to bother you. Xiao Qiang walked up to Zhang Wuyen, took out his phone and continued, I'm just so happy. The WeChat account you set up for me was successfully registered. I want to be the first to add you as my friend. Zhang Wuyan smiled when she heard that. She turned on her phone and held the QR code under his eyelids. No problem, let's just chat. Add me. After Xiao Qiang finished speaking, he left. After returning to his room, he immediately sent the first message to Zhang Wuyan. My dear daughter, don't work so hard. Good health is the most important thing. At the end, she added a little hug emoticon. After Zhang Wuyan received it, the coldness behind her gold-rimmed glasses softened a little, and she replied, Okay, I understand, Dad, you should go to bed early too. Chapter 9, It's good to have a daughter. Xiao Qiang didn't sleep. He became addicted to TikTok, a large online short video platform that has so many different kinds of content that he lost track of time while scrolling through them. At 1:30 in the morning, Zhang Wuyan came out of her study, and the first thing she saw was the light coming through the gap in Xiao Qiang's room door. She shook her head helplessly and smiled, then walked forward and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door startled Xiao Qiang, who was concentrating on his work. Who is it? Dad, it's me. Hearing Zhang Wuyan's voice, Xiao Qiang immediately stood up and stuffed the phone under the pillow. Yawning, he opened the door. What's up, girl? The word, daughter, caught me off guard. This changed the words that Zhang Wuyan had originally prepared. Dad, I noticed that the lights in your room were on. Are you still playing with your phone? His voice became a little gentler. Xiao Qiang lacked confidence, but he stood straight at the door. He wanted to deny it, but when he saw Zhang Wuyan's concerned look, he felt that this was wrong. A man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. Yes, I was watching that TikTok and didn't notice it. Time passed so quickly. I'll go to sleep soon, don't worry. Zhang Wuyan looked at Xiao Qiang. The young man had a determined look on his face, and he was just about to raise his hand to swear to show his position. Her father is inexplicably cute. Okay. Zhang Wuyan didn't say anything else and turned to leave. This is giving absolute trust. Xiao Qiang closed the door, turned off the lights and closed his eyes, all in one go. But in my mind, the plot of the short drama on TikTok was still playing, which was the moment when the god of war returned and was slapped in the face. He felt itchy, opened his eyes and said to himself, I'll just watch one more episode, and I won't watch it after I get slapped in the face. In the past few days that Xiao Qiang has been in contact with mobile phones, he has learned a lot of internet slang, and he is very familiar with the term slap in the face. He turned on his cell phone, turned the volume down to the lowest level, and watched secretly under the covers. In the morning, Xiao Qiang got up and almost scared himself in the bathroom. What a pair of big dark circles under the eyes, you can see them without looking closely. I sighed and had no choice but to go downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the room, I met Uncle Ju coming upstairs. He looked at Xiao Qiang in surprise. Your eyes. Xiao Qiang laughed helplessly. I couldn't help myself last night and played with my phone for a little longer. When I woke up, my eyes looked like this. Oh tilde, Uncle Ju raised his head and said with a long oh, indicating that he understood. Miss Wuyan is waiting for you in the dining room, have breakfast. He happily asked Xiao Qiang to go down quickly, and the others greeted him familiarly. When they arrived at the dining room, Zhang Wuyan glanced at him, noticed the dark circles under his eyes, and frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Her father has become a new man now, adapting to this society, so it is normal for him to be unrestrained occasionally. Dad, after dinner, let Uncle Ju take you to buy Hai Yu to relax. Zhang Wuyan pretended not to notice his evasive look. Xiao Qiang thought that Zhang Wuyan would blame himself a little when she saw the dark circles under his eyes. Unexpectedly, she didn't mention a word, but instead arranged to relax herself. Okay. Xiao Qiang ate a bun in one breath. Seeing his relaxed expression, Zhang Wuyan curled her lips and said, By the way, Dad, I transferred some money to you via WeChat. When you are out, you can use the money in it if you don't want to use the card. Or, just bind the black gold card directly to Xiao Qiang's mobile phone. Zhang Wuyan thought this was a good idea, and before Xiao Qiang could answer, she came up to him. Dad, give me your phone. Xiao Qiang choked and looked at Zhang Wuyan. Girl, I promise not to play so late in the future. I won't confiscate your phone, okay? R. Zhang Wuyan was stunned, then reacted quickly. She laughed. Didn't her father think that she was here to confiscate her cell phone? Dad, I won't confiscate your phone. I just want to help you bind the gold card I gave you to WeChat so that you can use it at will. After hearing Zhang Wuyan's explanation, Xiao Qiang felt relieved. He took out his phone, smiled innocently and touched his head. I misunderstood. While Zhang Wuyan was operating, Xiao Qiang was watching the TV on the wall which was playing the morning news. The news is reporting on the venue for the college entrance examination in a few months. Xiao Qiang suddenly put down his chopsticks and had an idea in his mind. He looked at Zhang Wuyan who was busy with her work and called out, "Wuyan." Zhang Wuyan looked up at him. "Dad, what's wrong? I want to discuss something with you." He looked a little serious. This made Zhang Wuyan nervous as well. "Well, go ahead." She had never seen such a serious look on Xiao Qiang's face, so Zhang Wuyan thought Xiao Qiang had encountered some difficulties. Xiao Qiang said, "I have been awake for almost a month now and have adapted to the social model. It is not a good idea to stay idle at home all the time, right? Besides, lying down and playing with mobile phone every day is also harmful to the body." "Yeah." Zhang Wuyan nodded and handed the operated phone to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang took it, put it aside, and continued while counting on his fingers. "When I joined the dormant program, I had just received the notification letter. I had not yet experienced college life, but it has been dormant for 40 years. Now, the notification letter is useless, and my ID card may have expired. I need to apply for a new one." Zhang Wuyan understood what Xiao Qiang said, and she asked, "Dad, do you mean you want to go to college?" "Yes." Xiao Qiang slammed the table. He was very happy that Zhang Wuyan could understand his thoughts in an instant. As expected of his daughter, she is smart and clever. His happiness infected Zhang Wuyan, and she smiled. "That's no problem, I can arrange it, but Dad, do you have a favorite school at the moment? Or do you want to go to the one you were admitted to before?" Xiao Qiang thought about it, the 10 years of hard study, the hard work every night, and the dream he persisted in. He still wanted to have it. "I still want to study at Fengcheng University of Finance and Economics. At that time, in order to keep my aunt away from my uncle and have a good life, I studied hard just to get into this university. I want to use my abilities to make those who love me happy." Xiao Qiang's eyes were firm. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes were slightly red and his voice was choked. "But I didn't expect that my aunt would fall completely ill on the day the notice arrived. For my aunt's surgery, I participated in the sperm donation program of the Zhang group and gave up everything from then on. God loves to play tricks on me. When I woke up, my aunt was gone." Xiao Qiang held his head, looking in pain. Zhang Wuyan came forward, squatted in front of him, leaned her head on Xiao Qiang's arm, and patted his back with one hand. "Dad, you have me now, you are not alone anymore, you can pursue your dreams boldly, I will arrange everything." Xiao Qiang looked up at her. "Will it be troublesome? Although my daughter is rich, I am afraid that even having money won't work." "No." Zhang Wuyan said with certainty. Her father was clearly eager to study, but he still put his worry about her first. "It's great to have a dad." "Okay." Xiao Qiang felt a little better. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He smiled to reassure Zhang Wuyan. Then when Zhang Wuyan was about to go to the company, Xiao Qiang chased after her and called her, "Girl, wait a minute." Zhang Wuyan got out of the car immediately and met him in a few steps. "Dad, is there anything else?" "I." Xiao Qiang took a deep breath and then continued, "I just forgot to ask you, is there any progress on the whereabouts of the other hatched sperm? After all, they are also my children, and also your brothers and sisters." Zhang Wuyan's phone rang more than once. She hung up and answered Xiao Qiang, "Dad, I've said before that the sperm donation program is basically confidential. The sperm donors and the pregnant women are all private. I am the top executive of the company and I don't get the information. But I promise you, as long as there is news, I will tell you as soon as possible, okay?" "Okay." Xiao Qiang nodded, as long as there was no bad news. After Zhang Wuyan left, Uncle Zhu drove Xiao Qiang to Bahaiyudu for a full-body SPA. At the same time, Zhang Wuyan was busy with company matters while taking care of Xiao Qiang's affairs. She hired several teachers, all of whom were among the top-ranked teachers in the lockdown, to give Xiao Qiang private lessons. A few days later, Zhang Wuyan returned home from a meeting out of town and told Xiao Qiang a shocking news. "You mean, the University of Finance and Economics agrees to let me study there?" Xiao Qiang stood up and looked at Zhang Wuyan in astonishment. Zhang Wuyan nodded, but the words, but, made Xiao Qiang, who was about to shout, yes, at a loss, but what? He knows that money is not everything. Zhang Wuyan opened her mouth and continued, I have some connections at the school, but they are also very strict. Your score must reach their minimum admission score before they can admit you as an exception. Xiao Qiang understood, that's no problem. This was not a deliberate embarrassment at all, but rather a piece of driftwood handed over to him for him to step on. Isn't he just going through the college entrance examination again? It's not like he hasn't passed the exam, so there's nothing to be afraid of. When enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Xiao Qiang, just charge. Chapter 10. If you are afraid. Once the goal is set, the fighting spirit will be ignited. Xiao Qiang no longer stayed up late and spent less time playing with his mobile phone. Several private tutors hired by Zhang Wuyan took turns teaching him. He took notes one by one and had to finish several sets of test questions before going to bed at night. That day, Zhang Wuyan returned home, but Xiao Qiang was not at the door. In the past, as soon as she entered the house, Xiao Qiang would appear and say, my daughter, you're back. Once a habit becomes natural, it is difficult to change. Especially, after so many years, when you have your biological father. Zhang Wuyan felt a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. She just asked Uncle Zhu, where's my dad? While walking, I looked around, still expecting Xiao Qiang to suddenly jump out. Even if it scares myself. After all, Uncle Zhu had watched Zhang Wuyan grow up since she was a child. Although the child became more and more indifferent as she grew older, he still subtly noticed the loss in her eyes. He quickly explained, he is reviewing upstairs, let's not disturb him. Zhang Wuyan walked upstairs. Today was Saturday, which was supposed to be a day of rest, so she arranged it this way for those private tutors who didn't come to class to give Xiao Qiang a chance to catch his breath. Who would have known that her father was so hardworking that he never left himself any time to play? This won't work. She had to think of a way. Dad, can I come in? Zhang Wuyan knocked on the door and asked. Come in. Xiao Qiang's voice was slightly low. As soon as Zhang Wuyan entered, she saw him working hard, with the fine hair on his forehead shining under the light. Xiao Qiang gritted his teeth and looked at the questions on the test paper, which were a bit difficult to understand. He wrote down various corresponding methods on the calculation table, but he couldn't crack it. He then used one finger to clumsily operate the computer and tried to find the answer on the internet. Zhang Wuyan stood behind him for a long time, but he didn't even look back. Zhang Wuyan couldn't bear to disturb him because of his seriousness. She just put the things in her hand in front of him and prepared to leave. Then I thought about chatting with Xiao Qiang about relaxing occasionally during dinner. As a result, he was stopped after taking just 2 steps. Hey! Wait! Xiao Qiang held the ID card in both hands, stood up and looked at Zhang Wuyan. Girl, this is my ID card. I was so excited that I stuttered a little. I have forgotten the topic. Xiao Qiang looked at the photo above. It was the first photo Zhang Wuyan took of him when he just woke up from hibernation. At that time, I was still a little confused and had never seen today's advanced cameras, so I couldn't let go when facing the camera. The expression is somewhat unnatural. Wuyan said, Dad, this one is the most handsome and innocent. She chose this one at that time, and Xiao Qiang didn't say no. Unexpectedly, this photo became the photo on the ID card. Yeah. Seeing that he was happy, Zhang Wuyan also raised the corners of her lips. Xiao Qiang walked up to her, a little confused. I checked online before, doesn't it require the person to be present to apply for a certificate? How did you do this? Zhang Wuyan took his hand, and they walked downstairs. Dad, let's go downstairs to have dinner first, I will tell you slowly. Okay. Xiao Qiang nodded. In the dining room, for nutritionists were already standing respectfully by the side, and the table was filled with tonight's nutritious meals. These were all arranged by Zhang Wuyan. She was worried that Xiao Qiang was under too much pressure, so she invited these people to prepare nutritious meals. During the meal, Zhang Wuyan told Xiao Qiang that she had applied for a new ID card on the day he woke up and was taken to take photos. Xiao Qiang thought about it, and it seemed that there were indeed a few policemen walking around him that day. From time to time, they asked him to sit up straight and look at the camera, and asked him to input his fingerprints. At that time, I thought it was an inspection arranged by the experimental base. I didn't expect it was a replacement. R. No wonder the WeChat registration was successful that day. I thought it was just luck, but I didn't expect it was because my identity was activated again. Xiao Qiang finally understood. Zhang Wuyan made him a bowl of kelp and pork chop soup and placed it under his eyelids. Dad, I'm free tomorrow, why don't you take a day off and I'll take you out to relax? Xiao Qiang had finished half of a bowl of soup and stopped when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Wuyan, wondering in his mind whether he should take a rest. When I was studying, my aunt often told me not to just memorize things by rote, and to relax after doing exercises every day. At that time he didn't dare to relax, for fear that slackness would lead to failure. Now, meeting Zhang Wuyan's caring eyes, he was actually a little moved. Zhang Wuyan's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she said, Dad, is there any place you want to play? Amusement park. Xiao Qiang answered subconsciously, his voice a little loud. That's right, I saw this exciting amusement park project on TikTok. I want to try it. Zhang Wuyan was stunned and looked at Uncle Zhu next to her. They both couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Zhang Wuyan agreed. The largest amusement park in the closed city is owned by the Zhang family. Zhang Wuyan originally wanted to close the park and let Xiao Qiang have fun alone, but then she thought that her father would prefer a lively scene, so she instructed the security guards to do their job well and protect Xiao Qiang. At the same time, all staff in the park must treat Xiao Qiang with respect. Oh my god! Xiao Qiang stood in front of the pendulum, his mouth wide open. Screams are particularly prominent in noisy environments. Dad, if you're scared. Girl, I want to play this. Zhang Wuyan thought he was scared, and before she could finish her words of persuasion, she was washed away by Xiao Qiang's excitement. The corners of her eyes twitched slightly, and her face turned a little paler. In order to accompany Xiao Qiang today, Zhang Wuyan dressed casually and changed her shoes into sneakers. She even took an anti-stress pill before going out. But when facing the pendulum, she still felt a little timid. A crack appeared on her perfectly cold face and she looked a little embarrassed. The crowd was surging. Xiao Qiang grabbed Zhang Wuyan's hand and went to line up excitedly. Zhang Wuyan restrained her expression and followed his footsteps. Forget it, as long as Dad has fun. On the pendulum, Xiao Qiang shouted excitedly, while Zhang Wuyan had a blank expression on her face. In fact, her soul had left her body several times. It's so exciting and fun. Xiao Qiang raised his hands high to the sky and did not forget to share his joy with Zhang Wuyan beside him. Zhang Wuyan responded with a smile with difficulty. Fortunately, it didn't last long. After the two came down, Uncle Zhu and others immediately brought them mineral water. Xiao Qiang drank half a bottle, and Zhang Wuyan also drank a few sips and stood for a while before they recovered. Dad, let's take a break before playing. She suggested, looking at Xiao Qiang's red face. No, let's go over there and take a look. Xiao Qiang waved his hand and walked towards the pirate ship. Zhang Wuyan took a deep breath and followed. When passing by the Ferris wheel, Xiao Qiang found that there were a lot of people gathered there, as if some event was being held. Xiao Qiang couldn't squeeze in, so he could only stand at the end and look up. Zhang Wuyan stood behind Xiao Qiang and gave Uncle Zhu some instructions. The next moment, several security guards came forward and arranged the crowded crowd to separate into two sides, and a straight road was opened up. Xiao Qiang stood in the middle with a look of surprise on his face. I thought some important person was going to show up, so I opened a special lane and planned to stand aside. As a result, Zhang Wuyan grabbed his arm and whispered, Dad, you can go to the front and watch. Xiao Qiang then realized that all this was arranged by Zhang Wuyan just to let him see more closely. It's great to have a daughter. His daughter is awesome. Xiao Qiang gave Wuyan a thumbs up, then stood at the front, only to find out that it was the brand that was organizing an event. At the same time, he also discovered that the man standing on the stage kept his eyes on Zhang Wuyan. He knew that his daughter was beautiful, but wasn't it a bit rude for the other party to stare at her like that? So Xiao Qiang took 2 steps and stood in front of Zhang Wuyan. Girl, what is your relationship with this person? He asked in a low voice, leaning sideways. Zhang Wuyan's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of her lips rose slightly as she replied, it doesn't matter. The two companies have cooperation. Dad, let's go. Okay. Xiao Qiang nodded and took Zhang Wuyan away from the crowd. Lu Rui narrowed his eyes, handed the microphone to his assistant, stepped down from the stage and caught up with the two. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at Zhang Wuyan and said, "Miss Zhang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here today." Zhang Wuyan simply ignored him and asked Xiao Qiang if there was anything else he wanted to play. Xiao Qiang is not a fool. As a man, he can see through the heat in the eyes of the man in front of him at a glance. This man is interested in his daughter. But judging from his daughter's reaction, she seemed to dislike this man. This man became more and more courageous after being frustrated. Seeing that Zhang Wuyan did not respond, he noticed Xiao Qiang beside him and asked, "Who is this?" With a look of contempt, he looked at the person from head to toe. Xiao Qiang extended his hand and introduced himself, "Hello, my name is." "Forget it, it's not important." Lu Rui pushed Xiao Qiang aside and moved closer to Zhang Wuyan. "Ms. Zhang, I would like to invite you to dinner and talk about the project we are working on." Zhang Wuyan looked at Lu Rui with cold eyes. "I don't eat with uneducated people, please stay away from me." These words were like a slap in the face to Lu Rui, making him unable to save himself. Zhang Wuyan turned to look at Xiao Qiang, her expression much softer. "Let's go." Okay. Xiao Qiang replied, and then whispered to Zhang Wuyan, "Is it really good for you to treat your partners like this?" Zhang Wuyan knew that he was worried about her, so she explained, "It's nothing wrong, don't worry." The two of them whispered to each other and turned and left. Lu Rui looked at the two people's departing backs with sinister eyes, pursed his lips, and secretly bit his teeth as if they were about to break. Chapter 11. Take a piss and look at yourself. "Mr. Lu, it's time to award the prize to the winner." When the assistant found Lu Rui, he was frightened by the gloom on his face and dared not say anything more. Lu Rui snorted coldly, grabbed the assistant's tie and pulled him in front of him. He looked at the assistant with cold eyes. "Go check who the man next to Zhang Wuyan is. I want all his information." The assistant knew what this man looked like when he got crazy, so he immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll send someone to investigate right away." Lu Rui loosened his tie and asked suddenly, "Did you take the picture?" The assistant reacted and took out the camera tremblingly. "I got it. The photos of you and Miss Zhang are all very clear." Lu Rui took a look and smiled with satisfaction. The more Zhang Wuyan wanted to get rid of him, the more he wouldn't let her escape. This woman was his. From the first moment he saw Zhang Wuyan, he fell in love with the Zhang family, the leader of the sealed city. If he takes down Zhang Wuyan, wouldn't that mean he owns the Zhang family? These photos are pretty good. Have someone send them out and create some topics at the same time. Do you understand? Lu Rui looked at his assistant coldly. The assistant nodded. "Mr. Lu, I understand." He sent the photos to several paparazzi, then looked at Lu Rui with a worried tone. "Mr. Lu, will this offend Miss Zhang? If we offend the Zhang family, the consequences will be disastrous." "Offend the hell!" Lu Rui slapped his assistant on the back of the head. "The Zhang family is our partner now. It's impossible for her to cancel the cooperation with us just for that poor man. I just want to get involved with her, Zhang Wuyan, understand?" Xiao Qiang had no idea that someone had been hated by him. After riding the pirate ship, he also took a fancy to the roller coaster. Zhang Wuyan risked her life to accompany him. After getting off the roller coaster, he felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. Fortunately, Xiao Qiang discovered it in time and helped her sit down, and she felt better. "Look, I was just thinking about my own happiness and didn't pay attention to your body." Xiao Qiang felt very guilty. He took the cup of hot water from Uncle Ju, unscrewed it and handed it to Zhang Wuyan. Zhang Wuyan drank a few sips and felt much better. "Dad, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while." The main reason is that she has rarely been to the amusement park, so it is normal for her to have adverse reactions to these equipment. Seeing her pale face, Xiao Qiang frowned and said, "We have played enough for today. I am tired. Let's go back, girl." Zhang Wuyan looked up at him. "Don't you want to play anymore? Come and play again next time." Xiao Qiang nodded. Uncle Ju was also worried about Zhang Wuyan's health. When he heard Xiao Qiang say this, he immediately agreed. Yes, we can come again next time. Miss Wuyan, let's go back first." Zhang Wuyan understood that Xiao Qiang said he was tired because he felt uncomfortable seeing her. "Okay, let's play next time." After returning home and having dinner, Xiao Qiang said good night to Zhang Wuyan and went to bed early. The day's exertion was indeed quite tiring. A group of photos online made all netizens go crazy. Someone photographed the young master of Lu's enterprise and the current chairman of Jean's group dating at Fuel Amusement Park. The two are handsome men and beautiful women with excellent figures. Standing together, it is impossible to take your eyes off them. As everyone knows, Jean Nguyen, the current chairman of the Jean Group, has never had any scandals, and there has never been any other man around her. Paparazzi have taken pictures of her several times, but none of them have captured any gossip about her. She never expected that this time, she would be spotted traveling with Lu Rui, the young master of the Lu family. She is beautiful but has a very cold personality and is very decisive in her business methods, which makes people love and hate her. Netizens even call Jean Nguyen the goddess killer, because her cold eyes can capture the hearts of many boys and girls. Oh my god, are these two really together? Woohoo, my first love ended before it even began. Mr. Lu is so handsome. Did you notice that when Miss Jean stood with Mr. Lu, she had a smile on her face? I saw it. They are such a perfect match. Some people are envious, while others are jealous. Why do I feel that this picture looks a bit discordant? The above, I feel the same way, I always feel like something is missing. As the matter became more and more serious, netizens could no longer restrain their gossipy spirits and left messages on the official websites of the two companies to inquire about the situation. Some people even went to Jean Nguyen and Lu Rui's private accounts to inquire about their progress. Lu Rui touched his chin and looked at the news online with satisfaction. Although Jean Nguyen was wearing casual clothes, it still couldn't hide her amazing figure. Her thin waist, perky butt, and plump and stylish upper body, such a beauty, he must get her. So he added fuel to the show. As netizens became more and more curious, Lu Rui posted a Weibo update. The best you, the most beautiful time. 10 minutes after posting the update, he immediately deleted it, but sharp-eyed netizens had already taken screenshots and saved them. The tone of the official announcement made netizens even more agitated, as they had already determined that the two were dating. Even the questioning voices have faded a lot. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Xiao Qiang planned to take a break before studying. He took his mobile phone, browsed Weibo, and took a walk in the courtyard. When he saw the trending search list, he stopped and exclaimed in shock, "My daughter is in love." Xiao Qiang clicked on the picture, and when he saw Lu Rui, he suddenly remembered the unpleasant experience. No, my daughter can't be so blind as to fall in love with this boy. There must be something wrong. He used 2 fingers to enlarge the picture and finally found what was wrong. He is missing from this picture. Jean Nguyen was clearly facing him with a smile on her face, but the picture turned out to show Lu Rui standing in front of her. Xiao Qiang instantly realized that he had been tricked. The person who posted the picture kept the people in the background and only photoshopped him out, deliberately posting it online to confuse the public. And what is Lu Rui doing? He posted in the middle of the night and then deleted it. Isn't this just deliberately hyping up the CP? Xiao Qiang is no longer the ignorant person who just woke up. Ever since he learned how to use a mobile phone, he has been surfing the internet, so he still knows some tricky words. The point is, these spectators are too irrational. They said they were a perfect match and that they had 666 blessings. Some people even made the pictures look like the two were getting married. Too much. That is too much. This is obviously ruining his daughter's reputation. Xiao Qiang sat on the bench angrily, and quickly typed a line of words to reply to a netizen who shouted that Jean Nguyen and Lu Rui stood together. Don't be so excited, things are not what you see, they are still together. If this guy wants to pursue her, I will be the first one to reject it. These fierce remarks immediately attracted attacks from netizens. They left messages under Xiao Qiang's reply. Some people even went to his Weibo and found that it was a new account, and the only Weibo account he followed was Jean Nguyen's personal account. They immediately reacted and said that he was shameless and that he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Fuck. Xiao Qiang was so angry. The netizens of this generation are really stupid. They even want to eat swan meat. That's his own daughter. What the hell is he eating? Xiao Qiang rolled up his sleeves and retorted to the man. As a result, he found that more and more people were sending him private messages to curse him. You can't eat grapes, so you say they are sour. You must be ugly, so you're jealous that Mr. Lu is with the goddess. Honey, I suggest you take a piss and look at yourself, okay? The sarcastic words made Xiao Qiang furious. Are these people sick? He is telling the truth, how can some people not accept it? Fuck you. Xiao Qiang was so angry that he couldn't help but swear. Some people also discovered what Xiao Qiang wanted to express in his reply and asked him back. "You're talking as if you were there. Please let me see, which head in the background is you?" The words seemed polite, but Xiao Qiang felt a strong sense of contempt. He replied immediately. "I was photoshopped." As a result, it attracted a lot of sarcastic replies. Xiao Qiang was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. What a bunch of hellish stuff. Chapter 12. I don't play with them. Zhang Wuyan didn't want to pay any attention to it, but there were more and more clowns, which made her a little impatient. In addition, Special Assistant Zhang said that Xiao Qiang was also involved, so Zhang Wuyan felt that this matter had to be dealt with immediately so as not to affect her father's mood. Zhang Wuyan is on a business trip today. At this moment, she is sitting in the first seat and the people below are reporting. This is a high-level meeting. Her principle is that during a meeting, nothing else can affect the progress of the meeting, and the atmosphere in all meeting rooms is serious and depressing. The executive who was reporting on the project progress at this moment suddenly noticed that Zhang Wuyan was holding a mobile phone with a serious expression. Thinking that I had explained something incorrectly, I frantically flipped through the materials and started over from the beginning. Zhang Wuyan was serious because she saw that Xiao Qiang's Weibo account was online, and it was also jumping in the comment section of the official website and her personal account. Every word he said was to protect her. The more Zhang Wuyan looked, the more satisfied she became. The corners of her cold mouth slightly raised, revealing a dazzling smile. The executives immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had made up for the mess they had made. After the meeting, Zhang Wuyan called Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang was distracted from studying because of this incident. He was in the room, arguing with a group of netizens, when his cell phone rang. It was Zhang Wuyan calling. There are 2 words displayed on it, daughter. Ever since he accepted that he was going to be a father, Xiao Qiang changed Zhang Wuyan's name to these 2 words to sound more intimate. "Hello, girl, what's the matter?" He answered in a lowered voice. "Dad, I've taken care of everything. Just focus on your studies and stop arguing with people online. I'm fine and won't be affected." Zhang Wuyan started talking about the matter. Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. "You know everything? How do you know I'm dating someone online?" He was very puzzled. Could it be that Zhang Wuyan was the worm in his stomach? "How do you know what he did?" Zhang Wuyan laughed. "Dad, you are my special attention. On Weibo, as long as you are a special attention, I know when you are online and what you comment and like. So that's how it is." Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Girl, this incident makes me very depressed and angry. Those people lied with their eyes open. That stinky boy named Lu Rui even posted random things and deleted them after posting them. People all think you are dating him. Hiding things makes people think there is something fishy going on. You are busy with work, and I didn't want this to affect you. I planned to use my eloquence to make these netizens understand, but in the end I still made you worry." Hearing Xiao Qiang say this, Zhang Wuyan was even happier. "Dad, I know you are thinking about me, but at the same time I don't want these trivial matters to affect your studies. The college entrance examination is not long away. She hopes Xiao Qiang can stay focused and succeed in one go." I know. Xiao Qiang nodded, and then there was a knock on the door. Uncle Ju opened the door and popped his head in. "The teacher is here, downstairs." Xiao Qiang pointed at his cell phone and made an okay gesture. "Dad, I called you to tell you that the matter is being dealt with. So you don't have to bother with those people anymore." Zhang Wuyan's voice was cold, but with a hint of a smile. Xiao Qiang compromised immediately. Okay, I won't play with them. I'll go to class right away." "Okay." Zhang Wuyan was about to hang up the phone, but she heard a hurried voice of "daughter," which made her stop. As Xiao Qiang walked out, he said, "My daughter, you are so kind. You are like a big cotton-padded jacket for daddy." Zhang Wuyan couldn't help but smile. "Well, Dad, come on. Of course, I will try my best, my daughter. I really think that society is progressing too fast now. In the past, there were no teachers who would come to teach at home. In each village, town or county, there were very few teachers. One person had to teach several subjects. There were even no teachers on the payroll. They were substitute teachers. Now, teachers come to teach me, and I can stay at home and check what's happening across the country on my phone. It's great." Xiao Qiang sounded like he was just chatting, but there were a lot of sighs in his tone. Zhang Wuyan knew that her father had gradually accepted the current environment and society, so she felt so moved. Dad, things will get better and better. You are the best. Xiao Qiang was very proud of his daughter's praise. That's right. The person who came today was a foreign language teacher. She was wearing black framed glasses. When she saw Xiao Qiang appear at the entrance of the corridor, she bent down slightly as a greeting. Xiao Qiang also waved in response, then went downstairs and continued to talk to Zhang Wuyan. By the way, my daughter, don't take Lu Rui's Weibo seriously. Netizens took screenshots and said that you two have been together for a long time. I don't believe it anyway. I was clearly next to you, but it was photoshopped clean. People like this have dirty minds. I, your father, will never recognize him as your son-in-law. Zhang Wuyan drummed her fingers on the table, the smile on her lips never faded. Dad, I know, I didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, my reputation and fame will not be affected. The public relations department is already handling it. You can see it online after you finish the class. Yeah. When Xiao Qiang was about to walk downstairs, he stopped and whispered to Zhang Wuyan, my dear daughter, you are so good. Go and do your work. I won't disturb you. When you come home safely, you can tell me in advance what you want to eat. Dad will cook for you. Zhang Wuyan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed, okay. After hanging up the phone, the smile on his face was still there, so much so that when managers from other departments came with documents to sign and saw this scene, they were so scared that they dared not move. Firstly, it was too shocking. You know, since Zhang Wuyan took over the Zhang Group, the old veterans of the company have never seen this woman smile. Secondly, they couldn't figure out whether her smile was related to what happened on the internet, because she ordered the public relations department to handle it quickly and issue a statement to cut off her relationship with Lu Rui, but she ended up smiling so sweetly. Let these people guess. Zhang Wuyan raised her eyes and saw the surprise and doubt on these people's faces. His expression instantly turned cold, and the light in his cold eyes was like a sharp sword, making people tremble. Aren't you here to sign? Everyone suddenly woke up and immediately lined up to wait for signatures, no longer daring to look around or guess. On Weibo, the official Weibo account of the Zhang Group first pinned a post stating that Zhang Wuyan and Lu Rui did not go on a date together, and also said that they would reserve the right to sue those who stir up trouble. They have also found the studio that posted the picture and sent a lawyer's letter, asking the majority of netizens to be rational. Then Zhang Wuyan also posted an update on her personal Weibo, which she rarely posted on for many years. Only, for words. If you are not familiar with it, don't knock it. Short and easy to understand. The group of netizens who were obsessed with watching the show were instantly caught off guard. The rational crowd immediately jumped out and said that he knew there was something wrong with those pictures. He was a fan of Zhang Wuyan, and from the moment he became a fan, he knew that Zhang Wuyan was unparalleled in the world and no man could match her. The crazy onlookers immediately covered their ears and said they didn't want to hear any nonsense, saying that Zhang Wuyan was with Lu Rui. As a result, Lu Rui posted a Weibo update and slapped this group of netizens in the face. I didn't expect that a casual post would be maliciously interpreted. Please be rational. I admit that Miss Zhan is very good and I have a good impression of her, but you can't randomly Photoshop the picture, which has caused trouble for me and her. I have sent a letter. Thank you. The internet was in chaos, but netizens soon discovered that the person who commented on Zhang Wuyan and Lu Rui being together was reported and had his Weibo account blocked. Gradually, netizens calmed down and stopped making random comments. Some people even found out Xiao Qiang's original comment and took a screenshot and posted it on Weibo. I began to believe what this netizen said. He must be the first person to know the truth. I always feel that Mr. Lu played a good hand, but Miss Zhan didn't pay and overturned the table. This scene is really exciting. After class, Xiao Qiang immediately opened his phone and logged into Weibo, where he saw 99 plus private messages from himself. He knew that most of the people were scolding him. I didn't want to see it, but ended up seeing the trending searches: Zhang Group S statement, Zhang Wuyan S statement, and Lu Rui S statement. Xiao Qiang clicked on 3 Weibo posts and found that they were well received. Hey, kid, it failed. He looked at Lu Rui's Weibo and said proudly. Then I opened the private messages, and it turned out that half of them were apologizing and saying that he was the one who knew the truth, and the other half were treating him as a wishing well and coming to make a wish, saying that because of his words, the truth was really like that and it was so effective. Xiao Qiang found it funny. This group of people was quite interesting. In an instant, the anger in my heart disappeared. His daughter is really awesome. She handles things as soon as she says she will, without any further ado. After Zhang Wuyan finished her business, she was on her way to the airport. She was holding a dark blue box in her hand. Inside the box was a gold and diamond watch designed by an Italian jewelry master. There was only one in the world, and she bought it at a high price. The cell phone rang. It was my best friend Zhen Mi calling. Hello. Zhang Wuyan answered. Zhen Mi's voice was a little sharp. Wuyang, I heard that you bought Deep Sea for 5 million. Deep Sea, that is the name of that watch. The watch frame is made of 108 high-end diamonds and the strap is made of genuine leather and satin. The smart design is its biggest feature. Zhang Wuyan's voice was calm. Well, what's the problem? What's the problem? Zhen Mi was speechless, and at the same time, her gossipy heart was burning. You still say that there is no man hidden in the golden house. I heard it last time. The watch, is it bought for him? Okay, Zhang Wuyan, we have such a close relationship, why don't you introduce me to him? Zhen Mi was somewhat indignant. She wanted to know which man could win over the cold and arrogant Zhang Wuyan. Chapter 13, his character is not good. The watch was bought for Xiao Qiang. But Zhang Wuyan didn't intend to tell Zhen Mi, because she knew her best friend very well. If she knew that the watch was really given to a man, she would buy a plane ticket and fly back to see Xiao Qiang without saying a word. She didn't want her best friend to know so much. Mainly, Zhang Wuyan respects Xiao Qiang, and she wants to go back and ask Xiao Qiang whether he is willing to meet her best friend. After all, she had to tell her best friend that she and Xiao Qiang were father and daughter, which was a very shocking thing. I'll go back and ask, and then give you an answer. Zhang Wuyan hung up the phone. Zhen Mi tried to persuade Zhang Wuyan to stay for a long time but failed. When she called again, the other party hung up on her. She was very angry, but she also knew that Zhang Wuyan didn't want to say anything, and there was no way she could get her mouth to open. So he sent a message to Zhang Wuyan. Sister, I want to help you check. What if the other party is a hypocrite like Lu Rui? Zhang Wuyan replied quickly. He is not. Oh, what a doting tone, so sure. Zhen Mi became more and more curious, who is the man Zhang Wuyan is hiding? She is curious, and netizens are curious too. The previous misunderstanding had already been resolved, but immediately someone broke another piece of news that was shocking to the people. A well-known paparazzi released several pictures. The pictures seem blurry, but if you click on the large picture, you can clearly see Zhang Wuyan walking out of the Lanyu club. He was holding a dark blue box in his hand. The next few pictures show her shopping in the club. Zhang Wuyan bought the famous Italian jewelry designer Xiao designed a deep sea men's watch. This is a private club that houses gems, various jewels, and paintings from famous masters around the world. Generally not for sale, just for collection. However, every 6 months, the Lanyu Club holds a clearance sale, and the selling price is much higher than the original price, so this is also a business place for the wealthy. This Deep Sea watch is the piece being sold this time. It is said that the original price of Deep Sea was 500,000, and on the day of sale, the price was raised to 5 million, and Zhang Wuyan made the final decision and bought it. Netizens who like to watch the fun began to speculate about the owner of the watch. Some people speculated that it must have been given to Lu Rui, because Zhang Wuyan had never had any scandals with anyone, but she and Lu Rui became a couple. This person put forward a guess and immediately received most responses. They all agreed that the watch that Zhang Wuyan bought at a high price was a gift for Lu Rui. Lu Rui was taking out his anger on his assistant because of Zhang Wuyan's denial, but when he saw this trending search, a hint of a wild smile immediately appeared in his gloomy eyes. He took a picture of his wrist and uploaded it with a note. Whatever you think, there will be a response. What is this? Isn't this telling everyone that the watch Zhang Wuyan bought was a gift for him? I remember the Louis Vuitton brand had a watch that looked very similar to their Deep Sea. Please buy it for me in the next 2 days. Lu Rui looked at the uproar on the internet meaningfully. The assistant immediately understood what he wanted to do. Okay. Have you found out the identity of that man? Lu Rui's mood instantly improved. The assistant looked embarrassed and said, No, I found the most famous detective but couldn't find any information about him. Zhang Wuyan protected him too well. I couldn't find any clues. There is no news about him on the internet. Useless. Lu Rui was furious and smashed an inkstone. I don't care what method you use, you must find out. And doesn't Zhang Wuyan want to deny it? I won't let her have her wish. I want the whole world to know that Zhang Wuyan and I, Lu Rui, are dating and will be my woman sooner or later. There was ruthlessness in his eyes. The assistant was sweating profusely, thinking, this guy is really crazy. His mind is full of love and he has never thought about the interests of the company. If he angers Zhang Wuyan, the cooperation between the two companies will be ruined. He reminded Lu Rui many times, but was hit on the back of the head every time. At the airport, Special Assistant Zhang was the first to see the hot search topic online. He quickly reported to Zhang Wuyan, Boss Zhang, someone secretly filmed the process of you buying a watch and posted it online. Take a look. Zhang Wuyan took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then asked casually, did my dad go on Weibo today? Special Assistant Zhang was Zhang Wei's assistant in the past. After Zhang Wei left, he assisted Zhang Wuyan and was very loyal to her. So there are some things that Zhang Wuyan will not hide from him. For example, Xiao Qiang is her biological father. Mr. Xiao doesn't have one, Special Assistant Zhang replied. Zhang Wuyan nodded, looking nonchalant. Lu Rui is just a flea, and netizens are just jumping along with him. As long as it doesn't jump onto my dad, there's no need to bother with this matter. As long as Xiao Qiang is fine, that's all she needs. Assistant Zhang nodded in understanding, yes. Then I turned off the tablet and ignored the messages on the internet. When Zhang Wuyan returned home, Uncle Ju told her that Xiao Qiang was taking a class on the 3rd floor. Yeah. She sat on the sofa. Uncle Ju waved his hand, and someone immediately came in through the small door and massaged Zhang Wuyan's shoulders to relax her. About 20 minutes later, Xiao Qiang came down from upstairs and saw Zhang Wuyan at a glance. He was about to excitedly call her daughter. But remembering that my private teacher was still behind me, I could only wave goodbye first. The teacher said hello to Zhang Wuyan and was sent out by Uncle Ju. My girl, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could prepare a delicious meal for you? Xiao Qiang looked up and down at Zhang Wuyan. I found out that his daughter has lost weight. He must have been too busy with work and didn't eat properly. Zhang Wuyan stood up and said, I just came back and I don't want to disturb your hard work. By the way, Dad, the company will hold a dinner party for a signed project in a few days. Can I take you to have fun? She was mainly worried that Xiao Qiang was under too much pressure, and wanted to let her father relax appropriately. Xiao Qiang looked at her curiously, what contract project? Zhang Wuyan explained, we have a collaboration with the Lu family to hold a project party. Xiao Qiang still wanted to attend parties, but when he heard the Lu family, he thought of that rude boy. His face turned cold immediately. Daughter, why are you still in contact with Lu Rui? Didn't Dad tell me that he has a bad character? Zhang Wuyan asked Xiao Qiang to sit down and handed him a cup of tea. Dad, I am very obedient and have nothing to do with that person. This time it is a subsidiary of the Zhang group that has cooperated with their Lu enterprise. Xiao Qiang nodded, very satisfied. Will that boy go to the party? Zhang Wuyan thought for a moment and said, probably. I saw in the notice before that he said he would attend the party. That's boring. Xiao Qiang had a very bad impression of that person, so he said to Zhang Wuyan, forget it, I won't join in the fun, I'd better stay at home and prepare for the exam. As he said that, he put a big chicken drumstick into Zhang Wuyan's bowl. Eat more, you look thinner. Zhang Wuyan's bowl was already full of food that Xiao Qiang had picked up. When she heard Xiao Qiang say that he had lost weight, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, I've obviously gained weight, so stop picking up the food. I can't fit any more. Eat it too. She also picked up a large piece of vegetable for Xiao Qiang and placed Australian lobster in front of him. This shrimp was his favorite. Xiao Qiang was eating shrimp meat. Not fat, not fat, you look so skinny that you don't even have much meat on you. Then he made a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Zhang Wuyan. Zhang Wuyan looked at it with some embarrassment. After eating all this, she was afraid that she wouldn't even want to eat dinner. There is a kind of love called, Dad is afraid that you are hungry. A week later, a signing party for the project between Zhang Group's subsidiary and Lu's enterprise was held at the most luxurious Ryue hotel in the closed city. Reporters, paparazzi, and even the Global Times were waiting at the door early. They were waiting for breaking news. Let's see whether the legendary deep-sea watch will be worn on the hand of Lu Rui, the young master of Lu's enterprise. If so, this political marriage is inevitable. If not, then Lu Rui's hype would be quite interesting. The lights at the door were all gathered together, waiting for the owners of both sides to appear. Chapter 14. Don't let them take advantage of you. Many bloggers also appeared at the signing ceremony. They set up the equipment and started the live broadcast. Family, who understands? I'm actually at the signing ceremony of the Xiang group, and I can see the goddess. My friends, refresh your screens. I will open your eyes tonight. No matter whose mobile phone is being live streamed, everyone is scrolling through the screen hoping to see their deep-sea watch. Half an hour before the signing ceremony, Lu Rui sat in the business car. He looked at the flashing lights and the expectant expressions on everyone's faces, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Open the window. Lu Rui gave the order. The assistant panicked. Mr. Lu, it's not time to get off the car yet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to get off so early? What Zhang Wuyan hates most is someone taking over the show. Lu Rui looked at him viciously. What's inappropriate? Seeing that he looked embarrassed, she impatiently said, okay, I won't go down. I'll just open the window to get some fresh air, okay. The assistant nodded, the car window rolled down, and Lu Rui stretched the hand wearing the watch out of the window. The crowd was surging, flashlights were clicking non-stop, and some people even pointed their cameras at his wrist to take pictures. Those who were broadcasting live on their mobile phones also held the equipment high up. Did you see it, family members? It's a deep sea. Their deep sea worth 5 million is really in Lu Rui's hands. These two are really together. Guys, start shooting. When Lu Rui saw that everyone had noticed him, he immediately smiled and waved to the media. His diamond-studded watch sparkled brightly under the light. He heard the discussion in the crowd and waved his weapon even harder. Immediately, some media crowded in front of the car and handed him the microphone to interview him. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, is the watch on your hand the deep sea? Lu Rui's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he replied politely, what do you think? The ambiguous answer made the media people's eyes light up. Sure enough, you are dating Miss Zhang Wuyan? Lu Rui stretched out a finger and put it on his lips. Keep a low profile. After saying this, he withdrew his hand and the window slowly rose, but it could not block the hot gazes of the people outside. Lu Rui curled his lips with pride, and in his mind he had already imagined the scene of Zhang Wuyan being conquered by him and held in his arms. As he thought about it, a silly smile appeared on his face. Here, Zhang Wuyan arrived backstage and the staff was touching up her makeup. Special Assistant Zhang handed her the schedule for tonight. After reading only the first line, she frowned. I don't remember this link, go check it out. Lu Rui wants to hold her hand and walk the red carpet with her. Assistant Zhang took one look and immediately took over. Boss John, I'll go ask the director right away. 5 minutes later, the director bowed and nodded before Zhang Wuyan. Boss John, our mistake was mainly because we thought it was a collaboration between two companies, so walking on the red carpet together shouldn't be a big deal. Zhang Wuyan squinted at him coldly, as if she saw through the director's tricks. Director Guo, if you want to hype it up, don't go after me, understand? Guo Jin is a small director. After receiving the news about the signing party of Zhang's company, he wanted to stand out. He kept an eye on the news online and thought that Lu Rui and Zhang Wuyan would be present tonight, so he wanted to take advantage of the traffic. Unexpectedly, it was ruthlessly torn apart by Zhang Wuyan. Yes, I will cancel this segment immediately, right away. Director Guo still wants to keep his job. Zhang Wuyan gave him a suggestion, don't cancel it, just replace the person walking the red carpet with someone else. Director Guo was surprised, then nodded to show that he understood. He wiped the sweat off his face and left. Zhang Wuyan then withdrew her cold gaze and asked everyone in the VIP room to leave, leaving only Special Assistant Zhang. What is my dad doing at home? Is he bored? Zhang Wuyan sent a message to Xiao Qiang, but he hasn't replied yet. Special Assistant Zhang replied, the teacher is taking classes at home today. The class should be over by now. Uncle Ju has arranged a nutritious dessert for him to eat. Zhang Wuyan nodded. How long will the activity last? She wanted to go back and be with her dad and have dessert. Even though she doesn't have much of a sweet tooth. Half an hour. Special Assistant Zhang looked at the process and replied. Zhang Wuyan pursed her lips. It's been too long. somewhat dissatisfied. Ding dong. The message sounded. This is Xiao Qiang's reply. Girl, I just got out of class, and Uncle Ju made some strawberry pie, it was so sweet, I saved a big piece for you. A picture was sent on WeChat. Zhang Wuyin clicked it and saw 5 or 6 bright red strawberries placed on the large triangle. There was a smile in her eyes. These were probably all the strawberries on the strawberry pie. Okay, thanks, Dad. Zhang Wuyin clicked save. This was the first time Xiao Qiang sent her a picture. Half an hour passed quickly and the signing project officially began. Lu Rui straightened his clothes and got out of the car with full confidence. He deliberately exposed his hand with a watch and placed it on his tie to show off for a long time. A bright red Porsche slowly entered the venue, and the media followed with cameras. Everyone thought that the person sitting in the car was Zhang Wuyin. Lu Rui also thought so with the help of his assistant and bodyguard, he cleared a path and walked straight to the front of the car. He bent down like a gentleman, held the door and opened it with a click. His gentle face instantly turned gloomy when he saw the people in the car. Oh, isn't this Xiaolu? You're dressed so handsomely and come to pick up Aunt Xiong in person. You're such a good boy. The person who got off the car was Wen Xiong, one of the top 10 richest women in the closed city. She had been married to 3 husbands, and each of them died of illness, leaving her with a huge fortune. She used the money to support a young, handsome and active man. Everyone in the business world knew about it. Tonight's signing party, the Lu family invited the wealthy people who were under lockdown to attend, in order to attract more investors. Wen Xiong is one of them. Wen Xiong pinched Lu Rui's face, and then she took his hand forcibly and walked forward. He smiled on the surface, but was actually cursing in his heart. Where is his goddess? Didn't he promise to hug Zhang Wuyin and walk the red carpet together? Lu Rui glanced at the assistant with hatred in his eyes, and the assistant said in panic that he didn't know either. The rich woman was wearing a red strapless evening gown, with all the fat on her body sticking out. With so many cameras pointed at her and flashes popping, Wen Xiong felt she was extremely charming. Pulling Lu Rui to pose, Lu Rui's face was stiff and he really wanted to throw the fat woman lying in his arms away. But he can't, there are so many media here, if he loses his temper, it will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. By then, Mr. Lu would probably break his legs. Oh my god, my friends, I'm going blind. It turns out that Lu Rui didn't walk the red carpet with Zhang Wuyin, but with the famous rich woman Qiong. The TikTok blogger opened his mouth in shock. He moved the pole forward to get the camera closer. Someone else was live streaming, I am dying of laughter. Family members, you really should come to the scene to see Lu Rui's expression. It's like she is eating shit. I said that our goddess of war would never walk the red carpet with a man. I'm leaving it at that. If she appears in my TikTok because of a man one day, I will eat my keyboard alive. Lu Rui was completely embarrassed. Zhang Wuyin. He must make this woman submit to him. Zhang Wuyin was video chatting with Xiao Qiang in the VIP room. Because she still had to walk the red carpet for a while, she didn't want to leave first. Xiao Qiang put his whole face on the screen. Girl, are you cold there? Dad, it's not cold. Zhang Wuyin was amused by his actions. It was Xiao Qiang's first time to have a video call with her, and he thought he had to put his mouth close to the speaker so that the person on the other end could hear his voice. So when he spoke, Zhang Wuyin could see his lips and nostrils. Why are your arms exposed in this dress? Can you find something else to put on? Xiao Qiang asked. Zhang Wuyin was stunned. Dad, doesn't it look good? Xiao Qiang shook his head and said, No, I'm just afraid that some bastard will take advantage of you. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Lu Rui. He didn't want that man to touch a single hair of his daughter. Zhang Wuyin nodded, and assistant Zhang immediately brought a cloak over. She put it on and said, Dad, take a look. Are you okay now? Xiao Qiang nodded. Yes, she is really beautiful. My daughter inherited my good genes. She looks like a fairy from heaven. This person is praising others, and he is also praising himself. Zhang Wuyin curled her lips. Well, yes. Someone from the director's side came to invite her to appear. Special Assistant Zhang stopped the man outside the door, and after he conveyed his meaning, the man left. Xiao Qiang heard this, and he said to Zhang Wuyin, Be careful, Dad will wait for you to come home. Also, keep your distance from other men, don't let them take advantage of you. He was still worried, always feeling that his beautiful and cool daughter would be bullied. Zhang Wuyan stood up and walked towards the door with her phone in hand. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll be back soon after I sign." "Okay, my girl, Dad will wait for you to come back." Xiao Qiang hung up the phone first. Chapter 15. You have always been my pride. The signing party begins. All the lights in the venue gathered at the door, and all the guests who walked the red carpet also looked over here. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Wuyan appeared in everyone's sight. Noble and elegant, the white dress shows off her perfect figure, and her every frown and smile is touching. Lu Rui narrowed his eyes and walked towards the door. "Hey, where are you going?" Wen Qiong was a little dissatisfied. Lu Ruizai ignored her. He wanted to stand under the light so that everyone could see Zhang Wuyan flirting with him. Special Assistant Zhang lowered his head to help Zhang Wuyan adjust her skirt, then stood up and whispered, "Boss Zhang, Mr. Lu is here." Zhang Wuyan hummed coldly. "Miss Zhang, you look so beautiful today." Lu Rui behaved like a gentleman. He bent down slightly, wanting Zhang Wuyan to put her hand on his arm. Zhang Wuyan didn't even give him a cold look, simply ignored his existence, lifted her skirt with both hands, and walked past him. Lu Rui's eyes were filled with venom, and his expression was ferocious. When he looked up, he regained his gentleness. "I remember there was a segment today where I was walking the red carpet with Miss Zhang. Why didn't Miss Zhang come out?" He caught up with her and, while the media was taking pictures, he put his arm around Zhang Wuyan's shoulders. Zhang Wuyan shouted coldly, "Let go." How could Lu Rui let go? Instead, he held the person in his arms. Special Assistant Zhang stepped forward to help. The next second, Lu Rui's scream was heard, and his leather shoes were stepped on tightly by Zhang Wuyan's sharp high heels. Everyone was shocked and looked on in amazement. "Mr. Lu, a good dog doesn't block the road." Zhang Wuyan looked at him arrogantly, and her hollow high heels rolled on his toes a few times, and Lu Rui turned pale with pain. The media and live broadcasts keep up with current events and focus their cameras on them. Zhang Wuyan pretended not to know and let go of her feet. "Mr. Lu's feet are so long that they are under my high heels. Be careful next time. Also, I have nothing to do with you, so don't confuse people with counterfeit products." Everyone pointed fingers at him, making Lu Rui feel embarrassed. Lu Rui was filled with hatred in his heart. "I didn't even stretch my legs. Also, we are not familiar with each other, so don't get involved." These words were like a bomb hitting the crowd, creating a mushroom cloud. The hot search instantly topped the Weibo list. #Lu Rui, fake and inferior products #. The goddess said, "We are not familiar with each other, don't get involved #. Who is the master of the deep sea? #. As the topic became more and more exciting, the party became more and more exciting. Lu Rui was slapped in the face. He glared at Zhang Wuyan, refusing his assistant's help, with malice in his eyes. This scene was broadcast live and netizens were all saying that Lu Rui was shameless. Some clear-minded netizens began to analyze that Lu Rui's actions in the past few days seemed like he was performing a one-man show, and he was shamelessly trying to take advantage of the traffic of the Zhang group. Xiao Qiang had no idea what waves his daughter had created. He was completely immersed in his studies, with his cell phone aside and set to vibrate mode, from which a few messages would pop up from time to time. They are all push notifications from Weibo. A few minutes later, Xiao Qiang yawned and stretched, then picked up his phone, jumped onto the bed, and planned to relax. As a result, when the screen opened, I saw the latest Weibo push. The president of Zhang's group spent a huge amount of money to buy their deep sea, which is so beautiful that it makes my heart tremble. Isn't he the president of Zhang group his daughter? What is their deep sea? Xiao Qiang was a little curious, so he clicked on the push and saw a full 9-square grid, all of which were a deep blue watch inlaid with diamonds. When I opened the comment section, I found that everyone was envious and jealous. They wanted to get this watch, and they also wanted to know who President Zhang would give this watch to. Xiao Qiang looked at the picture and nodded. "It's very nice, domineering and noble. The watch is inlaid with diamonds. It's really luxurious." He scrolled down and saw a netizen saying that Deep Sea was bought by Zhang Wuyan for 5 million. Xiao Qiang jumped out of bed in shock. What kind of watch costs 5 million? Forgive him, I really cannot agree with the world of the rich. Wait, he is also in a wealthy family now. Xiao Qiang took a deep breath and told himself, My daughter must have bought it for the person she loves the most, that's why it is so expensive. But, my daughter is in love. How come his father didn't receive any news? Xiao Qiang felt a little uneasy. He opened the door and went downstairs to find Uncle Ju. Does my daughter have someone she likes? Uncle Ju was confused by his question. No, why are you asking this suddenly? Xiao Qiang pointed at their deep-sea picture on the screen and said, people on the internet are saying that Wu Yang spent 5 million to buy a men's watch. I was wondering if this thing was given to someone she likes. Uncle Ju waved his hand. I have watched Miss Wu Yan grow up. So far, there has never been another man around her, let alone buying gifts for others. Xiao Qiang was relieved, and then he met with Uncle Ju and muttered, I'm just worried that she will be hurt. My daughter is so outstanding, I have to find someone who is worthy of her. Look at the watch she chose, I think it's very beautiful. Well, it's elegant and noble, and it looks good. Uncle Ju agreed. After the party, Zhang Muyan returned home in a rage. Girl! Xiao Qiang heard their voice, waved at the entrance of the corridor, and then ran down quickly. Zhang Muyan took a few steps forward nervously. Dad, slow down. Xiao Qiang steadied his steps. It's okay, it's okay. I thought you would be back very late tonight. Dad, we have an exam tomorrow. I'm afraid you'll be nervous, so I want to come back early to accompany you, and then check what I need to prepare for tomorrow. Zhang Muyan said to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang didn't expect that Zhang Muyan would consider so much for him. Oh, I'm not nervous. He said casually, then patted the sofa and motioned Zhang Muyan to sit down. Zhang Muyan noticed his emotions and said that she was not nervous, but her eyes had already betrayed Xiao Qiang's true emotions. He was actually very nervous. Dad, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. You have already taken the exam once. This re-examination is just going through that path again. Zhang Muyan sat beside him and comforted him. Xiao Qiang nodded. He knew all this, but he had missed the best time of his life after 40 years of hibernation. Now I have the chance to do it again. Although I still take the same path, my state of mind is different. Daughter, tell your dad, were you nervous during the college entrance examination? Was it your mother or uncle who sent you to the school gate? Xiao Qiang wanted to relax, so he found a topic. Zhang Muyan took a sip of coffee and said to Xiao Qiang, I'm not nervous. See, if you're not nervous, then I'm even less nervous. Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Zhang Muyan said, because I haven't even taken the college entrance examination, I received admission letters from several universities. Xiao Qiang suddenly felt speechless, his mind was in a mess, and it took him a while to calm down. He gave Zhang Muyan a thumbs up. My daughter is awesome. Daddy is proud of you. These words come from a heart sincerely. He looked at Zhang Muyan. No matter her ability, appearance, or temperament, she was of top quality. Such a perfect person is his daughter. Xiao Qiang's mood suddenly became complicated. He couldn't hold his daughter back. He wants to be the pride of his daughter. Thinking about it, I got up and walked upstairs. Zhang Muyan looked at his back, stood up and chased after him. Dad, what's wrong? It's okay. I think it's still early. I'll review the subjects I'll take tomorrow and check if I have brought everything. Xiao Qiang returned to the room. Zhang Muyan also walked in and followed along to check. Admission ticket, ID card, 3 gel pens, 3 2B pencils for the exam, and an eraser. All in a sealed bag. Dad, I checked the weather for tomorrow. It's going to be sunny with light rain. I packed an umbrella in your backpack. Zhang Muyan is very meticulous. Xiao Qiang was somewhat touched. Okay, thank you, girl. The little cotton padded jacket is so thoughtful that he didn't even think of bringing an umbrella. You're welcome. Zhang Muyan asked Xiao Qiang not to be so polite. Xiao Qiang nodded. Okay, we are family, you are welcome, my daughter, I will be your proud role model. Zhang Muyan was a little surprised, then her eyes curved with a smile. Dad, you have always been my pride. Chapter 16, a $5 million watch, just to tell the time. After putting all the materials into the backpack, Zhang Muyan reviewed the subjects to be tested the next day with Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang didn't stay up too late and went to bed early, so he woke up full of energy in the morning. When he went downstairs, he was amazed by the scenery below. Zhang Muyan was wearing a white cheongsam embroidered with bamboo. She stood there, looking graceful and charming. Seeing Xiao Qiang pursed his lips and smiled, Dad. Xiao Qiang came in front of her, looked around, and couldn't stop praising her. Girl, your height and figure are perfect for wearing a qiansum. Uncle Ju nodded and explained, this is the qiansum that Miss Wu Yan ordered at Ju's Hangji last month, just for today. Xiao Qiang was puzzled, is today an important day? Dad, I'm wearing this to symbolize your victory. Zhang Wuyan winked at him. Xiao Qiang understood. No wonder his aunt made him a qiansum with scraps of cloth. She had to wear it even though it didn't look good, so that she could send him to the examination room. This was what she meant. My girl, you are thoughtful. Zhang Wuyan took a box from Uncle Ju and said to Xiao Qiang, Dad, stretch out your right hand. Xiao Qiang stretched out his hand and looked at the box. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? It wasn't until Zhang Wuyan opened it, took out their deep-sea watch and put it on him that Xiao Qiang reacted. A 5 million deep-sea watch. Here, is this for me? Xiao Qiang touched it lovingly. Zhang Wuyan nodded, well, in order to let you see the time, the college entrance examination is very strict. It is expressly prohibited to wear smart watches or smart wristbands, but you can carry ordinary mechanical or quartz watches. Deep Sea is a quartz watch. My goodness, his daughter spent 5 million to buy a watch just so he could tell time during the exam. I remember there was a clock hanging on the wall in the examination classroom. Xiao Qiang liked this watch very much and he simply didn't want to take it off. But he was afraid that wearing it would cause some trouble for his daughter. After all, their whole network is watching Deep Sea. If Lu Rui knew that the Deep Sea he had always dreamed of was on his hand, he would probably be furious. The more Xiao Qiang looked at this watch, the more he liked it. Zhang Wuyan was very happy to see that he liked it. Nowadays, not every classroom in the college entrance examination has a clock. If you don't know the time, you will panic. It will be more helpful for you to control the time when answering the questions if you wear it. At the same time, it also serves as a talisman, allowing Xiao Qiang to relax and take the exam. Zhang Wuyan actually had her eyes on many other things, but in the end she still chose this men's watch because she thought her father would like it. It turned out to be true, Xiao Qiang liked it very much. After breakfast, Xiao Qiang sat in the Maybach, secretly took a picture of his wrist, and posted it on WeChat Moments to show off. My daughter, I gave her this watch. I like it. Shortly after I successfully posted it, I received 2 likes. One fights against Xiao Jun, and the other fights against Wu Yan. Xiao Qiang looked at his daughter beside him and said, you are too quick to like this. Zhang Wuyan smiled implicitly. I also commented, I am number 1. Xiao Qiang currently has only 2 WeChat friends, Zhang Xiaojun and Zhang Wuyan. Uncle Ju is not used to using WeChat, so Xiao Qiang only saved his phone number. Sure enough, after refreshing, there was one more comment on his moments. Daughter, as long as you like it, I wish you immediate success. Xiao Qiang was a little nervous at first, but Zhang Wuyan's comment made him lose all his nerves. When we were almost at the school gate, the car stopped because there was a police blockade ahead and many parents had to park their cars in the small alley of the finance and economics school. Xiao Qiang felt that this was a good thing. After all, when you become famous, you are more likely to be surrounded by gossip. He was not famous, but his daughter was a celebrity. If he was sent to the school gate and was photographed, the media would definitely write a lot of nonsense. He didn't want his daughter's reputation to be ruined by these people. So Zhang Wuyan wanted to follow him down, but was stopped by him. Xiao Qiang said, girl, it's too hot outside, you don't need to come down, and there are a lot of mosquitoes. You are wearing a qiansum today, with your arms and legs exposed, you will be bitten a lot. Besides, everyone knows you, and you are dressed so beautifully today, who knows if there are those unscrupulous media waiting at the school gate. Okay, I won't go down, Dad. I'll wait for you in the car. Zhang Wuyan sat back down. Xiao Qiang knew that Zhang Wuyan had rejected all business activities and postponed all company matters just to send him to the college entrance examination. Okay, let's wait for good news from Dad. At this moment, Xiao Qiang was full of confidence. He looked at Zhang Wuyan, raised his right hand and waved it. In the distance, someone hid behind a huge tree trunk and quickly pressed the shutter to capture this beautiful back view. In the sunshine, the young man's black hair was flying. He was wearing a white shirt and jeans. He raised his right hand and waved it as if he was holding the sunshine. Full of vitality. The person who took the photo is a well-known photography blogger who particularly likes to share beautiful photos online, including a small daisy growing towards the sun, the backs of two old people leaning against each other and holding hands, and lovely moments of cute pets. They are all her masterpieces. Li Mai lowered her head to adjust the camera. She played back the photo and was very satisfied with it. She planned to upload it soon. Xiao Qiang didn't know any of this. After waving to Zhang Muyan, he arrived at the school gate and was stopped by the supervisory office to check what he brought with him. When he saw the watch on Xiao Qiang's right hand, he paused, checked it carefully, and found that it was just an ordinary quartz watch, so he let him go. He even patted Xiao Qiang on the shoulder and said jokingly, "Young man, are you here to show off your wealth in the examination room?" The inspector was a man in his 30s. He couldn't tell whether the diamonds were real or fake. He only knew that they were quite dazzling in the sunlight. "So I just said it as a joke." Xiao Qiang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "How could that be possible? It's just an ordinary watch, stuck randomly, because I'm afraid there will be no clock to look at in the classroom." As he said this, he covered his watch with his sleeve. The inspector smiled and pushed him in. Li Mai uploaded the photos directly to the internet and updated her Weibo. The accompanying picture is Xiao Qiang's tall back. "I wish all the college entrance examination students success in the exam and may they always be full of vigor and vitality. When I first opened the picture, I immediately noticed the watch on the right hand." At this moment, Weibo became a hot search topic. The server was down for 2 minutes. Hash shocked, the owner of DeepSea is a young boy Hash. Hash Lu Rui slaps his face Hash. Hash the goddess' character is unstable? With the boy. Hash. As soon as the trending search on Weibo came out, Special Assistant Zhang immediately reported it to Zhang Muyan. Zhang Muyan arranged, suppress the hot search, and by the way, find the blogger and tell him to delete the Weibo post immediately, otherwise I will sue her for violating her privacy and portrait rights. Okay. After Li Mai uploaded the photo, she planned to go take some other photos of the scenery. However, she received a call from the editor-in-chief and found out that her Weibo post had exploded. The editor-in-chief asked, "Did you take a frontal shot?" Li Mai replied, "No." The editor-in-chief was furious, "Why don't you go and take the photo? If we can take the front photo, we will be very rich. Jean, DeepSea, just think about the traffic." After hanging up the phone, Li Mai planned to wait for a while, but she received a call. Instantly, the excitement turned into fear. "Okay, I will delete the Weibo post now and post a new one to make it clear." After hanging up the phone, she called the editor-in-chief again and said that if the Weibo post was not deleted, Jean would sue. The editor had no choice but to let her do it with tears in her eyes. Li Mai went on Weibo, deleted that post, and edited another one. "Sorry, I took this photo accidentally, I didn't know it would cause such a sensation, I don't know what the owner of DeepSea looks like, please treat this matter rationally, I wish all the students will be admitted to high school." As soon as the Weibo post was released, it immediately caused an uproar. Netizens speculated that this blogger must have touched someone's bottom line and was threatened. However, some netizens said that the blogger just wanted to take advantage of their DeepSea incident that happened to Zhansha some time ago and wanted to get some traffic. He took this photo deliberately to keep people in suspense, and now he has deleted it. He probably has something to hide. Xiao Qiang was unaware of all these changes. He only knew that he was surrounded by the media as soon as he walked out of the school gate. He was dumbfounded. What is happening? Hello, classmate. I'm Tana, a reporter from Fengcheng TV. I'd like to ask how you did in the exam. A female reporter handed over the microphone. Oh. A TV interview. He knows this. Whether in the past or now. Reporters and the media all want to know who will be the first to walk out of the school. Xiao Qiang cleared his throat and replied, "Not bad." The voice was clear and attractive. Tanner was stunned for a moment, and was immediately interrupted by another reporter. "Classmate, do you think you can get into the school of your choice?" "Of course." Xiao Qiang was full of confidence. Chapter 17 Accidentally Exposed. A powerful sentence came through the microphone and reached everyone's ears. "Good." Someone shouted and led the applause. There was immediate applause from the audience. All the cameras were pointed at Xiao Qiang, and people squatting near the TV could see his high-spirited appearance. Xiao Qiang was afraid that Zhang Muyan would have to wait for a long time, so he answered the question quickly. squeezed through the crowd, and almost bumped into Tana. He held her up and left only after seeing that she was fine. Gradually, more figures appeared at the door, and Tana and others withdrew their gaze and hurried to interview the next person. Xiao Qiang ran into the alley and found Zhang Wuyan wearing a qiangsum, holding a tender green and fluffy lucky bamboo in her hands, standing in front of the car looking at him. He strode forward and said, "Girl, why did you come down?" "Dad, I wish you a successful exam." Zhang Wuyan handed over the lucky bamboo. Xiao Qiang took it, then opened the car door and asked Zhang Wuyan to get in first. "Girl, let me tell you, I'm in great shape today. I was the first one to walk out of the school gate, and all the reporters were interviewing me." He held the lucky bamboo in one hand and gestured with the other. Zhang Wuyan saw that his right hand was empty and asked, "Dad, where's the watch?" Xiao Qiang took it out of his backpack and said, "I still feel it's too conspicuous here, so after the exam, I took it off and put it in my backpack." Zhang Wuyan frowned slightly. Xiao Qiang noticed it sharply. "Daughter, has something happened?" Zhang Wuyan shook her head. "No, it's indeed too high profile." "Dad, you did a great job." She underestimated that the eyes of those netizens, even those hidden in their sleeves, could see everything. "Oh." Xiao Qiang nodded and put the watch back on. "I'll wear it now that I'm with my daughter. This is a gift from my daughter." "Well, Dad, I have an exam these few days, can I keep your phone for a while?" Zhang Wuyan didn't want what happened on the internet to affect Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang agreed without hesitation. "Sure, I think so too. The main reason is that my self-discipline is really poor. Once I slack off, I just lie down and watch Douyin and Weibo, and all the time is wasted." After the exam the next day, Xiao Qiang was the first to leave the examination room and found that Tanner was still the first person to interview him. "Is it you?" Tanner didn't expect that he would recognize her. "Classmate, congratulations, you are the first one to come out today. Do you have anything to say to everyone?" Xiao Qiang looked at the eagerly waiting parents with mixed feelings. "I want to say that it is really great to work hard to live a wonderful life. I hope everyone can get admitted as they wish. Thank you." His aunt sent him to take the college entrance examination for the first time. It was his daughter who took him to take the college entrance examination for the second time. Both times, the most important people were by his side, and Xiao Qiang was deeply moved. Tanner looked at him and suddenly sighed inappropriately for his age. She was stunned for a moment, then pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. "Har har, classmate, you are really humorous. Thank you for your blessing." Xiao Qiang nodded and prepared to leave. Tanner remembered that she almost fell yesterday and was supported by Xiao Qiang. Before she could thank him, he disappeared. "This time I plan to catch up and say thank you." "Tana, where are you going?" Her companion was surprised and followed her with a camera. Xiao Qiang didn't know someone was following him. It was only after he got in the car that the driver said, "Sir, there are reporters following us." "Are?" Xiao Qiang turned around and looked through the rear window. "He is the reporter from the TV station that locked down the city. Where did he go?" Tanner looked at the numerous vehicles, unsure which car Xiao Qiang had just got on. Each one is a luxury car, and the window stickers are in privacy mode, so people inside can see people outside, but people outside cannot see people inside. "My girl, it's the reporter who interviewed me," Xiao Qiang explained. Zhang Wuyan's face was cold. She really didn't like this reporter, who kept harassing him, thinking that he knew she was in the car and came for their deep-sea matter. "Dad." She wanted to say forget it and just drive away. The next second, Xiao Qiang rolled down the car window, revealing half of his face, and greeted people with his left hand. "Little reporter, are you looking for me?" Tanner was startled, turned around and saw that it was Xiao Qiang, and immediately smiled. "Yes, I didn't have time to thank you yesterday." She was keenly aware of a cold gaze falling on her. The car window was not rolled down a little, so Tanner could not see the other people in the car clearly. "You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake." Xiao Qiang waved his hand. Tanner's partner Zhao Yang, who had been carrying a camera and filming, moved a few steps and tried to take a sneak shot of the license plate, but was stopped by the driver who got off the car. This was Zhang Wuyan's instruction. She didn't want Xiao Qiang to be harassed unnecessarily. "Sorry, Zhao Yang is closed." Tanner knew that those who drove luxury cars were not ordinary people. Zhao Yang turned off the camera. "By the way, classmate, can I take a photo with you?" Tanner suddenly asked. Xiao Qiang was stunned. "Group photo? Seeing that he was about to misunderstand, Tanner immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to use it for publicity. You are so outstanding. You were the first person to walk out of the school gate for 2 days. And after yesterday's speech was broadcast, our TV station's ratings increased a lot. It's okay to promote the college entrance examination." Xiao Qiang nodded in agreement and was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by Zhang Wuyan. The car window was closed, blocking the curious sight of Tanner and the others. "Dad, I hope you can think it over carefully." Zhang Wuyan was worried that once the photo was released, it would bring unnecessary trouble to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang knew her worries, so he took off their deep sea on his right hand and placed it in Zhang Wuyan's palm. "My daughter, please keep it for Dad first. I know you are worried that the disturbances on the internet will affect me. It's okay. I know my limits. As long as she doesn't wear the 5 million deep sea that everyone knows about, it will be fine." Xiao Qiang's idea is very simple. Zhang Wuyan saw that he was determined and did not try to stop him. She knew how much her father cared about the college entrance examination. Xiao Qiang got out of the car, holding the lucky bamboo given by Zhang Wuyan in his hand. He was wearing white clothes and had green leaves, with a handsome face. He stood next to Tanner, facing the camera with his lips slightly raised. "What a handsome man." Zhao Yong turned on the camera again and made an okay gesture. Tanner and Xiao Qiang both gave a thumbs up and said in unison, "May all the students be successful in the exams." With a click, the photo was taken and the spoken message was also recorded. During the college entrance examination, Confronting TV will repeatedly broadcast interviews with students in 3 time slots at the same time. As a result, the director found that the most outstanding person was the young man interviewed by Tanner. His words, of course, can become a sentence for every candidate leaving school to emulate. And that blessing was heard over and over again. The discussion on the campus network of the University of Finance and Economics was heated. The subject of discussion is Xiao Qiang. "Oh my God, he's so handsome, how can there be such a sunny and handsome boy? Come and read it quickly, I'm waiting for you here. A powerful general, he is the first one to walk out of the school gate these days, and he looks so relaxed, I am impressed. It's a University of Finance and Economics, many people try their best to get in, but this person seems so relaxed, will he not be admitted in the end? That would be a slap in the face. Some people eat for appearance, some people admire for courage. There are also some sour tones." The campus internet was abuzz with discussions, and a photo released by Tanner made netizens even more excited. She posted it on the official Weibo account of the lockdown TV station with a message. "Gentleman youth, dazzling, talented, and uniquely charming." As soon as the photo came out, netizens went crazy. "This is crazy, all the good-looking ones are in college. I want to go back to college, don't stop me. Does this photo look familiar? I remember seeing it somewhere. The little brother is so handsome, his hands are so nice, they look like comic hands, the hand control party is very satisfied. 265th floor, I also think this photo is very familiar. I remember a blogger whose profile picture was a man in white holding a lucky bamboo." With the sharp eyes of netizens, everyone followed the clues and found Xiao Qiang's Weibo. "When I clicked on his profile picture, I saw his slender hands holding a lucky bamboo, just like the one in the photo Tanner posted. The difference is that the avatar only shows the lower body holding a lucky bamboo. It turns out that he is the blogger who said that Lu Rui and Zhang Wuyan were not dating. Good luck to you. I was previously attacked online by many netizens for telling the truth. After the truth of the matter was revealed, many netizens became fans of Xiao Qiang. His account name is Songfu Koi and people often leave messages and make wishes on his Weibo. I am a new fan, what is cyberbullying?" The old fans immediately stepped up to explain, and by the way, excited the new fans to the point that they started cursing. "How dare you cyberbully such a handsome guy? You have no heart. Lu Rui looks so filthy, are you blind?" That's right, the Zhang group has already issued a statement, forcing my goddess, Miss Zhang Wuyan, to come out, which means it has nothing to do with him. Lu Rui is really disgusting and shameless, directing and acting in his own drama. Lu Rui, stay away from our goddess. As the discussion became more and more heated, this group of netizens directly pushed several hot searches related to Lu Rui to the top. It suppressed the hot search of #lucky bamboo boys#. Xiao Qiang never expected that the profile picture he updated just yesterday would instantly betray himself. Chapter 18. The hot search bang 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 blew up again. When Xiao Qiang received the photo sent by Tana, he was very satisfied, but he didn't want to expose himself, so he changed his Weibo profile picture to a photo of his lower body holding lucky bamboo in one hand. Xiao Qiang didn't have time to go online, so he didn't know how things were developing. About 10 days after the college entrance examination, the results will be announced. The University of Finance and Economics called and asked him to prepare for the entrance examination. So, I passed the exam. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Qiang still couldn't believe it. He pulled Zhang Wuyan, very emotional. Zhang Wuyan nodded to him, her eyes slightly warm. Yes, Dad, you passed the exam. Xiao Qiang let go, jumped up and shouted, yes, yes. Uncle Ju and others were also happy for him and had smiles on their faces. So these 2 days, Xiao Qiang was busy preparing materials and reviewing, and had no time to go on Weibo, let alone know that he gained 100,000 followers overnight. After Zhang Wuyan accompanied Xiao Qiang into the University of Finance and Economics, she was immediately recognized and secretly photographed and posted online. Oh my god, it's that little brother, he's here to take the entrance exam. Accompanying him is a tall and cool beauty with a great body. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. The photo was sent and received an immediate response. Isn't he this our goddess Miss Wuyan? Oh my god. It turns out that she and brother Fugiju are a couple. Are your eyes okay, the guy above? There is such a big gap between the two of them. The goddess is beautiful on her own, so don't get involved. Our lucky bamboo brother is also very handsome, okay. Wait, why do I remember that last time Deep Sea appeared on a boy's wrist? Could it be this boy? Fans from both sides started arguing, and someone discovered a blind spot. The hot search list exploded again. Everyone was discussing whether the owner of their Deep Sea was brother Lucky Bamboo. But someone immediately raised a rebuttal, saying that brother Lucky Bamboo was not wearing their Deep Sea on his right hand. It must not be that person. Let me ask you, isn't he the Deep Sea very tempting? It must be big, so if the Lucky Bamboo brother is really the master of their Deep Sea, why doesn't he wear it? Ordinary people wouldn't be willing to take it off, right? Netizens thought it made sense and continued to debate the relationship between Zhang Wuyan and this Lucky Bamboo boy, and also mentioned Lu Rui. Fuck it. At the Lu company's side, Lu Rui was angry again. He threw his phone right in the conference room. His chest was heaving and everyone was terrified. They wondered what had happened to this man. The assistant asked everyone to leave, and the meeting room was empty. He picked up the broken phone and said, Boss Lu, since the last signing party, the stock of our Lu enterprise has fallen sharply. You'd better be quiet. Lu Rui looked at him fiercely. What kind of vision does Zhang Wuyan have? She doesn't want a strong man like me, but wants that skinny guy. And their Deep Sea obviously suits his temperament best. Zhang Wuyan was out of her mind and gave it to someone else. Let him be laughed at by netizens. The assistant couldn't answer him. Well, you quickly send someone to come forward and muddy up this matter. I want to make Zhang Wuyan regret not choosing me. Lu Rui was really crazy. He didn't listen at all to the assistant's reminder just now. The assistant could only obey, yes. He paid off some internet trolls and posted on Weibo to create some topics. Hash using shameless capital to climb up to the president of Zhang family hash. Hash is it the decline of morality or the temptation of money? Hash. Hash I didn't expect that rich people are so good at having fun? Hash. Under every topic, people are saying that Xiao Qiang and Zhang Wuyan have an improper relationship, and some of them are really saying it out loud. But some netizens are like fence sitters, they lean towards whichever way the wind blows. Gradually, the improper relationship between President Zhang and brother Fugiju became a hot topic. Zhang Wuyan accompanied Xiao Qiang to take an exam at the University of Finance and Economics. She turned her cell phone to silent mode, and even Special Assistant Zhang had informed him not to call unless necessary. Therefore, she is not aware of what is happening online yet. But there is always someone who can find her and not be treated coldly by Zhang Wuyan. The door of the principal's office opened, and a woman wearing a miniskirt and boots came in. She had big wavy hair and a sweet look. She turned around and said to the principal obediently, "Thank you, principal." "You're welcome. You're too lazy to go back to your alma mater. I didn't expect that you and President Zhang are still friends. You guys chat, I'll go to the examination room to take a look." After the principal left, Zhang Wuyan looked at Zhen Mi, who was sitting on the sofa next to her with cold eyes. Why are you here? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Zhen Mi smiled ingratiatingly and looked straight at Zhang Wuyan. What are you looking at? Zhang Wuyan asked. Zhen Mi approached and said, last time I asked you to tell me who the boy with the voice is, but you kept it a secret. Now the whole country knows about it. I was wondering, you haven't dated anyone for all these years, it turns out you like this. She winked and sat back down with a smile. The two were best friends who grew up together, and she knew basically everything about Zhang Wuyan. However, during their last chat, Xiao Qiang's voice surprised her for a long time, and further questioning yielded no results. I found the answer on the internet. Zhang Wuyan frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? That's her dad. Yes. Seeing that the man denied it, Zhen Mi opened the Weibo app on her phone and placed it in front of Zhang Wuyan. When Zhang Wuyan saw those words, her eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. She took out her cell phone and called Assistant Zhang, who did it. I found out that it was Lu Rui who hired some trolls to deliberately throw dirty water on you. I wanted to report this to you. But Zhang Wuyan gave the order not to disturb them. So Special Assistant Zhang only found out about it, but hasn't he taken any action yet? Cancel all of Zhang's investments in Lu's enterprises, and terminate the cooperation on the project that the subsidiary had previously signed with them. If the other party insists on holding onto the contract, they must compensate you according to the law. Zhang Wuyan was so cold and heartless. There are some bottom lines that cannot be touched. Xiao Qiang is Zhang Wuyan's bottom line now. No one can hurt her father. Neither reputation nor fame is enough. Yes. Zhen Mi was dumbfounded. Is her best friend serious about this? No, is it worth it for a student? The losses from withdrawing investment and terminating cooperation will definitely not only affect Lu's enterprise. The Zhang group also suffered heavy losses. Zhang Wuyan looked at Zhen Mi seriously. There are some things that I can't explain clearly for a while, and I can't tell you. I have to respect his opinion. Zhen Mi came here today mainly to see who the man is that Zhang Wuyan cares about. What a big drama it turned out to be. However, she chose to trust him unconditionally. Okay, wait until you want to tell me. I just flew back and haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. I'll go back first and come to see you in 2 days. No need to come. Zhang Wuyan refused directly. Zhen Mi was furious. Hey you don't want your best friend anymore now that you have a man, right? Zhang Wuyan explained, you can come, but you are not allowed to raid. She didn't want Zhen Mi to scare Xiao Qiang, mainly because Xiao Qiang had never met Zhen Mi and had not told Zhen Mi about their relationship. So it's a bit inconvenient. Zhen Mi compromised and nodded, okay. Who told her to like Zhang Wuyan's arrogant and cold look? A good girlfriend can only be pampered. Not long after Zhen Mi left, Xiao Qiang finished his exams and was taken to the principal's office by the principal to meet Zhang Wuyan. Along the way, people were pointing and whispering. Xiao Qiang has sharp ears and heard what the principal said personally. This guy is indeed a capable person. He quickened his pace, not wanting to be so high profile. The principal thought he had said something wrong, so he quickened his pace to catch up, and his old waist almost couldn't bear it. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhang Wuyan looking at her phone with anger on her face. What's wrong? Xiao Qiang wanted to call his daughter, but the principal was there. Zhang Wuyan stood up with a gentle smile on her face. How did you do on the exam? Xiao Qiang nodded, not bad. The principal agreed, he did really well in the exam. President Zhang, you have brought in a talented person for our school. That's good. Zhang Wuyan looked at the principal and continued, then we'll leave first and wait for good news. Good. The principal sent them to the school gate and watched them get into the car before leaving. Inside the car, Xiao Qiang asked in confusion, Girl, why were you so angry just now? Zhang Wuyan turned around and faced Xiao Qiang. She took out his phone from her bag and handed it to him. You will know when you go to Weibo. Xiao Qiang went on Weibo suspiciously, only to find that he had received 99 plus private messages and 99 plus new followers. Looking at the trending searches and pictures posted by netizens, he realized that he was exposed. It's over, my girl. Have I caused you trouble again? I wouldn't have changed my profile picture if I had known. Xiao Qiang didn't expect that Tana would post that photo and she didn't even bother to blur it out. Zhang Wuyan saw that he was nervous and comforted him. Dad, I'm fine. The company is already handling it. Xiao Qiang felt relieved when he heard this. That's good. Then I opened the private messages and found that most netizens were rational and told Xiao Qiang not to care about those nonsense and just be himself. Zhang Wuyan felt relieved when she saw that he didn't look upset. Dad, you've worked hard. Do you want to travel and relax before school starts? Xiao Qiang was surprised that he had gained hundreds of thousands of fans. When he heard Zhang Wuyan's words, he subconsciously exclaimed, "Where are you going to travel? 40 years have passed, and everything has changed." The tourist attractions he was familiar with have either been abandoned or developed into other assets. The closed city is no longer what he remembered. Xiao Qiang felt like a wandering soul, wandering around in circles with no idea of his destination. Zhang Wuyan saw that he was a little confused, so she said, "Don't worry, when you have thought it through, we will make arrangements." Chapter 19. What is your relationship? Where to travel? This is a big problem. After taking exams in the past, Xiao Qiang had never thought about traveling. It should be said that at that time, the trend of relaxing the body first and then going back to school to study was not popular. So he was very confused. The familiar places in his memory had now become something else. How about searching it online? Xiao Qiang opened his mobile phone and searched, but was not satisfied with any of the results. Then he went on Weibo and updated his post to complain. Send blessing koi, hey, my fellow netizens, do you have any recommendations for fun and delicious places near the closed city? I want to go there to relax before school starts. After several hot searches, Xiao Qiang has become a household name. So as soon as he successfully sent out this sentence, someone immediately came out to comment. Little brother, are you traveling with the goddess? Xiao Qiang frowned. Is this the point? He replied, do you have any place to recommend? When the netizen saw that Xiao Qiang replied to him, he became even more excited. Oh, the little brother replied to me. You must have fun with the goddess. I remember Happy Valley is pretty good. You can go check it out. Happy Valley. Xiao Qiang checked and found out that it was an ecological amusement park where he could see the flowers and play with the equipment. He remembered that last time Zhang Wuyan accompanied him to ride those exciting rides and she looked uncomfortable. Well, this place won't do. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Qiang discovered that there were already over 1,000 comments under this Weibo post. Many netizens are still seriously recommending fun places to go. Only a few netizens kept harping on the words, saying that they were traveling with the goddess and that they were tired of envy. Xiao Qiang didn't intend to explain, because he found that the more he explained, the more angry this group of netizens would become. It would be less troublesome if you didn't explain. He selected the tourist spots provided by netizens one by one, then scrolled down and saw a new comment. The city is about to hold a large-scale lawn electronic music show, where you can dance in the swimming pool and taste all kinds of delicious food. I heard that the organizer has also invited the new singer N.A. A performance. Lawn electronic music show. These words aroused Xiao Qiang's interest. This is an area he has never been exposed to. He can listen to music and taste delicious food at the same time. This is a nice place. So he immediately replied to the netizen, do I need to buy tickets for this electronic music show? Can you give me a channel? Seeing this reply, netizens became excited. Brother, are you going to the electronic music show? What a coincidence, I want to go too, hope to meet you. A chance encounter. I want to go to the electronic music show too. I heard that the tickets are almost sold out. It is hosted by Xian Entertainment Company. You can buy them on their official website. I will give you the website. This netizen is really reliable and immediately sent out the link. After Xiao Qiang made his decision, he excitedly opened the door and went downstairs. Zhang Wuyan had just arrived home. Girl, I want to go to this lawn electronic music show, come and take a look. Xiao Qiang handed over the phone. Zhang Wuyan took it and saw that it was the official website of Xian Entertainment. It was promoting a national trend lawn electronic music show, and also posted photos of several popular internet celebrities and bloggers as well as the new singer Tan Liner. Okay, I'll buy the ticket. Zhang Wuyan nodded. Xiao Qiang took the phone and said, I was just trying to buy tickets, but they are all sold out backstage. Zhang Wuyan curled her lips, I'll find a way, Dad, it's late, you should go to bed. Xiao Qiang glanced at the pendulum clock. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. It was indeed late. Okay, then you should also go to bed early, girl. Good. The two went upstairs together and returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Wuyin changed into her home clothes and made a phone call. Hello. The person on the other end of the phone almost jumped up. What a rare guest, Mr. Zhang, it's so rare to receive your call in the middle of the night. I want 2 tickets for the electronic music show. Zhang Wuyin went straight to the point. Zhen Mi, with a mask on her face, responded inarticulately, sure, it's so easy. She is the boss of Zhen Entertainment Company. It's easy for her to get 2 tickets. Something's wrong. 2 tickets. You're going with your little brother? You're a busy man with so many things to do, and you're interested in this kind of electronic music show. You don't have any real intention in the bar. Facing Zhen Mi's teasing, Zhang Wuyin only had one sentence, it's none of your business. Oh, she has a bad temper. This is my best friend, I have to bear with it. Zhen Mi's eyes turned and she said, I can get the ticket, but I have one condition, let me see that brother. No. Zhang Wuyin refused directly. Zhen Mi tore off the mask, hey, Zhang Wuyin, what's wrong with you? You need something from me now, can't you satisfy me by just taking a look? Why do you hide that little brother so deeply? I won't eat him. Zhang Wuyin curled her lips, but her tone was cold, don't keep talking about your brother. Who is your brother? I want the ticket, but you can't see him. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhen Mi was so angry that she stared at the black screen of her phone, this girl has grown wings. The more you don't let me see her, the more curious I am. Just wait. After saying that, he ran to wash up angrily. Early in the morning, after having breakfast with Xiao Qiang, Zhang Wuyin came to the Zhang group. As soon as they entered the president's office, Special Assistant Zhang came in with documents in his hands. President Zhang, Lu Qianyuan, the chairman of Lu's enterprise, is here. He said he came to apologize and wanted to explain his son's inappropriate behavior. Zhang Wuyin flipped through the documents without looking up. No, I don't want to have anything to do with the Lu family anymore. Clear. Special Assistant Zhang immediately gave orders, asking the front desk to tell Lu Qianyuan that Zhang Wuyin was very busy and would not see any guests. Lu Qianyuan's old face turned red, he glared angrily, and finally left unwillingly. I'm afraid that the Lu family has completely offended the Zhang family. He wants to go back and break that brat's legs. Here, Xiao Qiang had nothing to do, so he pulled Uncle Ju to play games. He had recently become obsessed with a game called Mission Soul, which was an immersive game where you shot the Japanese with guns, and it was very exciting. Uncle Ju was panicking and lying in the bushes, but was shot dead by someone. Xiao Qiang slapped his thigh angrily, mistake, Uncle Ju, you should put on your bulletproof vest and level 8 helmet later. Uncle Ju wore reading glasses and squinted at the game page, oh, okay. It's very lively here, but little did people know that Zhen Mi really didn't listen to the advice. She took advantage of the opportunity when Zhang Wuyin went out and drove to Zhang's house. She just wanted to see how likable little brother Lucky Bamboo is. It was possible for her cold and beautiful best friend, Zhang Wuyin, to break her bottom line like this. So when she pushed open the door of the Zhang family, she shouted. Eyes. I saw a man wearing flowered shorts and shorts, sitting cross-legged on a high-end sofa. After hearing the noise here, he turned around and his expression became very terrified. Xiao Qiang's brain froze when he saw the beautiful woman with twin ponytails and long legs who suddenly appeared. Who is this person? How did you get here? My daughter's friend. Damn, why did you come without telling me? He was still wearing beach shorts. Uncle Ju, on the other hand, looked calm. He stood up and greeted Zhen Mi, Miss Zhen, I haven't seen you for a long time. What brings you here today? Zhen Mi said a few perfunctory words to Uncle Ju, then walked quickly to Xiao Qiang and looked him up and down. Well, he looks good, with delicate features, pretty face, and is quite handsome. Zhang Wuyin has a good taste. Didn't he have such a strong feeling when I saw the photos before? Now that they were face to face, Zhen Mi felt that Xiao Qiang was several times more handsome than in the photo. Moreover, the more she looked at him, the more she felt that this man's features and eyes were a bit similar to Zhang Wuyin's. Could it be that these two people look like a couple? Xiao Qiang calmed down. He could tell from Uncle Ju's attitude that this woman must have a special relationship with his daughter. He quickly stood up, put away his phone, and greeted, "Hello, my name is Xiao Qiang. You must be Wu Yang's friend, right? If you want to find her, you have to go to the company because she comes home late." Zhen Mi hooked her long legs and sat on the sofa opposite Xiao Qiang, looking at him with a smile. "No, the person I'm looking for is you." Xiao Qiang was puzzled. "Looking for me?" "Yes, I have been curious about you for a long time, but Wu Yan hid you too well and wouldn't let me see you. Hey, the more she doesn't want me to see you, the more I have to come and see you. I saw the result. I was not disappointed at all." Zhen Mi winked at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang shuddered. "Are girls nowadays so bold?" "Well, Wu Yan never told me about you," Xiao Qiang explained. Zhen Mi shrugged. "It doesn't matter, she has that temper, I understand. By the way, I'm curious, what is your relationship with my best friend Zhang Wuyan? I would rather lose the company's interests than not help this man vent his anger. This is not like the style of businessman Zhang Wuyan." Xiao Qiang glanced at Uncle Ju, who brought a fruit plate to Zhen Mi, and wanted to help explain. Zhen Mi seemed to see through him and stopped him. "Uncle Ju, I don't want to listen to you, I want to listen to him." She pointed at Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang thought for a moment and said, "We are family." Chapter 20 Godfather, I'm a good boy. Zhen Mi misheard, she heard it as a lover relationship. With an ambiguous smile on his face, he looked at Xiao Qiang and said, "I said that Zhang Wuyan has no humanity towards the opposite sex. She and I are like brothers and sisters, but she is with you and she is not willing to tell me the truth." Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded. What nonsense was this kid talking about? He felt that his daughter's friend was not very smart. But, sisters. Could she be a daughter hatched from his other sperm? Zhen Mi looked at Xiao Qiang's loving eyes and was confused. What did this brother mean? Radiating the aura of a loving father. Uncle Ju checked the time and said, "It's almost 11 o'clock, Miss Zhen, please stay for lunch." What a coincidence, I just made your favorite dish today. Zhen Mi's eyes lit up. "Okay, thank you Uncle Ju." Uncle Ju left, giving Xiao Qiang a reassuring look. Xiao Qiang sighed helplessly. "I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first." Zhen Mi's eyes were full of question marks. Okay. Did her unexpected visit bother him? Why do you look so hopeless? Xiao Qiang was indeed speechless. If he had known that there were guests coming, he would not have dressed so casually. "This is the first time I have seen my daughter's friend. The good impression I have of her is definitely gone." The more Xiao Qiang thought about it, the more depressed he became, and even his back as he walked up the stairs looked a little depressed. I returned to the room, locked the door, changed my clothes, and immediately sent a WeChat message to Zhang Wuyan. I wanted to call her, but then I thought, what if my daughter was in a meeting? Girl, help. This meaningless sentence scared Zhang Wuyan so much that she called immediately. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Qiang immediately realized that he had made a fuss. I'm fine, it's just that one of your friends came to visit unexpectedly and caught me off guard. I was dressed casually at the time and was playing games with Uncle Ju. She opened the door and yelled, which shocked me. Zhang Wuyan immediately thought of Zhen Mi, last name Zhen. Yes. Xiao Qiang nodded. Dad, that's Zhen Mi, my close friend who grew up with me. She's not a bad person, just a little nervous. You don't need to be so nervous. Zhang Wuyan calmed him down. Xiao Qiang asked, my daughter, is she my other daughter? Just now she asked me what my relationship was with you, and I said we were relatives. She must have heard it wrong and thought we were lovers. She also said that you were like sisters, and you didn't even tell her. No. Zhang Wuyan said with certainty, Zhen Mi is the only daughter of the Zhen family in Fengcheng. She is the fruit of her parents' natural love, but her parents passed away early. She was brought up by her grandmother and inherited everything from the Zhen family. Her grandmother now lives abroad. Okay. Xiao Qiang felt a little regretful. Zhang Wuyan said in a cold voice, if it causes you trouble, I will call her and ask her to leave immediately. Xiao Qiang explained, it's not that serious, it's just a little sudden. I called you and you chased me away. That's not good, girl. Zhang Wuyan hummed, she won't care. Is the relationship so strong? Only then did Xiao Qiang realize that this woman named Zhen Mi must be a special person to Zhang Wuyan. After a brief phone call, Xiao Qiang went downstairs and saw Jean Mi sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. She heard his footsteps, looked up, and their eyes met. "You've been changing for a long time. Are you avoiding me?" Jean Mi took the initiative. Xiao Qiang responded awkwardly, "How could that be? I'll go see if Uncle Ju needs any help." Then he walked to the kitchen. Jean Mi turned off her phone and followed. As soon as they walked into the entrance, they smelled a fragrance. They went to the kitchen and saw Uncle Ju and others were busy. "I haven't eaten Uncle Ju's cooking for a long time." Jean Mi took a deep breath and sat at the bar outside waiting. Uncle Ju smiled and said, "I'm old, and my cooking skills have declined. Miss Jean, in fact, our husband's cooking is more delicious. Miss Wu Yan likes the dishes cooked by their husband the most. Now she comes home to eat almost every day." "That's an exaggeration." Xiao Qiang felt a little embarrassed. When Jean Mi heard Uncle Ju address Xiao Qiang, she raised her eyebrows. "Really? Then can I try the food that little brother cooks?" "Little brother?" Xiao Qiang frowned. He really didn't like this title, but Jean Mi was Wu Yang's good friend, so he had to treat her with courtesy. "Sure, what do you want to eat? As long as I know how to cook and the ingredients are in place, I'll make it for you right away." Jean Mi hummed, looked into the kitchen, and saw the shrimp meat. "Do you know how to make shrimp balls?" Xiao Qiang nodded. "Simple." As she said this, she put on her apron, walked into the kitchen, skillfully processed the shrimps, and then chopped them into shrimp paste. Evenly coat the processed potato and shrimp balls with flour, egg liquid, and then a layer of breadcrumbs. When the oil temperature rises, put them in and fry them slowly. Xiao Qiang was very focused because he had to control the heat so that the food wouldn't explode. Uncle Ju and others were carrying dishes to the dining room. Jean Mi stared at Xiao Qiang's back, became interested, walked behind him, and said quietly, "It smells so good." Xiao Qiang was startled and his hand shook, splashing oil onto the back of his hand. He took a breath. Zhang Wuyan just came back and saw Uncle Ju saying that Xiao Qiang was making shrimp balls for Jean Mi in the kitchen, so she walked in immediately. Then I saw Xiao Qiang frowning and washing the back of his hands with cold water. "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhang Wuyan strode forward and pushed Jean Mi aside. Xiao Qiang told her not to be so nervous. "It's okay, there are a few drops of hot oil splashed on the back of your hand." Jean Mi was originally feeling very guilty, but was struck by lightning by Zhang Wuyan's word, "Dad." "He's your dad." Jean Mi grew up with Zhang Wuyan and they had almost no secrets from each other, so she also knew that Zhang Wuyan had been waiting for her biological father to appear. It was said that she had participated in the Zhang family's sperm donation project and was dormant in the base. Zhang Wuyan turned off the fire, rolled her eyes at her, and helped Xiao Qiang out. Jean Mi knew she was in trouble, so she hurried to catch up and took the medical box from Uncle Ju attentively. I'll do it. Give it to me." Zhang Wuyan didn't appreciate it. Jean Mi squeezed the burn ointment onto a cotton swab and handed it to her. "I'm just curious. Who told you to hide it? If you had told me earlier that your little brother is your father, I wouldn't have. Such a big mistake happened." She spoke more and more quietly as she continued speaking, because Zhang Wuyan's cold eyes seemed to want to throw her out. "Who is your brother? I've already told you not to recognize anyone's brother randomly." Zhang Wuyan scolded her. Although his tone was cold, his expression did not show impatience. Xiao Qiang nodded. "Xiao Zhen, I wanted to say this just now. I really don't like the word little brother. After knowing that the two were father and daughter, Jean Mi no longer dared to tease Xiao Qiang, so when she heard Xiao Qiang's education, she immediately admitted her mistake. Yes, I was wrong, uncle, please don't blame me." Jean Mi clasped her hands together and pleaded. As pitiful as a kitten. Xiao Qiang glanced at Zhang Wuyan, who looked as if he was about to do it again. "Ignorance is not a crime. I won't blame you. After all, this matter sounds unbelievable. How many people would believe it if I told it to others?" Xiao Qiang waved his hand to show his understanding. Jean Mi shook her head. "I believe it." She glanced at Zhang Wuyan and continued, "When I was a child, I often came to the Zhang family. At that time, Zhang Wuyan kept asking Aunt Zhang where her biological father was. At the coming of age ceremony when I was 17, Aunt Zhang was seriously ill and told Zhang Wuyan about your existence. I was there at the time, so I believed it." Xiao Qiang was a little surprised. He didn't expect his daughter to be so persistent. You are the only one who talks too much. Zhang Wuyan put the medicine box in Zhen Emai's arms. Zhen Emai stuck out her tongue, looking innocent. Uncle Ju came over and said, "It's time for dinner." The three of them walked into the dining room and sat together. Zhen Emai picked up a shrimp bowl with her first chopsticks and took a bite. The juicy, tender shrimp meat combined with the delicate mashed potatoes is really delicious. Zhen Emai's taste buds were instantly conquered. "Dad, please accept me too." Xiao Qiang was so frightened by Zhen Emai's call of "Dad" that he dropped the braised pork on his chopsticks. This girl is not just neurotic. Fortunately, his daughter did not become like her, otherwise, as a father, he really would not be able to bear the shock. Zhang Wuyan looked at Zhen Emai and said, "So much food can't stop you from eating." "Oh, the food he cooked is so delicious. It makes me feel warm. You know, the long-lost feeling of home." Zhen Emai really dared to tell the truth. Xiao Qiang took a bite of rice and decided to remain silent. Seeing that he ignored her, Zhang Wuyan also ate slowly. No one responded to Zhen Emai. Zhen Emai looked at Xiao Qiang and said seriously, "Godfather, please accept me. I am very good." Xiao Qiang opened his mouth and refused directly. "Xiao Zhen, don't call me godfather casually, I can't afford it." Zhen Emai was sad. She's going to make a scene. Chapter 21, Real Beef Noodles. Zhang Wuyan did not miss the disappointment in Zhen Emai's eyes. It seems she is serious. However, she cannot make the decision, as this matter is ultimately decided by her father Xiao Qiang. So Zhang Wuyan didn't say anything, but poured a bowl of chicken soup for Xiao Qiang and another bowl for Zhen Emai and placed them in front of her. Zhen Emai was flattered. She looked at Zhang Wuyan with a pursed mouth, as if she was about to cry. Her best friend is so nice, she knows she is feeling bad and comforts her in this way. Zhen Emai held the bowl, took a big sip, and almost burned her tongue. Xiao Qiang was amused, mainly because she looked very much like the video he saw on Douyin last night, in which there was a cat sticking out its tongue. Seeing Xiao Qiang smile, Zhen Emai decided to make another effort, so she stood up, picked up a large piece of bitter gourd with chopsticks and put it in Xiao Qiang's bowl. "Godfather, are you really not going to accept me as your goddaughter?" "I don't want to." Xiao Qiang frowned and looked at the bitter melon in the bowl. This girl has no sense at all. The bitter melon is so far away from him, and he has never touched it with his chopsticks. You can tell with your toes that he doesn't like fried bitter melon. Zhang Wuyan knew this, so she put all the bitter melon in Xiao Qiang's bowl into her own bowl. He said to Zhen Emai, "Eat quickly, and go back to where you should go after you finish eating." Zhen Emai looked around and instantly realized that she had just done another stupid thing. "I'm not leaving." She took a mouthful of rice angrily, ready to act like a rogue. He took out his phone, clicked on the WeChat QR code, and held it in front of Xiao Qiang. "Godfather, this is my WeChat, add me now." Xiao Qiang was almost defeated by Zhen Emai's persistence. He said several times that he didn't want to be a godfather, but she kept saying that and didn't listen to him at all. Sighing, he put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, scanned it, and added a friend. Zhen Emai clenched her fists with a look of joy on her face, then immediately clicked into Xiao Qiang's circle of friends, only to find that he had only posted one message. "Deep Sea is a gift for you," she exclaimed in surprise, then clicked a thumbs up. Looking at Zhang Wuyan, who was calm and composed, she realized that this person was really secretive and didn't tell her best friend anything. Xiao Qiang nodded, "Yeah." After lunch, Zhang Wuyan prepared to return to the company. Before leaving, she planned to take Zhen Emai with her. As a result, Zhen Emai refused to leave. "I don't have anything to do in my company, I just want to stay here." "Zhen Jia, are you back?" Zhang Wuyan asked casually. Zhen Emai looked a little unnatural. "It's so cold. I'm alone in such a big place. Why should I go back?" "So you're staying in the hotel again?" Zhang Wuyan looked at her with her arms folded across her chest. She stood on the steps. Just standing there gave people a sense of pressure. In the Zhen family villa, apart from a dozen servants, there was only Zhen Emai. No one communicated with her inside, and the atmosphere was cold, so she seldom went back. When she returned to the closed city, she always chose to stay in a hotel. Zhen Emai nodded. "Yes, the hotel is so lively, people are drinking beer downstairs, and I can also see all kinds of life." Xiao Qiang heard something wrong from their conversation. He glanced at Jin Mi and began to understand why Jin Mi was so determined to have him as her godfather. It's just lack of love. Hurry up, I'll take you back to Jin Entertainment. Zhang Wuyin urged her. Jin Mi sighed, lowered her head and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Qiang. Godfather, I sent you my phone number on WeChat, remember to save it. Xiao Qiang opened WeChat and saw that the first sentence of his conversation with Jin Mi was a string of numbers, which he saved silently. Watch the two people leave. He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to refute Jin Mi's prohibition of calling him godfather. His head was broken, so he decided to forget it and just catch up on some sleep. I indulged myself a bit last night and still stayed up late, mainly because the game was so much fun. After getting up in the afternoon, Xiao Qiang grabbed his hair and went downstairs. With sleepy eyes, he saw a person lying on the sofa. I was so scared that I almost slipped. Who? He asked. Jin Mi was lying on the sofa with her face on the ground, with her whole body spread out. When she heard Xiao Qiang's voice, she raised her hand with difficulty. Godfather, it's me. I'll go. People scare people to death. Xiao Qiang originally thought that Jin Mi had left with Zhang Wuyin at noon and would never come back, but when he woke up from a nap, he saw her appear at the Zhan's house again. What's wrong with you? Xiao Qiang came to her and asked. Jin Mi got up, sat cross-legged on the sofa, touched her stomach, and said innocently, I didn't eat much at noon, so I'm hungry early now. Godfather, I'm so hungry. Xiao Qiang recalled, if he remembered correctly, Xiaojin was so focused on getting him to nod at noon that he ate 2 or 3 shrimp balls and a bowl of chicken soup. Uncle Ju should be playing chess with someone at this time, and the other servants should be busy with their own things. After hearing what Xiao Qiang said, Jin Mi felt like she had no desire to live. Then let me starve to death. Not really. Xiao Qiang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, I'll go see what other ingredients are in the refrigerator. The fastest way should be to cook noodles. Jin Mi heard that there was something interesting going on. Then I want to eat Master Kong beef instant noodles. No. Xiao Qiang shook his head. My daughter said that instant noodles are not a healthy food, so we buy less at home. I finished the last bucket last night. Jin Mi fell down again. Xiao Qiang suddenly felt that this child was interesting. When they came to the kitchen, they found some beef. Xiao Qiang took it out and said, I'll make you a bowl of real beef noodles. Jin Mi nodded, okay. As soon as the beef noodles came out of the pot and were served on the table, Jin Mi couldn't wait to take a bite. Xiao Qiang advised, go slowly, be careful of the burns. As a result, Jin Mi cried, with tears falling from her eyes. Xiao Qiang panicked. What happened? Was he really burned? Quickly bring a glass of ice water, drink a few sips quickly to cool down. No one has ever said this to me since I was a child. Although I was raised by my grandmother, she was very strict. I didn't feel any affection from her, only harshness. Godfather, you are the first person who cares about me like this. Jin Mi ate slowly. These words made Xiao Qiang a little at a loss. So this is why you insist on recognizing me as your godfather. Jin Mi didn't even let go of the soup. She drank it all in big gulps. After wiping her mouth, she looked at Xiao Qiang and said, yes, didn't I say it? I feel the warmth of home when I eat the food you cook. I'm serious, Godfather, please accept me as your goddaughter. Please. The warmth of home. Xiao Qiang thought about his past self. His parents divorced and he was brought up by his aunt. He thought he was homeless, but in that small home, he felt the warmth of home. Even though my uncle sometimes disliked me, he always had the most rice in his bowl every time we ate. My aunt said that this was the meal prepared by my uncle, who said that he was still growing and needed to eat more. Therefore, even though there had been misunderstandings in the past, Xiao Qiang will never forget the warmth given by his aunt's family. Jin Mi is very much like him at that time. Xiao Qiang softened his heart. I can be your godfather, but I have a condition. You can't call me like that outside. It will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Today's society is too advanced and the internet is rampant, so there are all those bad things in the beauty. It's obviously a simple word, godfather, just to make up for the regret that the biological father can't give. But some people would distort it, saying that adopting a goddaughter is just to find a lover for oneself, or an excuse for a mistress. Xiao Qiang has seen such videos more than once when he was browsing Douyin. That's why he added such a condition. When Jin Mi heard that he agreed, she was stunned with joy and repeatedly confirmed, "Really? Godfather, you really agreed?" Xiao Qiang put the bowl into the dishwasher. "Yes, yes, I agree. In fact, having another daughter is not bad. He will be able to show off his little ones to others in the future. Godfather, to celebrate, let me take you roller skating." Jean Mi took Xiao Qiang's hand and prepared to go out. When Xiao Qiang heard the word roller skating, he was confused. He seemed to have never come across this term before. Sitting in Jean Mi's car, they were still a little nervous. Is it fun? Is it difficult? Will I get hurt? It's fun, not difficult, and you won't get hurt. There will be protective gear. Jean Mi drove very fast. Xiao Qiang fastened his seat belt and leaned against the backrest. He reminded Jean Mi, "Xiaojin, drive slowly, don't be so anxious. Even when there is 1 second left on the green light, she can speed up and drive through the checkpoint." At this speed, Xiao Qiang feels like he is riding a roller coaster. Jean Mi misunderstood and stepped on the accelerator. "Okay, Godfather, sit tight, I will drive faster." Xiao Qiang? When Xiao Qiang arrived at the roller skating place, he regretted it as soon as he went in. Chapter 22. Who the hell are you to touch him? There are lights and feasting inside. The colorful lights were sprinkled on the roller skating rink, and men and women were stacked together, as if they were driving a train. The shoes on my feet are equipped with 2 wheels and slide on the floor. They twirled and danced flexibly, immersing themselves in the entire environment. The screams were deafening. This was a scene Xiao Qiang had never seen before. He saw that some of the men had colorful arms and necks, and the women were also wearing very revealing clothes, high-waisted belly-bearing tops and super short skirts, which could be seen even if they squatted. The tips of their noses touched each other, as if they were provoking each other. When the man wanted to go further, the woman pushed him away, causing everyone to laugh. "Godfather, what are you doing?" Jean Mi saw him lying at the door looking inside without going in, so she whispered in his ear. Xiao Qiang stood up and rubbed his ears. "I'd better not go in. I don't feel it." He spoke politely, but in fact he was somewhat uncomfortable with the atmosphere inside. Xiao Qiang's concepts are still at the traditional stage. After waking up from the hibernation chamber, he has never felt such an exciting scene. In the past, when he was browsing Douyin, he only saw others dancing street dance or something, but when he was really there in person, the feeling was different. Jean Mi seemed to be aware of Xiao Qiang's embarrassment and said, "It's okay. I'll teach you how to skate. You'll learn it quickly." As he said this, he stood at the door and waved to Xiao Qiang, indicating that he should follow. "Hey, here, can we go in without buying a ticket?" Xiao Qiang didn't follow, but asked while standing there. Jean Mi smiled. "This roller skating rink is the property of the Jean family, which means this is my territory. Why buy a ticket?" Seeing that he was still hesitating, he walked up to Xiao Qiang, grabbed his hand and let him in. After entering, Xiao Qiang realized how big the place was. Looking up, he saw a circular ambient light that was even bigger than a basketball. The music was deafening. Whenever Xiao Qiang talked to Jean Mi, he would shout at the top of his voice, "Xiaojin." Jean Mi was putting on her roller skates. When she heard Xiao Qiang calling her, she responded loudly, "What's wrong?" Xiao Qiang pointed at the roller skates and said, "These shoes are not easy to wear." Jean Mi understood and waved to the front desk. 2 people came immediately and said, "Go and help him dress. Don't neglect my people." "Yes." The 2 men came to Xiao Qiang, put on his clothes quickly, put on the protective gear and helmet, and asked him to try to stand up. Xiao Qiang felt top heavy, and when he was halfway up, he almost slipped. He had to grab the 2 people beside him with both hands to steady himself. "I'll go." He was scared to death. Can this thing be controlled by humans? Xiao Qiang looked at the roller skates under his feet in surprise. Jean Mi skated to his side and asked, "How is it? Is it fun?" "It's not fun." Xiao Qiang waved his hand and tried to stand up again. After staggering, he finally stood up, but he couldn't control the pulley under his feet, so his body bent and slid forward. Xiao Qiang wants to brake, but doesn't he know how? Jean Mi, the fool, thought that he would slip, and even cheered Xiao Qiang from behind, "Go ahead, you can do it." He can do nothing. Xiao Qiang wanted to swear, and he finally grabbed a railing to stop and catch his breath. Then he saw a man and a woman, holding hands, walking backwards in front of him and twisting their buttocks, passing by smoothly. "Strong," Xiao Qiang gave a thumbs up. Someone greeted Jean Mi, "Boss Jean, how come you have time to come and play?" Jean Mi pointed at the stunned Xiao Qiang and said, "Bring your friends to experience it, and you guys continue playing." "Okay." She waved, then slid towards Xiao Qiang and stopped steadily beside him. "Godfather." Xiao Qiang glanced at her, and Jean Mi immediately reacted and coughed twice. "Understood, you can't yell like that outside." Xiao Qiang nodded and continued to look at the field. The boys and girls pulled their clothes together and started to slide past them. When they slid past them, they enthusiastically invited him to join Jean Mi. He refused without even thinking about it. Jean Mi was itching to go. In fact, she hadn't come to the roller skating rink for a long time. This time she finally came back and originally invited John Wuyen, but was coldly rejected. "Now that we have brought our godfather here, we must have some fun. Let's go, together." Jean Mi entered the venue and said to Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang held onto the railing tightly and said, "It's good enough that I can stand steadily. Go and play by yourself. Don't worry about me. I'll be right here, holding on to you and moving slowly." Jean Mi was a little worried. "How about I arrange 2 bodyguards to accompany you?" "No need." Xiao Qiang waved his hand. "Having 2 grown men staring at him and moving like a turtle, this is socially dead, okay? Okay, then slow down. That's the children's area and the surface isn't that slippery. You can practice there first." Jean Mi said, pointing behind Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang looked back and saw that the area over there didn't look that complicated. But when an adult like him ran into the children's area, how would the children look at him? "Your friend seems to be calling you, go play." Seeing that Xiao Qiang was fine, Jean Mi excitedly skated to the center and roller skated with some familiar beauties and handsome guys. On the other side, Xin Xiaoxiao was tired from skiing and was leaning on the railing to rest. A beautiful woman handed her a bottle of water. She raised her head and took a sip. "Xiaoxiao, look over there." Lin Shi said, pointing towards Xiao Qiang. Xin Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw Xiao Qiang trying clumsily to steady the pulley under his feet. She laughed and said, "Where did this rookie come from? Is he here to make fun of me?" Lin Shi flattered her, "That's right, but he looks quite handsome, do you want to go over and tease him?" Xin Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "Okay." Throwing down the mineral water, he took a step forward and slid to Xiao Qiang's side. "Hey, handsome guy, do you want me to teach you?" Xiao Qiang looked at the 2 girls with heavy makeup on. They seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. Today was not the weekend, so they should be in school, but they were here now. He immediately said coldly, "No need." Lin Shi looked at Xiao Qiang like a fangirl. At that time, she thought he was handsome from a distance. But now that she was closer, she realized that he was a handsome man with a charming voice and his Adam's apple rolled when he spoke. He was so sexy. Xin Xiaoxiao frowned. It was the first time a man dared to reject her. She thought she was good looking and men would come to her one after another just by hooking her finger. However, Xiao Qiang didn't buy it. It made her very angry. She suddenly grabbed Xiao Qiang's hand and said forcefully, "I'm going to teach you." As he said that, he was about to pull Xiao Qiang in. Xiao Qiang held the railing with one hand, trying to steady himself. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" I said no. When he said this, the music in the venue happened to pause, so almost everyone heard it. Jean Mi also heard it. When she saw Xiao Qiang surrounded by 2 hot girls, she slid over with murderous intent. Xin Xiaoxiao felt everyone's teasing gazes and immediately blushed. She shook off Xiao Qiang's hand and said, "Who do you think you are? There are so many people begging me, Xin Xiaoxiao, to bring them along. Do you think I'm giving you face? What nonsense are you talking about, little sister?" Jean Mi stood in front of Xiao Qiang and looked at the 2 of them coldly. "He is the man I brought here. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch him?" Xin Xiaoxiao was not convinced and confronted Jean Mi. "I saw that he was clumsy, so I tried to teach him a lesson with good intentions, but your friend didn't appreciate it. Is there something wrong with his brain?" Lin Shi recognized Jean Mi and quietly pulled Xin Xiaoxiao's sleeve. "This is President Jean, the president of Jean Entertainment. This place is also the property of the Jean family. We can't afford to offend them. Let's go." Xin Xiaoxiao was surprised. She didn't expect to hit a wall, but the words had already been spoken and it was hard to take them back. Jean Mi laughed in anger and called a few black-clad bodyguards over. "Throw them out. How dare you come to my territory and make trouble?" From now on, these two people will never be allowed to enter. They are not allowed to enter any of the Zhen family's commercial places. The bodyguards in black picked up both Shen Xiaoxiao and Lin Shi. The two were so frightened that they screamed, "Boss Shen, we were wrong. We didn't recognize the real man. Please let us go. It's too late." Zhen Mi made a gesture of wiping her neck with her thumb. Then the two were thrown out, and Xiao Qiang could hear a sound of dua. G, like the sound of a heavy object being dropped to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and everyone looked at Xiao Qiang differently. Some people murmured that they always felt that Xiao Qiang's face looked familiar. So, he took out his cell phone and took a secret photo of him. Xiao Qiang didn't know, so he said to Zhen Mi, "Don't kids nowadays want to go to school? And can minors come in and play in your place? Otherwise, why would there be so many teenage boys and girls in the venue?" Zhen Mi showed an embarrassed look. "Indeed, there is no regulation, but don't worry, I will have someone issue a notice tomorrow to prohibit minors from entering. The main reason is that life and study pressure are high now, and many people really like to skip classes and run out to play." Xiao Qiang didn't understand. This was different from his era. Before, everyone looked forward to studying and would study hard without wasting time. Now, I don't cherish it so much. Are you okay? Zhen Mi thought she had said something wrong, otherwise why did Xiao Qiang look so serious? Xiao Qiang came back to his senses. "Fortunately, I just learned how to stand firmly and how to break." As he said this, he tried to slide forward 2 steps, then immediately stopped. Then he looked at Zhen Mi and said proudly, "How is it?" Zhen Mi clapped enthusiastically, "Great." Seeing that he was fine, Zhen Mi instructed the 2 bodyguards to protect Xiao Qiang before returning to the venue and continuing to play with her friends. The music in the venue continued to play, and more people came in one after another. Qian Rui followed several men in, changed her clothes skillfully, and then stepped into the field, as nimble as a fish. Joining the train, the long dragon was dancing. She saw Zhen Mi, and passed by casually, not caring at all. It was not until she saw Xiao Qiang outside the venue that Qian Rui's attention was caught by his handsome looks. He immediately invited Xiao Qiang, "Handsome guy, do you want to play with us?" Xiao Qiang felt that he had almost mastered it, and it was time to put it into practice. He looked at Qian Rui and nodded, "Okay." Then he slowly entered the venue, and while waiting for the train to arrive in front of him, Xiao Qiang grabbed Qian Rui's clothes. After following everyone's footsteps and skating for a while, Xiao Qiang realized the fun of roller skating and became braver. As a result, in the 4th lap, everyone's pace was getting faster and faster. Xiao Qiang's hand slipped and he was thrown out. Chapter 23, Don't Cause Trouble, Don't Be Afraid of Trouble. Damn it! Xiao Qiang experienced the feeling of flying. When he was thrown out, he was so scared that he was about to hit the fence of the roller skating rink next to him. Suddenly, he steadied himself, quickly slid out a mark under his feet, turned around abruptly, and then the roller skates fit him like ordinary shoes, and he slid left and right to avoid danger. While Xiao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a little proud. He didn't expect that roller skating was not that difficult. He learned it in just a short while. But if he hadn't braked just now, he would have been crashed into a fool. "Handsome guy, are you okay?" Qian Rui slid over and asked. The loud music in the venue was so loud that basically no one noticed what was happening on Xiao Qiang's side. Zhen Mi thought that with the bodyguards around, nothing would happen to her godfather, so she didn't pay any attention to that. Xiao Qiang said to Qian Rui, "It's okay, it's my first time and I don't have any experience." Qian Rui naturally put her hands on Xiao Qiang's shoulders and leaned close to him. "It's okay, everyone has a first time, right?" Xiao Qiang frowned and took 2 steps to the side to put some distance between them. Just now, when I pulled her skirt and slid behind her, she bent her waist low intentionally or unintentionally, and then pushed her butt backwards, and the miniskirt could hardly cover her buttocks. Xiao Qiang was very embarrassed, so he slipped his hand. Now she was looking at him with seduction in her eyes. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? With so many TV dramas to watch at home, Xiao Qiang could tell what Qian Rui was thinking at a glance. He was quite disgusted. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." "What did you say?" Qian Rui was furious and stood up and glared at Xiao Qiang. Her face turned red, and it was unclear whether she was angry about being exposed or ashamed. Xiao Qiang realized that he had been too direct and might have hurt others. She looks about the same age as Jean Mi, so he should be more tactful with this child. I mean, the perfume you sprayed doesn't smell very good, it's a bit pungent. Xiao Qiang also stood up and took 2 steps back, so, we'd better keep our distance. When Qian Rui saw him retreating, she became even angrier and yelled, "Shut up!" She had some body odor, so every time she went out, Qian Rui would spray Dior perfume to cover up the smell. No man who had dated her, or was pursuing her, had ever said that she smelled bad. I didn't expect that Xiao Qiang would dislike me today. The anger in her chest burned her sanity. Qian Rui took out her phone and said, "Come here, someone is molesting me." "Xiao Qiang? Look, are you speaking human language?" After a while, 3 or 4 men came down from the field, each of them had colorful clothes on his neck and arms. Later, Xiao Qiang realized that it was a tattoo. They all slid to Qian Rui's side and looked at Xiao Qiang arrogantly. "Is this the guy?" Qian Rui sneered and raised her head proudly. "Yes, he just touched my butt." "I didn't touch it." Xiao Qiangda was speechless. Is this woman crazy? She just said that when she couldn't hook up with him. I finally understand what my daughter said before. Now society is becoming more and more advanced, and people's hearts are becoming more and more complicated. The noise here attracts attention. Gradually, people in the venue gathered around. Some recognized Qian Rui and knew that she was Mr. Lu's person and was not someone to be messed with. I wanted to speak up for Xiao Qiang, but I didn't dare to stand up. Another person stood in the corner and recorded the video with his mobile phone. Her name is Xiao Miao, and she is a member of the Lucky Bamboo fan club. When she saw Xiao Qiang for the first time, she felt familiar with him. After secretly taking a video and sending it to the group members screamed in surprise. Everyone recognized that this was the popular Lucky Carp on the internet. He is also their Lucky Bamboo brother. Her group friends envied her and asked her to take pictures of the little brother at any time and post them in the group. So when Xiao Miao saw Xiao Qiang being surrounded, he immediately picked up his phone. She started a live broadcast on Weibo. "You did touch me, and you still want to ask me out to play." Qian Rui spoke so nervously that she didn't even need to write a draft. Xiao Qiang was shocked by this shameless move. "You got it wrong, it's you who wanted to date me." When those men heard Xiao Qiang's words, they smiled with disdain. One of them stood in front of Xiao Qiang. He was wearing roller skates and was a forehead taller than Xiao Qiang. He poked Xiao Qiang's shoulder twice with his hand. "Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Will our Rui ask you out?" Qian Rui was very proud. She wanted to make sure that those who bullied her would not have a good ending. Rui, I just heard that this man was brought by Jean Mi. We should not make a big deal out of this." The other man looked smarter. Qian Rui glared at him. "So what if it's Jean Mi? Have I ever been afraid of her? I want to get the man she brought with her." When the 2 bodyguards in the distance saw someone surrounding Xiao Qiang, they immediately trotted over and stood in front of Xiao Qiang. The man who pointed at Xiao Qiang was also pushed away. "Are you okay, sir?" the bodyguard asked Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang is a very principled person. First, he never takes the initiative to cause trouble, and second, he is not afraid of trouble. Xiao Qiang looked coldly at the young man who looked down on him and gave him the middle finger. "Oh. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it is a sick cat?" The number of viewers for this live broadcast reached 300,000, which even surprised Xiao Miao himself. Various amazing comments appeared on the barrage. "Damn, do you think our Lucky Bamboo boy is easy to bully? Is this girl sick? I don't think this Lucky Bamboo is a good thing. The Jean family's roller skating rink is for roller skating during the day and a noisy bar at night. Why would he, a student, go there? Does he have money to spend? Didn't he the blogger say that it was Xiao Zhen who brought the person in? So, there's something wrong with his relationship with Mr. Zhen." The online discussion was heated, and some netizens did not mind making trouble and went to the official Weibo accounts of Zhang Group and Zhen Entertainment to comment. This attracted the attention of Special Assistant Zhang. He hurriedly pushed open the door of the conference room, interrupting the meeting. Zhang Wuyan only glanced at the tablet that was broadcasting live. He stood up instantly and strode out with a cold and frosty look on his face. The senior executives in the conference room were all dumbfounded. Something happened. I was poked on the shoulder just now. Xiao Qiang looked at Qian Rui and said sarcastically, "You are not comparable to Xiao Zhen. You are not even a hair's breadth better than Xiao Zhen." Qian Rui hates it most when people compare her to Zhen Mi. When she was in college, she and Zhen Mi were classmates, and they were often compared to each other. In terms of figure, appearance, even her favorite senior liked Zhen Mi. No matter how much she imitated her, she could never compare to Zhen Mi. Qian Rui stamped her feet in anger and yelled, "Nonsense, I am Lu Rui's person and will be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family in the future." Who is Zhen Mi? Oh, Lu Rui. When Xiao Qiang heard a familiar name, he said that he felt a sense of familiarity with this woman. Just like Lu Rui, very mean. Does Lu Rui know that you are cheating on him? When Qian Rui heard what Xiao Qiang said, she was so angry that her chest was about to explode, and her plump shape rose and fell. "Why are you still standing there? Hold him for me, I want to tear his mouth apart." Several men were about to step forward, but the two bodyguards wouldn't let them get close. Several people started fighting. Xiao Qiang only had 2 bodyguards and was outnumbered. At this time, Xiao Qiang couldn't sit still and he was ready to help. Suddenly a sharp sound pierced the sky. It was the sound of someone typing on a microphone. Harsh and sharp. The music stopped and 5 or 6 well-trained men rushed in from the door. As soon as they appeared, they controlled the people brought by Qian Rui. Tap tap tap, the feeling of high heels stepping on the floor. Xiao Qiang looked towards the door and saw the cold and ruthless Zhang Wuyan. She walked up to Qian Rui and slapped her twice, leaving her stunned. "Who the hell dares to hit me?" Qian Rui covered her face and cursed without turning her head to see clearly. Only when she saw clearly that it was Zhang Wuyan did her face freeze. Zhang. President Zhang. The body can't help but tremble, which is a subconscious physiological reaction. Zhang Wuyan was wearing a white shirt and black pants, and her aura when she stood there was enough to make people feel suffocated. "You dare to touch my people?" After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Xiao Qiang and frowned. "Are you hurt? Where's Zhen Mi?" Xiao Qiang secretly cried out that something was wrong. Xiao Zhen brought him here to play, and neither of them reported it to Zhang Wuyan. Now this incident happened again. It seems that Xiao Zhen can't be saved. She's not hurt. She's skating over there with her friends. Oh. Zhang Wuyan narrowed her eyes, very leisurely. Zhen Mi knew something was wrong when she heard the shrill sound, and she hurried over, just in time to meet Zhang Wuyan's cold eyes. "Wuyan, why are you here?" Zhang Wuyan pointed at Qian Rui and said to Zhen Mi, "She just hired someone to beat up Xiao Qiang, did you know that?" The tone is calm, yet hidden within is a turbulent situation. Zhen Mi was surprised, and then poked Qian Rui's forehead fiercely. "Little frog, you dare to attack the people I brought. You have grown wings, do you really think that I won't dare to hit you just because you are close to that idiot Lu Rui?" Then he looked back at Xiao Qiang and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was unharmed. Qian Rui looked at Zhen Mi with an unhappy expression. She was afraid of Zhang Wuyan, but not afraid of Zhen Mi. He immediately yelled, "You are the fool. You brought this person with you, but you didn't take good care of him and let him run around. He even tried to molest me just now." After these words were spoken, Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi were both stunned. "Impossible," they said in unison. Xiao Qiang was not worried at all because he believed that his daughter would definitely not believe the slander. Sure enough, his daughter is a caring and sweet girl. Xiao Zhen also has a big coat that is airtight. Chapter 24, The Person She Wants to Cherish Most. Zhang Wuyan said to Xiao Qiang, "Let's go back. This place is full of smoke and foul smells." Xiao Qiang nodded and followed. Zhen Mi followed, but was ruthlessly rejected by Zhang Wuyan. "Don't follow us." Zhen Mi knew that Zhang Wuyan was angry. He trotted over to her side and took her arm. "I was wrong. I should have told you before bringing the person out. It's too late." Zhang Wuyan was very angry and she pushed Zhen Mi away. Zhen Mi winked at Xiao Qiang, meaning to help persuade him. Xiao Qiang pursed his lips, embarrassed. What was he trying to persuade? His daughter was really angry. Anyone who bumped into her would be shot. So, he could do nothing to help. As the 3 of them were about to walk out the door, Qian Rui rushed over, rolling her roller skates with both hands and hitting Xiao Qiang viciously on the back. "Be careful," someone warned. Xiao Qiang turned around and saw Qian Rui with an angry face. Before his brain could react, he had been pulled behind by Zhang Wuyan, and with her long legs stretched out, she kicked Qian Rui in the chest with her high heels. He kicked Qian Rui out directly. At the same time, the the roller skates in Qian Rui's hand accidentally hit the back of Zhang Wuyan's hand, which immediately became red and swollen. Xiao Qiang nervously held Zhang Wuyan's hand, his eyes reddened. Damn. He stared at Qian Rui with murderous eyes and wanted to hit her. Zhang Wuyan comforted him, "It doesn't hurt, we'll talk about it when we get back." Then he waved his hand, and the bodyguards he brought immediately beat the men who wanted to avenge Qian Rui to the ground, unable to get up. Zhen Mi was so frightened that she saw Zhang Wuyan's injured hand. Her eyes turned red before she could say anything. Sirens sounded in the distance. It must be that someone in the venue called the police during the chaos just now. Xiao Qiang followed Zhang Wuyan back to the Zhang family. Zhen Mi went to the police station. The roller skating rink belonged to the Zhen family's property, and she was the person in charge, so she had to go with them to give her statement. Before leaving, Zhen Mi bared her fangs like a little beast and said, "I'm going to kill that woman." Uncle Ju saw Zhang Wuyan was injured and asked nervously, "What happened?" "It's all my fault, Uncle Ju, go ahead and scold me." Xiao Qiang was in a low mood and he didn't dare to touch Zhang Wuyan's hand. In fact, Zhang Wuyan could endure this little pain, but in order to make Xiao Qiang feel more guilty, she hummed several times during the process. "Uncle Ju, this is just a superficial wound, no bones hurt. Please help me apply the medicine." I'll do it." Xiao Qiang immediately stood up and went to find the medicine box. Zhang Wuyan withdrew her gaze and asked Uncle Ju to go down first, saying that she was fine. Uncle Ju knew that the two men probably had something to talk about, and only left when he saw that she was really fine. Xiao Qiang remembers the first time he felt extremely panicked was when his aunt collapsed and was rushed to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with a difficult and complicated illness. After 40 years, he felt this panic again. The hands holding the cotton swab were shaking. Zhang Wuyan looked at him coldly. She was actually very angry. If she hadn't seen the live broadcast, she wouldn't have known where Xiao Qiang had gone with Zhen Mi. But she couldn't yell at him. He is her father. He is the person she wants to cherish the most. But some truths still need to be explained. "Dad, I have never restricted your freedom. You can go wherever you want, but you have to tell me. We are family." Zhang Wuyan went straight to the point. Xiao Qiang blew and applied the medicine. "My daughter, you are right. It's my fault for making you worry." The beautiful white back of his hand was now bruised and swollen. Xiao Qiang really regretted his decision. If he had not gone there, he would not have met that crazy woman. His daughter wouldn't get hurt. For the first time, Xiao Qiang had an urge to hit a woman. If Zhang Wuyan hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed forward. After applying the medicine, Zhang Wuyan's hand could not get wet, so Xiao Qiang wrapped it with plastic wrap several times, and her slender and white hands were wrapped into the shape of a big hammer. "Dad, it's not that exaggerated," Xiao Qiang said, just to be on the safe side. Special Assistant Zhang called and said that he had handed over the evidence of Lu's Enterprises tax evasion to the Tax Bureau. That night, Lu Rui and his son were filed and taken to the Tax Bureau for investigation. I met Miss Shen at the police station. She asked if she could go back to the Zhan family to sleep after recording her statement. Zhang Wuyan said coldly, "Tell her to go back to the Zhen family, and inform all their hotels in the closed city not to accept her reservations." "Yes." Special Assistant Zhang hung up the phone. The next second, Xiao Qiang's cell phone rang. It was Zhen Mi calling. Zhang Wuyan glanced at him, and Xiao Qiang knew that his daughter was angry, so he hung up the phone immediately. Zhen Mi called several times, but Xiao Qiang didn't answer in the end. "It's not that my godfather is not kind. To be honest, my daughter was very angry this time. He didn't dare to plead for mercy rashly. After all, he was also responsible for causing his daughter to be injured. Godfather, are you going to watch me die without helping me?" The WeChat ringtone kept ringing. Zhang Wuyan sighed, stood up, and walked upstairs. "Uncle Ju, arrange for someone to help me take a bath tonight." "Okay." Uncle Ju walked out from the corner and answered. Xiao Qiang wanted to say that he could help, but when he heard the word bath, he stopped in his tracks. He also wants to be his daughter's right hand. Oh, it's so hard to atone. Godfather, I don't want to go back to the Zhen family. It's like a haunted house, cold and icy. I just called the hotel where I usually stay, but they said they wouldn't accept my reservation. Godfather, do you want to see me sleeping in a bridge tunnel? There are several tragic pictures at the end. Xiao Qiang softened his heart and replied, "No, you still have so many friends who can help you." "No more. Those are just friends who only care about food and drink. I really know I was wrong this time. Next time, I will definitely tell Wu Yang first, 'Godfather, please help me, I am hungry and cold.'" Zhen Mi seemed anxious. Xiao Qiang got a headache when he saw the word, next time, next time. Zhen Mi immediately responded, "No, there won't be a next time. I'll give it a try." Zhen Mi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the message Xiao Qiang sent. Fueling had just blown Zhang Wuyan's hair dry when there was a knock on the door. Zhang Wuyan nodded to her, she walked forward to open the door, and then left. Xiao Qiang stood at the door. "Girl, can I come in?" "Enter." After entering, I found Zhang Wuyan in casual clothes, working. "My girl," Xiaozhen said. She knew she was wrong. "I don't think this child intended to abandon me. Why don't you let her go back to the Zhang family to sleep?" Xiao Qiang observed Zhang Wuyan's emotions. Zhang Wuyan said expressionlessly, "I will let her come back, but not now, Dad. Do you know why she doesn't want to return to the Zhen family?" "Why?" Xiao Qiang was a little curious. "Because her parents jumped from the top floor of the Zhen family's old house and died together." Zhang Wuyan looked into Xiao Qiang's eyes and continued, "Zhen Mi was 4 years old at the time and was making a snowman in the yard." Xiao Qiang's hands trembled. He couldn't imagine how scared the little Zhen Mi would be when she saw her parents die in front of her. Zhang Wuyan put down the pen and said seriously, "So, I can't lose you, Dad." This is why she was angry tonight, because Zhen Mi took Xiao Qiang into an unknown and dangerous area. If Zhang Wuyan had not seen the live broadcast, she would not have led people to rush over, and the person injured today would have been Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang understood, and he nodded, "I understand, girl, there won't be a next time." "Yeah." Zhang Wuyan curled the corners of her lips. "I have sent a message to Zhen Mi. She can come back after recording her confession." Xiao Qiang clapped his hands excitedly. "That's great." Xiaozhen said she was hungry and cold. "I'll go prepare some food for her." Zhang Wuyan looked at him helplessly. "Dad, I'm hungry too." "Understood. I'll make it and serve it to you." That night, Zhen Mi finished 2 bowls of noodles with tears in her eyes, and Zhang Wuyan asked her if she was the reincarnation of a pig. Xiao Qiang watched them playing and thought it was great. But the next day, Xiao Qiang went on Weibo and saw that the roller skating incident had become a viral phenomenon. It turned out that someone recognized him as the lucky carp at the roller skating rink yesterday and excitedly started a live broadcast on Weibo. They said he was a male mistress and that he was having an affair with the female boss of Jin Entertainment Company. He already has a goddess, but he is still ambiguous with other women. He said that Qian Rui deserved what she got for hitting him. And the most important thing is that not only did he slander him, he also slandered Zhang Wuyan. They said Zhang Wuyan was such a beautiful goddess, but she got into a fight with him because of him. She has no manners at all. The title of goddess is in vain. He was immediately unhappy. How could someone fabricate good facts into something disgusting? Xiao Qiang was so angry that he posted a Weibo. "It is very clear in the video that it was the woman who wanted to harass me first, and then she slandered me. Xiaozhen is my friend, so she took action. As for Wu Yang, she has a relationship with her like a family member. Does she need to report to you when she took action to teach someone a lesson?" As a result, this Weibo post was not understood by netizens. They cursed even more vigorously. It's just like that cyberbullying incident. Xiao Qiang was getting angrier and angrier as he watched. He started arguing with people directly on the internet. If one person came, he would confront him. If 10 people came, he would confront 10 people. Anyone who dares to speak ill of his daughter will be killed. You and Xiaozhen are always unclear about each other, and you still want to seduce our goddess. Are you a pervert? Xiao Qiang replied, "You are the pervert, you are the one who thinks so complicated. You look like a model student, why are you hanging out with those bad people? If those tattooed guys in the camera don't bother you, who will they bother?" Xiao Qiang replied, "I see, those are tattoos." The netizen was so angry that he cursed his parents. He was in the middle of arguing, but Weibo suddenly crashed. When he logged in again, he found that all the discordant comments under his Weibo post were gone. After flipping through a few pages, he found that all the comments were friendly. Amazing. Zhang Wuyan looked at the phone screen with cold eyes. After Zhang hung up the phone, he told her, Weibo has already dealt with it. No more negative comments will appear under Mr. Xiao's Weibo. Chapter 25. What is a small family? Xiao Qiang didn't know that it was his own daughter who took action. He also hangs out on Weibo to read real-time news and gossip from all over the world. A private message caught his eye. I thought it was that netizen again, coming to get scolded. Xiao Qiang clicked it and was stunned. It was an apology letter of several hundred words. Hello, brother Fugiju, my name is Xiao Miao, I'm the one who did the live broadcast. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. I was just excited to meet you in the same city, and we are both your fans, so I did that live broadcast. I'm sorry, I explained to everyone that you are not what they said you were, but they didn't listen. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, that was not my original intention. Xiao Qiang felt a little complicated, and he finally understood the meaning of that sentence. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. When you become famous, you will be surrounded by gossips. There are many people on the internet who are unhappy in real life or who are mentally twisted. They tap on their keyboards and say hurtful words wantonly. If something happens, they say it was just a joke and take it seriously. If nothing happens, they will continue to hurt others. It seems that his era was better, with less violence. Xiao Qiang did not reply to the private message, because he was not able to forgive completely yet. Regardless of whether the person was his fan or not, he was annoyed that the person started the live broadcast without informing him. I returned to Weibo and found several new hot topics. Xiaozhen always comes out to slap his face. What is the relationship between Lucky Bamboo and Mr. Zhen? Is this a sad story about a love triangle? What is going on? Xiao Qiang found that a lot of people tagged him, all asking about his relationship with Zhen Mi. Following the clues, he found out that just 5 minutes ago, Zhen Mi posted a Weibo using a private account. She hasn't posted on that account for years, but every time she did, she tagged Xiao Qiang. That's why netizens were so excited. Xiao Qiang went to Zhen Mi's Weibo and found that she had released the surveillance video of the roller skating rink. The video was very clear and even the sound could be heard clearly. His interaction with Chen Rui in the lounge was also captured. Fools, this is the truth, does it hurt? Come and see me get slapped in the face. There were countless comments under this Weibo post, all of whom were curious about the relationship between Xiaozhen and Xiao Qiang. Oh my god, the 10,000-year-old zombie Zhen has come out of the mountain to send the lucky koi. If you say that the two of them have nothing to do with each other, I will take off my head and kick it like a ball. But, isn't Songfu Jinli having an affair with the goddess of war? He was even photographed accompanying her to the University of Finance and Economics to take the entrance exam. Oh, could it be that this guy is cheating on her? I believe that the little brother is not that kind of person. The little brother, please come out and dispel the rumors. Xiao Qiang ignored these comments. He was tired of the arguments under his Weibo before. He was not a fool. Why would he argue with these people again? So, he just replied to Zhen Mi's Weibo and tagged her back. I saw it, clapping, very loud. You finally did a good thing. Zhen Mi was online and replied immediately. That's a proud face. Netizens would be fed up with eating so much gossip a day, but now, the seemingly intimate interaction between these two people makes it more certain that they have a close relationship. In an instant, the voices saying that they believed Xiao Qiang was not a two-timing person fell silent. The rest are just those sour comments. However, there are also those who are envious and say that Xiao Qiang is a fighter among men. Being able to have two goddesses at the same time is what many men dream of. Xiao Qiang didn't want to pay any attention at first, but when he saw this group of people talking more and more, they all mentioned that he and his two daughters had secretly got their marriage certificate and taken wedding photos. Isn't this bullshit? Xiao Qiang immediately posted a Weibo. Xiaozhen is my friend. Of course, you say we have a deeper relationship, so I consider her a small family. Zhen Mi looked at Xiao Qiang's latest Weibo post. Why were the 3 words little family so eye-catching? He immediately opened the door and went downstairs, found Xiao Qiang sitting in the entertainment room, and asked him, Godfather, what is a small family? She held up her cell phone, and on the screen was Xiao Qiang's new Weibo post. Xiao Qiang was still interacting with netizens. When he heard Zhen Mi's voice, he looked up and replied, because you are my goddaughter, not my biological child. I call you my little family member. Je n'aime. What a small family. She hates small print. Je n'aime stomped her feet and left angrily. Xiao Qiang was confused. Is this kid grumpy when he wakes up? Zhang Wuyan also saw his Weibo and was a little confused about what a small family meant. I sent a WeChat message and Xiao Qiang explained it again. When Zhang Wuyan saw his answer, a beautiful smile blossomed on her pretty face. The two employees from the planning department were stunned. They came to deliver some information and never expected to see Zhang Wuyan, this icy beauty, smiling so beautifully. For a moment, he felt terrified and didn't dare to look at Zhang Wuyan. Zhang Wuyan noticed it, stopped smiling, and replied to Xiao Qiang, "Je n'aime must be very angry." Xiao Qiang thought that his daughter must be a fortune teller. How could she know everything? Hey, girl, you are amazing, how did you know that? Xiao Zhen just stomped his feet and left. Zhang Wuyan typed quickly, because she finally accepted you as her godfather, but you said that the definition of a small family is not a biological one. She must be angry. She thought she could have you as her father at the same time as me, but she didn't expect that she still lost to me. Xiao Qiang didn't understand, what was there to argue about? A week later, the city's closed lawn electronic music show began, and Xiao Qiang and Zhang Wuyan appeared at the ticket gate together, causing a sensation. After all, they are both relatively famous figures. Brother Lucky Bamboo, what a coincidence, are you coming to play too? Goddess. Oh. It's our war goddess. Wow, what should I do if I suddenly realize that they are a good match? Although Brother Lucky Bamboo is young, I still like them. Xiao Qiang waved his hand symbolically, which caused even louder screams. This group of people was so enthusiastic that he was almost overwhelmed by the heat wave. On the other hand, his daughter Zhang Wuyan, with her jet black straight hair loose and wearing a pair of Baolong sunglasses on her face, portrayed indifference to the extreme. She didn't even glance at the enthusiasm of those people. She held Xiao Qiang's hand and whispered, "Don't worry about what these people say. Have fun as much as you want, but one thing is, you can't get separated from me." To be on the safe side, she brought a few bodyguards with her, forming a human wall to protect them behind her. That's why those enthusiastic people don't dare to go further. Xiao Qiang nodded, okay. After entering, he was attracted by the decorations inside, various kinds of toys, and things for sale. It's a completely video game punk style, and everyone has different makeup on their face, which is very cool. Xiao Qiang also wanted to apply it on his face and invited Zhang Wuyan to join him, but Zhang Wuyan didn't like this and rejected him. A visible look of disappointment appeared on Xiao Qiang's face. Zhang Wuyan suddenly felt apologetic, so when Xiao Qiang passed by a stall holding a cat ear hairpin, she lowered her head. So cute! Xiao Qiang exclaimed sincerely. His daughter is so pretty. Girls should wear more beautiful skirts and wear all kinds of cute hairpins. Xiao Qiang bought Zhang Wuyan a few cute hairpins with cool elements. Zhang Wuyan sighed, and when she shook her head, she could hear the sound of Doraemon on the cat ears. Oh, never mind. As long as her father is happy. Xiao Qiang was very happy. He missed Zhang Wuyan's growth, so he wanted to give her more compensation. Hey, Wuyan, what the hell? Xiao Qiang frowned. Zhen Mi immediately responded and changed her words. What a coincidence, Wu Yang, Xiao Qiang, you are also here to participate in the electronic music show. Zhang Wuyan snorted coldly and looked at Zhen Mi, who suddenly appeared in front of them. Keep pretending. Zhen Mi was about to be seen through by Zhang Wuyan's eyes. She immediately stepped forward, took Xiao Qiang's hand and said, I see there are more fun things over there. Let's go over and take a look. Zhang Wuyan took action and grabbed the corner of Xiao Qiang's clothes. He can't leave my range. There are too many people, and what should I do if Dad gets squeezed out? There were only 4 bodyguards, all of whom followed her steps to protect Xiao Qiang and her safety at all times. The people walking around were stunned. They all suspected that they had heard it wrong. The declaration of a domineering president? Chapter 26, Family Playing Together. The crowd of onlookers is getting bigger and bigger. Their eyes became more and more passionate, and everyone held a mobile phone in their hands, taking pictures of Xiao Qiang and the others. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Qiang suggested, let's go over there and take a look. Zhang Wuyan nodded, okay. Zhen Mi also immediately responded, okay. The three of them walked to a less crowded place. Jean Wuyen keenly felt that there were many people following them, so she poked Jean Mi. He said coldly, "Tell those tails not to follow us." Her father couldn't move his hands and feet freely, and his frown was so severe that he could pinch a mosquito to death. Jean Mi turned to take a look and saw that there was indeed a little tail. "Leave it to me. I called right away to arrange it." After a while, the little tail following Xiao Qiang and his friends was taken away by the public security brigade. "By the way, Xiaozhen, why are you here?" Xiao Qiang asked curiously while eating ice cream. "The main reason is that when I invited Jean Mi to play with me last night, she said she might not be free." Xiao Qiang thought it was because she didn't buy the ticket. Jean Mi was about to poke the cat ears on Jean Wuyen's head with her hand. "Oh, this electronic music show is hosted by my company, and I am here as an inspector." Jean Wuyen turned her head away, but Jean Mi jumped up and continued to poke. R. Xiao Qiang thought of something. "Oh, Jean Entertainment is your company. It seems that those netizens mentioned it when we were interacting on Weibo, but I didn't take it seriously at the time." "Yes, didn't we tell you? I was the one who gave these 2 tickets." Jean Mi was surprised. Xiao Qiang looked at his daughter and really didn't tell him this. Jean Wuyen dodged Jean Mi's touch, crossed her arms, and sneered, "Investigator." Yes. Jean Mi felt a little guilty. Her best friend is really petty and she is still angry about what happened at the roller skating rink. Last night, Godfather invited her to join the telecom show, but Jean Wuyen actually threatened her with her eyes and said that she was busy. Jean Mi only told Xiao Qiang when she had no choice that she might not be free. But she just wanted to have an unexpected encounter. Jean Wuyen was so angry that she died. Wherever her godfather is, she wants to be there too. "I'm here, aren't you happy?" Jean Mi didn't utter the last 2 words, "Godfather," audibly. Walls have ears, so she could only express it with her mouth. Xiao Qiang noticed the undercurrent between the two, but did not doubt Jean Mi's motives. "Of course I'm happy, our family can have fun together." Glance at the girl on the left. Jean Wuyen still had a cold expression on her face, and it seemed that it would be difficult to persuade her. Jean Mi also noticed it and stepped forward to apologize again. "Wu Yang, I was really wrong. You have never been angry with me before. Can you forgive me this time?" Could it be compared before? Now that he had finally reunited with his biological father, he was almost lost by Jean Mi. It would be strange if Jean Wuyen wasn't angry. "You almost got him hurt." "No, he's not injured. And he's really awesome. I learned it just by watching him skate." Jean Mi gave a thumbs up. He really deserves to be her godfather. As if she knew what Jean Mi was thinking, Jean Wuyen poured cold water on her, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "He is my father." Jean Mi refused to accept. "He is my godfather." Their eyes met and sparks flew. Xiao Qiang relieved the awkwardness. "You are all great, stop making trouble, I want to enjoy this electronic music show, okay?" "Of course," they said in unison again. Jean Wuyen's mouth corners raised slightly. Jean Mi saw it and smiled. "By the way, I also want the cat hairpin on Wuyen's head. Can you buy it for me?" she asked Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang nodded, "Sure." Jean Wuyen retorted, "Go buy it yourself, don't spend his money." Protecting one's shortcomings to a certain extent. Jean Mi pouted, Okay, I'll buy it myself." Xiao Qiang didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two, so he pointed out the location to Jean Mi. After Jean Mi left, he said to Jean Wuyen, "My girl, don't go too far. Little Jean really knows she is wrong." He spoke very quietly and very close. There were security personnel arranged by Jean Mi around, so no one heard these 2 words. Jean Wuyen smiled and said, "I know, if I don't do this, she will feel guilty and will be restrained when interacting with us in the future." She knew Jean Mi very well. If Xiao Qiang got hurt this time, she would definitely blame herself and hurt herself. That was why her cold eyes and cold words made Jean Mi feel that Jean Wuyen had forgiven her and they had returned to their original way of getting along. Jean Mi, wearing a cat hairpin and a black and white cat tail hanging on her butt, trotted up to the 2 men and turned around. "How about it?" Xiao Qiang was instantly touched. "It looks good, really good, very cute." In the past, his favorite thing to do when he came home from school was to play with the little girl downstairs. She had just learned it to walk and would waddle and call her brother for a hug. It's really soft and cute like cotton candy, and Xiao Qiang's heart is about to melt. It would definitely look better if my daughter wore it. Xiao Qiang looked at Zhang Wuyan. The cold and powerful aura, well, with a tail, he would probably look more like a tiger. It's shameful to act cute. Zhang Wuyan muttered. Zhen Mi heard it, twisted her waist, and shook her tail even more vigorously. Hey, I'm just cute, it's none of your business. You must be jealous of me, how about I buy you a tail to wear? Xiao Qiang's eyes lit up, I think it's okay. Before Zhang Wuyan could say a word, she heard Xiao Qiang say, okay. Zhen Mi. It's terrible, her best friend is such a hypocrite. In the past, Zhang Wuyan would definitely reject her proposal coldly. As a result, Xiao Qiang's words broke her coldness. After putting on the tail, Zhang Wuyan's pretty face had a blush on it. She was wearing sunglasses, so Xiao Qiang and the others couldn't see the awkwardness in her eyes. Dad is leaving, it's time to start. Zhang Wuyan pulled Xiao Qiang towards the venue. Zhen Mi followed and said, don't worry, I have already arranged a seat for you. It's in the best seat in the front row. The two stopped and Xiao Qiang praised, Xiao Zhen is very efficient. Zhang Wuyan frowned slightly when she heard Xiao Qiang praising Zhen Mi. He, that's right. Even though I may seem unreliable normally, I still care about your affairs. Zhen Mi shook her head, and her cat ears also shook, making a jingling sound. Xiao Qiang smiled and nodded. Inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of the cold corner of my daughter's mouth. When Zhen Mi was feeling proud, Xiao Qiang said, sure enough, only by walking around the police station can you make progress. Zhang Wuyan couldn't help herself, her coldness broke, and she burst out laughing. Zhen Mi looked at the two men with a gloomy face. Godfather, you are going too far. After saying that, he turned around angrily with his tail raised high. Zhang Wuyan pinched her tail and pulled her forward. Let's go. Zhen Mi pulled her tail back. I can walk by myself. Xiao Qiang looked at the two of them and realized that if he tried to please one daughter, he would offend the other. Come on, it's a rare occasion for the three of us to attend an event together, and you're all dressed so chickly, let's take a picture. He held up his phone, the camera flicking on. Zhen Mi and Zhang Wuyan immediately stood on the left and right behind Xiao Qiang, smiling with rosy lips and white teeth. Zhang Wuyan wore sunglasses, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and tried to lean her body back as much as possible to occupy the camera. I say 123, let's say eggplant together. In order to participate in the electronic music show, Xiao Qiang even went online to learn how to pose for photos. He made a V sign with one hand, squatted down with his tall body, and shouted, 123. They nodded in unison and took the most beautiful photo of the three of them. Their host's voice echoed throughout the lawn. Zhen Mi took Zhang Wuyan's arm and urged Xiao Qiang to hurry up, and the three of them walked to the front. Okay, I'll post on Weibo right away. Xiao Qiang responded while lowering his head. He went on Weibo and posted the photo he had just taken. A family, all in good order. After sending the message, he put the phone in his pocket, took a step forward, and ran to catch up with his two daughters. Little did he know that this Weibo post of his was like a torpedo, blowing up netizens. Cat ears. Tail. Oh my god. What did I see? Is that a cool and beautiful goddess? I am stunned. Contrasting cuteness. Who can understand? Bosjan. Oh, so cute. Kill me, I admit that I am a bootlicker. Oh my god, the three of you really went to the electronic music show together? Brother, you are so cool, you are not afraid of us getting jealous at all, right? The goddess is wearing cat ears, it's a foul, okay. Everyone in the entire sealed-off city knew that Zhang Wuyan was a strong woman, domineering, resolute and swift, with a serious face that never smiled. It could even be said that her clothes were not cute at all. But now, this photo makes everyone unable to believe their eyes. The long straight black hair, cat ears, little tail, and even the upturned corners of the mouth all refreshed their senses. Netizens cried and begged Xiao Qiang to update 2 more photos. But Xiao Qiang had no idea that after he posted this Weibo, he put away his phone and immersed himself in the electronic music show. The colorful lights kept flashing, and a DJ music played by the host instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax. He followed the rhythm, jumping and roaring, his whole body filled with the flavor of youth. Chapter 27 The first star I want to follow. Zhen Mi was the one making the most noise. She pulled Xiao Qiang around in circles. Zhang Wuyan crossed her arms, stood straight, and seemed out of place with the other people around her. The music was very loud. A rock band was performing and interacting with the audience from time to time. Xiao Qiang clapped hands with the lead singer. When the lead singer reached out to Zhang Wuyan, he saw that she was reluctant to interact and an expression of embarrassment appeared on his face. Xiao Qiang quickly reached out and took another shot. The lead singer then continued to interact. Then he came very close to Zhang Wuyan and said, "Relax. Let's dance together. His daughter is too strict." Zhang Wuyan frowned, and seeing that Xiao Qiang was very emotional, she finally stretched out her hands helplessly and waved symbolically. Xiao Qiang nodded to show his satisfaction. The music stopped and the host came on stage to introduce the next program. "Next, please welcome the new singer Na. Go on stage and perform." "Oh oh 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 oh." The passionate shouts exploded in Xiao Qiang's ears. It gave him a fright. This is even louder than the cheers from the performers just now. Could it be that this Na. Very impressive. The people around and behind me had excitement on their faces. Some people even raised banners and waved them as soon as their host finished speaking. "Girl, is this new singer very talented?" Xiao Qiang asked Zhang Wuyan in her ear when he didn't understand. Zhang Wuyan nodded. Tan Liner is a new artist who was signed by Jin Entertainment not long ago. The first song she released topped the charts of major music players and even won the two major awards, the New Artist Award and the Creative Talent Award. Therefore, netizens call her the voice of an angel. Jin Mi followed up with a sentence, "The songs she sings can inspire people, and the most amazing thing is that they can touch people's deepest resonance, so this fortune tree must be cultivated well by our company." We invited her to this electronic music show, firstly to shock the audience, and secondly to increase her popularity. Those who come to the electronic music show are not only people in the lockdown city, but also people from other countries, who want to promote the name Tan Liner to other countries. Is it that awesome? Could it be that the call is so high? Xiao Qiang finally understood and was looking forward to seeing this new singer. After the host left, the lights gradually dimmed. In the venue of several thousand square meters, only the cheering lights in the hands of the audience could be seen shaking. Boom! The next moment, all the lights were on the center of the stage, and Xiao Qiang saw a woman. The woman had her back to them. She was wearing a bright red dress with roses blooming on it. A red satin was draped over her fair and pretty shoulders. The moment of turning around. The woman opened her eyes, looking bright and beautiful, with a fresh and refined look. "Hello everyone, I am Na." What responded to her was the shouting of countless people, drowning out the heat wave. Xiao Qiang was shocked. In the past he had only seen concerts on TV, but now that he was there in person, he found that the feeling was different from sitting at home and watching on TV. This Na is indeed good-looking, comparable to Zhang Wuyan. Her beauty is very lively, and her every frown and smile seems to move people's hearts. No wonder so many people are crazy about her. But I wonder if the singing can touch people's hearts as my daughter said. First, I want to sing an old song for everyone. Tan Liner smiled just right. The music started and the lights gently wandered around her. She stood there, opened her mouth and slowly sang the first sentence. Xiao Qiang was stunned. This song was so familiar that it gave him goosebumps. These are the songs that were played every day on the Xiao Qiang radio station. Hometown. He didn't expect that there are still people singing this song now, and it instantly triggered memories deep in his mind. Xiao Qiang sang along. There was a flash of surprise in Zhang Wuyan's eyes. Jin Mi also noticed it, but instead of interrupting Xiao Qiang, she sang along. After all, everyone can sing old songs, but not everyone can sing them at all times. She did not expect that Tan Liner would sing Hometown as the first song. There are white clouds floating across the blue sky. That is my hometown. As the singing sounded, Xiao Qiang seemed to see his aunt standing at the entrance of the alley, waving at him to go home for dinner. As he was singing, his eyes began to ache, so he quickly lowered his head and wiped them with the back of his hand. He couldn't let his daughters find out that he wanted to cry just now. That would be too embarrassing. Zhang Wuyan pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him, and Jin Mi also hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Xiao Qiang's complicated mood was immediately cured. He took both photos and said, "It sounds good. She sings with great feeling." Before he could finish his sigh, a loud voice came from behind him. Guifang. I am willing to love you forever. Marry me. Xiao Qiang and the other two turned around and looked back, and saw a man holding a ring, half kneeling on the ground, proposing. I have learned a lot. This was the first time he saw someone propose on the spot. The woman covered her mouth shyly, her eyes filled with excitement. Marry him, marry him. People around were shouting. Xiao Qiang also clapped and shouted. Tan Liner laughed and teased, my beautiful lady, you are so excited that you can't speak. Hurry up and agree to him so that I can continue to perform the next song. The crowd burst into laughter. Xiao Qiang turned his head to look at Tan Liner, but unexpectedly, the other party also looked at him and their eyes met. Tan Liner was stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled generously. Xiao Qiang also nodded in response. This singer seemed to be of low profile and quite friendly and amiable. When the woman heard what Tan Liner said, she said, I do, and the man excitedly picked her up and spun around. The music continues. The second piece of music changed its style. Tan Liner suddenly tied her hair up, and a male dance partner put his arm around her waist, dancing to the strong rhythm of music. It was the first time that Xiao Qiang saw such a dance. In the detailed and strong beats, Tan Liner's temperament changed. She was like an elf jumping on the field, painting on the ground with her toes. Cool. So cool. Someone shouted, and the heat wave inspired the crowd, and people followed suit, clapping and shouting. It brought this electronic music show to a climax. Oh! Xiao Qiang clapped loudly and stared at the stage with high spirits. Zhang Wuyan originally thought that Xiao Qiang would find it difficult to accept this kind of duet dance. After all, it was passionate and exciting. However, she did not expect that her father's ability to accept new things was faster than she expected. In order to prevent them from being squeezed by the crowd, the bodyguards she sent were always around them. Zhang Wuyan stood behind Xiao Qiang and used her body to block the pushing from the crowd behind. Let Xiao Qiang watch attentively. Zhen Mi noticed Zhang Wuyan's actions and immediately took a step back, blocking Xiao Qiang's right rear. Zhang Wuyan curled his lips and looked at her, and she raised her eyebrows in a gesture. The two looked at each other and smiled. After the song ended, the crowd's cheers did not die down, and their enthusiasm was about to overturn the entire venue. They were all shouting Tan Liner's name. Tan Liner took a breath, adjusted her headset, and said to the audience, thank you for your enthusiasm. Now, for my third song, I will invite you to sing along with me. One person will be selected on the big screen. Please come up on stage and sing along with me, okay? Okay. Xiao Qiang shouted along with everyone else. I was very excited and completely immersed in the activity. It's decided. The first person is going to be a fan of is this beautiful singer. Xiao Qiang had chased stars before, but there were more groups at that time, so he only chased groups. 40 years have passed, and he didn't expect that he would become a star chaser again, and the star he chases is a female singer. She sings really well, looks good, and most importantly, she is not arrogant at all. Moreover, Xiao Qiang inexplicably feels a sense of familiarity with her. Who else should he be a fan of if not her? As the camera moves past, it finally freezes on the first row. Xiao Qiang was dumbfounded when he, Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi appeared on the big screen. Tan Liner was stunned for a moment, then she said generously, please invite this handsome guy to come on stage and sing with me. Xiao Qiang waved his hands quickly and said, no, he couldn't do it. Not only ordinary people but also internet celebrities came to the electronic music show. They started live broadcasts as soon as they came in, so this electronic music show was also broadcast online from beginning to end. When they saw Xiao Qiang, Zhang Wuyan and Zhen Mi appear on the big screen, everyone who recognized them became excited. Cat ears. The two goddesses next to the little brother are both wearing cat ears. Who can resist this? Brother Fugiju looks so handsome today. He must have never thought that he would be chosen. He was stunned. How could he be so handsome and cute? The internet was also in an uproar. Nima, I also want to go to the scene and meet the little brother by chance. This is the temptation of cats. I wonder if these two hairpins were arranged by the little brother? Otherwise, how could the goddess and Mr. Zhen be willing to wear them? Zhen Mi encouraged Xiao Qiang to go up, took out her cell phone, and found a Weibo push on the screen. Look, you're on the trending search again. She reminded Xiao Qiang. Envy the company of two goddesses, playing electronic music show #. Xiao Qiang took a look and found that it was true. His hot search topics had overshadowed the hot search topics of the electronic music show Tan Liner.